employment. She's spearheading all the labor reforms initiated by the current government of India under the leadership of Honorable Minister Shri Bhupendra Yadav ji. Ma'am, we are honored and privileged to have you for this event. I would request Ms. Veena Swarup, ma'am, Chairperson, Migration Conclave and former Director, HR Engineers India Limited, to present a green certificate to Ms. Aarti Ahuja. We have this tradition of presenting green tickets to we have this of giving green certificates in FICCI and AIOE. It's a plant of 5 trees which will be planted in your honor at the periphery of Sundarbans National Park, South 24, West Bengal, India. We also have Mr. Satoshi Sasaki, Deputy Director, ILO, South Asia and Country Office, India. We also present a green certificate to him. Thank you, ma'am. I would now request Mr. Arvind Francis to give the welcome address. I'm sorry. May I request Ms. Veena Swarup, ma'am, to give the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. Mrs. Aarti Ahuja, Secretary, Ministry of Labor and Employment. Mr. Sasaki Satoshi, Deputy Director, ILO. Our dear speakers, panelists, and participants in this hall. As Conclave Chair, it's my privilege to welcome you all to this AIOE Migration Conclave. At the outset, I would like to thank AIOE for giving me this opportunity to lead this initiative. This conclave is the first of its kind to deliberate on the important issue of migration. The Indian labor market has been experiencing a growing debate on job creation, especially with India being rich in demographic dividend. Migration for work is a pervasive reality in rural India. Over the years, with the impetus on boosting economic activities, this trend has increased, especially with large movement from rural to urban labor markets and industries. Major migration corridors have developed along which large-scale movement of workers takes place. Though large numbers are employed in the construction, transportation, and agriculture sectors, many have formed part of the unorganized sector too. We had all witnessed during the pandemic the mass exodus of migrant workers and the situation they were in. At that time, review of existing provisions for migrant workers gained fillip. In fact, I had the opportunity to chair a task force in 2020 under the aegis of the Skill Development Committee of FICCI on the rehabilitation of migrant workers. The report, after several rounds of consultations with stakeholders, was submitted to the respective government agencies for consideration. With migration of labor being a continuous and dynamic, a framework for labor migration becomes imperative for sustainable industrial growth. This conclave, with the theme Labor Migration, a Framework for Sustainable Industrial Development, is an effort in this direction. AIOE with ILO had studied the internal migration in India post-COVID-19, following which a migration coalition for social dialogue in states was set up. Leveraging on the outcome as recommendations of the social dialogue, this conclave is being convened for further deliberations and learnings. And Arvind, the executive director, will be giving a little more detail after me on the social dialogue process. Covering major aspects of migration, its criticality, and with a view to identify the areas needing attention by respective stakeholders, the conclave has been designed with the following sessions. We have a plenary talk on the migration landscape, followed by 3 technical sessions: access to entitlements, decoding the social dialogue recommendations. The next is leveraging the demographic structure of India and future of work, decoding the social dialogue recommendations. And the third is on external migration, the nuances and way forward. The conclave includes panel discussions, talks, wherein through discussions and deliberations, the perspectives, thoughts, practices, and experiences with highlight the issues and challenges and showcase the best practices. An array of speakers from India and overseas, from government, public and private sector, academia, civil society, and international organizations will share their thoughts and experiences. A lot of effort has gone into preparation for this conclave, the rich experience of the committee members, and the untiring efforts, hard work put in by the secretariat, lean secretariat of AIOE has gone a long way in weaving the fabric of the conclave. And I'm confident that the deliberations will have sound outcome in the form of recommendations highlighting action points for respective stakeholders, and the participants will benefit and have rich takeaways as practices and future solutions. I wish the conclave all success, and I would like to thank ILO for collaborating and EY for being the knowledge partner for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Mr. Francis to give us the highlights of the Migration Survey and Migration Coalition Project for Social Dialogue.
A very good morning to all of you. Respected Aarti ma'am, Secretary Labor and Employment, Mr. Satoshi Sasaki, Deputy Director ILO, and our chairperson of Migration Conference, Ms. Veena Sarup, all the delegates, speakers, all the participants. Good morning to all of you. If we look at India, it's quite a vast country, spread right from east to west, north to south. And if you look at the migration, we have typically 4 types of migration in India. One is the interstate migration, which is migration from one state to another or from the rural to the urban. The other one is the inward migration, being a country of destination. The third one is a outward migration, being a country of origin. And the fourth one is also country of transit, wherein everyone come here and then they migrate from here. So typically, if you see India, these 4 types of migration make India a very unique in the region. And so this time we have taken a theme, which is labor migration, a framework for sustainable industrial development. Now, I'll just take you through the works that All India organization has done with ILO and with other stakeholders. To begin with, All India Organization of Employers, with the support of ILO, carried out a study on the new ramifications of internal migration in India on account of COVID-19 from an industry perspective. Now, this study focused on 3 important aspects of internal migration. One was on the manpower requirements. The second was on the building trust, and the third one was reintegration of migrants in states of origin. The study focused on low and semi-skilled migrant blue-collar workers and predominantly covered the construction sector. The findings of the study highlighted the low labor force participation rate of women migrants, warranting the need for better engagement and capacity building at all levels to facilitate safe migration for women and other vulnerable social groups. The importance of promotion of trust and social dialogue came out very strongly in the findings of the report on the ramifications on internal migration study. The findings and recommendations of this study have given a solid foundation for us to take the immigration policy debate forward along with the policymakers. Alongside the ILO AI study, which is a notable initiative during the lockdown, was also taken up by Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, and where the industry representatives introduced a task force with equal representations of workers and management to work together and resolve challenges to awareness, healthcare, worker welfare, and wages. The following excerpts of the study explains several initiatives were being undertaken, the best practices implemented by the large corporations as well as MSMEs. During the crisis, employers and unions came together to form COVID-19 task force with equal representations from management and the labor force. The crisis also spurred bilateral discussions between worker representatives and management to overcome challenges such as workers' absenteeism and fear factor related to COVID-19. One of the key messages was how industry representatives highlighted the role of trade unions for effective social dialogues with workers on wages and rejoining the workplace. Experts also pointed out that not enough social dialogue has taken place in India, and unions have a massive role to play in promoting this. Accordingly, as a follow-up to the study and signifying AOI commitment to respond to the findings, AIOE, with the support of ILO, initiated to set up a migration coalition for social dialogue. The coalition had following features. We selected three states. One was Rajasthan, Gujarat, and Kerala. And the state, FICCI has the state chapters. So the state coordinators, they anchored the this initiative that we have taken. The coalition focused on galvanizing and streamlining employee initiatives for engaging with workers' organizations and government institutions on migration-related issues. These state-level consultations offered a platform to workers, employers, governments, and we did not just limit it to the tripartite setup, we extended it beyond that, and we also included the NGOs, the civil societies, and other stakeholders to be part of that coalition, and to integrate and build mutual trust and understanding that benefited all concerned. The first state-level consultations in all the three states was concluded this month only, and the stakeholder mapping was done by Center for Social Justice in Gujarat. We have Mr. Gagan Sethi representing it. From the Ajivika Bureau, we have Geeta. And from CMID Kerala, we have Binoy with us. These consultations will be an ongoing feature and will help in promoting social dialogue in all the three states. Finally, all the concerned stakeholders came out with suggestions on how this coalition can function and work. We are going to have a lot of sessions, and you will see all these will come on the stage, and they will give in detail what work has gone into these three states, how the stakeholder mapping was done, and how this joint consultation wherein the state machinery, the employers, the civil societies, the trade unions related to migration, all the NGOs and many other stakeholders were involved, and they have come out with a report. I think they will be briefing you also on that report. So I'll not take much time. I will end here, and thank you all for your patient listening.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the highlights with us. I now request Mr. Satoshi Sasaki Deputy Director, ILO South Asia and Country Office, India, to give the keynote address.
Mrs. Atia Fuja, Secretary, Ministry of Labor and Employment, Government of India. Ms. Veena Swarup, Chairperson, Migration Conclave and former Director, HR, Engineers India Limited. And Mr. Arvind Francis, Executive Director of AIOE. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank AIOE for the invitation extended to the International Labour Organization to attend the inaugural session of the Migration Conclave under the theme of Labour Migration, a framework for sustainable development. The All India Organization of Employers, AIOE, has shown a keen interest in labour migration. AIOE and ILO work together in recent years in a number of interactions. Labour migration remains a feature of current and future labour markets, which is reflected by national and international labour agenda. While well-governed labour migration can contribute to the sustainable development and provide opportunities for migrant workers and their families, migrant workers continue to face unique challenges and vulnerabilities associated with their migration status. The COVID-19 pandemic had a particular impact on migrant workers and their access to decent work. Economic slowdown worldwide led to shrinking demand and disrupted supply chains. Against the background, the AIOE collaborated with ILO to undertake a study on new ramification of internal migration in India as a result of COVID-19, the industry perspective. It was an attempt to understand the impact of the crisis on migrant workers and industries dependent on their labor and states, in the states of Kerala, Rajasthan, and Uttar Pradesh. And with a particular focus on labor requirements, building trust between employers and workers, and the reintegration of returned migrant workers. More recently, AIOE has been collaborating with ILO on a follow-up initiative to set up a labor migration coalition for social dialogue in the states of Kerala, Gujarat, and Maharashtra. Today's conclave is a welcome opportunity to discuss these labor migration coalitions and other initiatives in more details. And I do hope that the result of this for the meeting's outcomes will contribute to the internal migration policy making of the government at the central level as well as the state level. And also this is a good for the opportunity for us ILO to reflect on your outcomes to be part of our program for coming 2 years, or the biennium cycle starting from next year. So with this word, I thank again, and I wish you the productive deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your remarkable words. I would now request Ms. Aarti Ahuja, Secretary, Labour and Ministry of Labour and Employment, Government of India, to give the inaugural address.
Thank you. And dear colleagues on the dais and audience, thank you for calling me and giving me this opportunity of sharing my thoughts on this very important issue. Let me first start by defining what is migration. And by the way, I think in the audience here, most of us would be migrants, isn't it? So what is migration, and why do we always think that migration is bad? Indians have been migrating for years together. Years together. There's a lot of literature on that. We have been migrants within our own country. We have been migrating outside our own country. And migration per se is not bad. Let us first understand that it's part of our culture. We are used to it. We have been migrating for different reasons, religious reasons, work reasons, whatever it may be. We have been migrating. The other thing that data tells us, and studies tell us, that we have this notion in our minds that there are source states, there are destination states. Data tells us that people, when they migrate through networks. Nobody simply, or very few people, simply catch a train and go and see कि अब Bombay में मैं उतर गया, अब मैं क्या करूं? It's not like that. People migrate through known networks. They know with whom they are going. They know where they are going. They kind of have an idea what kind of industry they are going to work. We often think that, there are certain states that are the only source states. Those states also have in-migration. When you see data, you will be surprised to know that the traditional states that we think UP and Bihar only send people out, they also receive people from other states. There's a preponderance in some states and not so much in others. Similarly, within states, there are districts that have more people going out. They might also have some people coming in. So we need to understand that it is not a binary. There are different kinds of people migrating within the state, within districts, within the country, right? So having set the context and understand that this binary of source, destination, urban, rural, etc., probably doesn't apply the way we think it ought to, or the way we have been conditioned to think. Now, coming to what is it that is, so when we are talking of migrant, we all understand that we are talking of the most vulnerable people amongst them. When I have been touring to states, either as labor secretary or even before that, we find is that the central government schemes apply to everybody as citizen of the country. You have the one nation, one ration, and anybody can, which came post-pandemic, that anybody can draw their ration anywhere. Central government schemes apply uniformly to everybody. The state governments have their own schemes for their own citizens, which may not apply to people who have migrated from outside into that scheme. They may not have access to those entitlements. But what is surprising is that many of the central government schemes also are not, because the implementation is at the local level, are also not accessed. Not that they are not available. They are available, but they are not accessed by people who come from outside. For example, anything, talk of ICDS, talk of any other thing, So why is it that there exists this gap in access? What is it that is leading to that? They work in defined sectors, they work in defined industries. So why is this happening? That person is a citizen of the country. Why should they be deprived of that access just because they move to another part of the country? That's a question we all need to ask ourselves, and that's a question we need to answer, right? So we have the Interstate Migrant Workmen Act, which says that if any contractor is taking 5 or more people, they have to register themselves, they have to register the workers, and they also have to provide them a whole list of benefits, right? So these people are not beneficiaries in that sense. It's their right. It's an entitlement. What is that? They have to be provided minimum wages, they have to have toilets, they have to have creches on the work site, they have to have occupational safety and health being met, lot of things which are there. Increasingly, we find that many establishments have started using outsourced employees, which they engage through contractors. These people are not registered. So the transport workers, the logistics people, the housekeeping, the security people, they are all coming through a contractor, but not registered. So what happens? Not registered means you don't have to, you evade the responsibility of providing those entitlements. This is the act. The labor code, the 4 labor codes that have now come, now say that forget the contractors. Even if there is a direct recruitment of anybody, then we have to provide them all the benefits that are listed in the Migrant Workmen Act. It's a very progressive step. It takes because I can understand also that registration as contractor could be cumbersome. It could involve other consequences. So people are not incentivized to do that. So the labor codes now bring in that element. Apart from that, there is a provision of grievance redressal, giving proper employment contracts. There is supposed to be a social security fund that will be set up for unorganized workers, including for migrants. But while those provisions come into place, I'd like to share with you what has happened already. Many of you may be aware that we have a large database of unorganized workers, which goes by the name of eShram. Nearly 30 crore people are registered already on eShram across 400 occupations. So those occupations, remember, these are unorganized workers who are already working. So unorganized would also mean self-employed. So there are a whole lot of different occupations, including front desk worker or cobbler, or we even have, priests, like that. So different occupations are there. Among them, a significant category. So let's break it down into 2. That when we are talking of migrant workers, the most vulnerable are those who work in the construction industry, and then those who work in other kind of occupations. They could be care economy, they could be establishments of different kinds. So what is it that we have done in eShram? What we have done is that now we have given agency to the worker and cast the responsibility on the state or the district which receives the migrant worker. How have we done that? We now require each person who's registering now to enter the full details and also tell with whom they are going and where they are going and what is the likely occupation that they will be in. Right? So somebody who's done a GNM training knows that they are going to Delhi to work with a certain agency who will place them in different homes. Right? So they know the likely occupation, they know the agency or the person that they are going in. So we made that mandatory in the eShram database. In that, we have made a separate module for building and construction workers. You also know that there's an act separately for building and construction workers where there's a cess fund specially for them. So now we also ask them to self-identify if there are indeed BOCW, as we call in our shortened form, building and construction, other construction workers. And we push that data to the states for them to vet and verify and enroll them in the cess funds. We have also made it now mandatory that all the building and construction workers across the country will have a single unique identifier which is Aadhaar linked, which is on the eShram database. We generate a UAN, which is unique to that person. Why do we want that? And why are we doing that? It's precisely because of what I told you, portability of benefits. It doesn't matter if I'm in Delhi today and in Bombay tomorrow. That's the nature of my job. I'm a tile layer. I'll go from one place to the other. But that doesn't mean that my kid will not get the ICDS ration, or my wife will not get the other support, or my child will not be enrolled in school. Right? So those benefits will become portable if everybody has the unique identifier. So we are making that mandatory, and this will be especially very helpful for the people who migrate. Recently, we had a conference just last week with all the labor secretaries of all the states. And we had very good discussions, very good inputs from them. And we'll be coming out with this addendum very soon, maybe this week or the next week itself. We are also going to put in that another issue of people. I mentioned that, people go with networks. There's a small segment of people who do not go with networks, who do not go with contractors. And who are these people? These are the people you see standing at the labor chalks. They are basically standing there for people to come and appraise them and then take them. We need to give dignity there. So we are now saying that at all the labor chalks, you need to have proper shelter from rain. You need to have toilets. You need to tell them about their entitlements. You need to have basic facilities there. It should not be like, people just standing on the road, rain, sun, whatever, and just waiting for somebody to come and pick up. Fine, it's a labor market. It's an informal labor market, but let's make it more dignified. These are the things that we are now, going to put and we are going to come out with. But I also, before I end, would also like to request few points from the industry side, since this is a FICCI meeting. The first is that we have in the establishments, in the industry, we have people who are regular employees who could be migrants from another place within the state or outside the state. They have their own issues. So let's have a tripartite mechanism. Let's listen to their organizations. Let's find out what are their particular issues and try and resolve them. It's not just something that we do out of charity. It is something that is a basic right of a citizen of this country. And we, as educated, enlightened citizens, empowered citizens, we need to do that. It not only helps that person, it also helps us as industry to get that trust, to empower the other people and have them work better for us in a more positive environment. The other thing is, do this also for the outsourced employees, not just your own. Please look at how many agencies have been engaged. What is the composition of their employees? Are they getting all the benefits? Are they covered under EPF? Are they covered under ESIC? Are they covered, if not eligible, are they covered under other schemes of government like the Atal Pension Yojana or, PIM-SIM or others? Are they covered? If not, get them covered. The contributions are very minimal, but it's going to help them later on, right? So please do that. The next is provide the basic minimum things like a creche, like a common kitchen, like a, decent night shelter. You can charge a rent from them. But provide those little things that make their life more dignified and easier. There can be subsidized kitchens. Why not? I think all of us can do that. So let's move in that direction. Have facilitation centers. You will have a preponderance of people from, let's say, a particular state. Set up facilitation centers in your own organizations for them in their language. Somebody who's been with you for a long time from that region can become the facilitator just for general things, where to buy what, for example, or where do you get cheap housing, those kind of things. So a facilitation center when somebody comes new, have a proper grievance redressal mechanism for them, help them in admissions of their children in schools, enrollment in the nearest Anganwadi center. If the family has any health issues, see if they have a PMJY card, make it, talk to the local people and get it, recognized in that state. Otherwise, the states have their own things. Have them linked up to the nearest health center. Believe me, these things make a lot of difference. When we go to any country outside, don't we have everything tied up for us? We go confidently. That is the kind of thing that we need to enable for our own people when they go to any other place. I think this is the least that we owe to our fellow citizens. So I'm very happy that this kind of a study has been done, and that in the conclave, we have people across board, including students who are going to be, you must be hearing it all the time, citizens. But I really mean it. Understand the issue well. Understand what needs to be done. And I think at the heart of whatever we say, no matter what I say, what anybody else says, at the heart of it is a human being. At the heart of it is a citizen. No citizen of our country should be deprived of their right. It's not charity. Deprived of their right simply because they're not in their hometown. So I think I would end with that. And I look forward to a very actionable action plan coming out of your deliberations today. I find that you have a great lineup of speakers, and I'm sure the discussions will be very rich and meaningful. And once again, thank you so much for inviting me here. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an inspiring and insightful oration. We will now release the e-souvenir. The souvenir will be shared with all of you post the conclave.
Can I ask a question to Madam Secretary? Madam Secretary, can I ask you a question? Yeah, this migration of labor or anybody. Yeah, my name is Narendra Jalan. Migration of labor force or people from rural area is a double-edged sword, because they move to the city for better employment and to a great extent for livelihood. And the fact is that most of them end up with subhuman conditions here. So what is the government stand, whether government wants to encourage migration or want to limit? Or because in many other forums like Niti Aayog, once I attended 6 months back, so Mr. Rajiv Kumar said that migration is the biggest problem of the country.
Question being?
What is the government state? Government wants to encourage migration or wants to limit?
Government recognizes that there is migration. We can neither facilitate nor encourage nor suppress nor depress it. It is something that happens and has been happening. What we need to do is make lives better for those who migrate. There are numerous legal provisions for that. We need to be mindful that there's a law of the land for migrants. All of us are bound by that law, and we need to implement it with all sincerity.
I have one concern actually.
This is the last question we are going to take because we are running out of time.
Just one question.
Just quickly.
My name is Ash Shah. I represent Indo Global. We are an advisory consultant for MSME and Startup India companies actually. The main challenges with MSME right now is the database of skilled laborers. So the database, what you said in eShram portal, is it particularly designate the qualification of particular skilled laborers, what their background is? Do you have that education standards and also the employer referral for the employees who is working under that particular eShram database interface actually?
So the eShram portal is something where it's a self-reported data. So people say, I'm qualified in this, I'm skilled in this. But what you need for employment is two things. A vetted database, right? So it is Skill India portal. So there's an autofill. Whoever is on eShram, as I said, we have provided agency to the person. Once they get the UAN, they can go to the Skill India portal. They can go to the National Career Services portal. They can go to the apprenticeship portal. They can go to the MSME portal. So if they go to the Skill India portal, whatever their skills are, since it's an auto-filled Aadhaar link, immediately it gets mapped. And then they can apply for jobs on the National Career Services portal or to the MSMEs. In fact, many MSMEs, nearly the whole corpus of MSMEs, is recruiting from the National Career Services portal. We have about 10 to 12 lakh active vacancies every day being created and getting filled up. So a lot of MSMEs are going this route. I need to go. It was till 11 o'clock. I'm sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. We now request Mr. Francis to give vote of thanks.
So, respected Aarti ma'am, thank you so much for taking out time from your busy schedule and honoring us with your presence. It was really delightful to hear your inspiring talk. You touched upon all the aspects that the government is currently doing, and we have taken a note of the action that you have asked for the employer organizations to take it, and we'll surely come back to you on that. I'll also like to thank the ILO Deputy Director for taking out his time, and in fact, he had some other commitments, but when we requested him, he said, surely I'll come for this because migration is a very, very important subject and I would like to be present for this conference. So thank you so much, Satoshi sir. And of course, Veena ma'am, she is the anchor of this conference. She is the chairperson who has meticulously designed the conference, and she is a sort of pillar for us. So thank you so much, ma'am, for supporting us and being with us and for designing this conference. And all the participants also, we welcome you and we thank you for your presence. So we'll end up this inaugural session here. Thank you.
We'll now break for tea and we'll collect back soon at 11:30.
more to explore, to enjoy, to grow, and to count on. It's a world made of benefits, rewards, and convenience. Here, you don't just exist, but enjoy and experience. And it has more for everyone. For employees looking for perks and incentives. For companies looking for ease and efficiency. For businesses looking to expand and innovate. And there's still more. More tech, more intelligence, more sustainability, more reach, more commitment, and more of the same old trust. It's more of what you want and what really matters to you. Brought together for you by us. Who are we? We're Pluxee, the leading global benefits and employee engagement partner. We are a new brand built on Sodexo's rich legacy of over 25 years in India. And we are here to let you be more, do more, and help you open up a world of opportunities. Feel the Pluxee effect.
Every day, inch by inch, for more than half a century, we have worked to perfect our craft, the art and science of producing industrial rayon. Established by century-old DCM Shriram Industries Group, a group founded by Lala Shriram, a doyen of Indian industry in the 1890s, to further the cause of the industrialization of India, while India was transforming itself as an independent nation after British rule. Following Lala Shriram's successful venture into textiles, heavy chemicals, sugar, alcohol, and power, the group decided to step into the arena of industrial fibers. This is where our story starts. In 1965, when the group set up a rayon wire cord plant with technology from US-based bonnet fiber and engineering from US-based Chemtex. Since 1965, every day, inch by inch, we have continuously invested, monitored and tested, scrutinized and improved our technology, our production process, our training programs for employees, our sustainability and environmental impact to deliver the highest level of quality and efficiency to earn the respect as a trusted partner of our customers and stakeholders. Half a century later, this commitment, this dedication continues. It is a promise to our customers that relies on a focus on excellence in every step of our process. It starts with sourcing the best raw materials the world has to offer, including softwood pulp from top producers who practice sustainable forestry initiatives. All raw materials are thoroughly inspected. The wood pulp is steeped in caustic to mercerize the fibers, shredded to increase the surface area, and aged. After this, chemicals are added to dissolve the fibers and improve the quality of golden syrup called viscose. This viscose, pure and free from any contamination, is regenerated in deep trough spinning operation into yarn. The regenerated yarn is washed, cleaned, and given a final coating of finish for improved processability. Meticulously processed with the desired properties imparted, the yarn is combed or twisted, woven, and treated for the global market. Our customers from the plants of the world's leading tire giants continuously buy our products in different forms, such as yarn, grayish fabric, and dipped fabric. The final product is processed based on the exact specifications of each customer. Every process, every product is passed through rigorously monitored quality systems, put through an extensive series of chemical and physical tests before being carefully packed, loaded for our global customers, and shipped to their assigned destinations in any of the 6 continents, ensuring that a zero-defect product is received by our customers. Our commitment to environment is total, and we believe that the environmental norms set by our government must not only be met, but exceeded on a continuous basis. Over the last 6 years, we have reduced consumption of fossil fuel by almost half, replacing it with agro waste, an environment-friendly renewable fuel. We are always investing heavily in both technology and safe environment practices. This commitment to excellence is strengthened further by a deep partnership with our employees and their families, a legacy of ensuring their health and safety. Our employees are continuously trained in every aspect of the product and process, safety procedures and standards, as well as emergency response procedures. We believe in a total quality management philosophy and have many Kaizen activities happening in the plant. For employees and their families, we take pride in our community resources and recreation centers that encourage their personal growth, well-being, and happiness. It is this heartfelt connection with our employees, this commitment to the environment and community around us, this pride and passion in our craft, this meticulous focus and enduring promise to deliver the best, that every day, inch by inch, for half a century, has made us who we are. Sri Ram Rayons, excellence since 1965.
Today, Dorala Sugar Works has been born again in its most modern avatar. The plant has served the nation and its citizens for 90 years by providing it the highest quality, healthiest, and most nutritious sugar. With changing times, the carbonation process, which ran for 6 decades, was switched over to the sulfitation process, which ran for the next 3 decades. Now, we have changed the process to the latest DEFCO remelt process, which will provide, once again, sugar which is of the highest quality and healthiest variety, and yet refuses the consumption of chemicals. Our mill will produce sugar which is at par with the best internationally available sugar for the citizens of India. Our success is the result of the cooperation of our farmers, our engineers, our commercial team, and all our suppliers, bankers, and the trade in the market, that is agents, wholesalers, distributors, and retailers. They have always supported us in our progress. With this continued support, we hope that this new technology will form the basis of many more products, and the name of Dorala will continue to shine as it had under the able guidance of late Lala Bansidharji and late Lala Tilakar. आज जोराला सुगर वर्क ने अपने सबसे आधुनिक अवतार में पुनर्जन्म लिया है। इस प्लांट ने पिछले 90 वर्षों से उच्चतम गुणवत्ता, स्वास्थ्यप्रद और सबसे पौष्टिक चीनी प्रदान करके देश और उसके नागरिकों की सेवा की है। बदलते समय के साथ 6 दशक तक चलने वाली कार्बोनेशन प्रक्रिया को सल्फेटेशन प्रक्रिया में बदल दिया गया था, जो अगले 3 दशक चली। अब हमने इस प्रक्रिया को नवीनतम डेस्को रीमेल्ट प्रक्रिया में बदल दिया है, जो एक बार फिर चीनी प्रदान करेगी जो उच्चतम गुणवत्ता और स्वास्थ्यप्रद किस्म की है और फिर भी केमिकल्स की खपत को कम की है। हमारी मिल चीनी का उत्पादन करेगी जो भारत के नागरिकों के लिए अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर उपलब्ध सर्वोत्तम चीनी के बराबर है। हमारी सफलता हमारे किसानों, हमारे इंजीनियरों, हमारे वाणिज्य कर्मचारियों और हमारे सभी आपूर्तिकर्ता, बैंकर्स के सहयोग और एजेंट, होलसेलर, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर और रीटेलर के रूप में बाजार में व्यापार का परिणाम है। उन्होंने हमेशा हमारी प्रगति में हमारा समर्थन किया है। इस निरंतर समर्थन के साथ हम आशा करते हैं कि ये नई तकनीक कई और प्रोडक्ट का आधार बनेगी और जोराला का नाम उन पर चमकता रहेगा, जैसे यह स्वर्गीय लाला बंशीधर जी और लाला तिलकधर जी के कुशल मार्गदर्शन में था।
हम हैं जोराला के किसान, हम सर्वोत्तम गन्ना पैदा कर जोराला चीनी प्रगति में सहयोग करते हैं। हम हैं जोराला मिल के कर्मचारी, इसके विकास के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं।
और इस तरह हम सब मिलकर जोराला में दुनिया की सर्वोत्तम चीनी बनाते हैं।
Every day, inch by inch, for more than half a century, we have worked to perfect our craft, the art and science of producing industrial rayon. Established by century-old DCM Shriram Industries, a group founded by Lala Shriram, a doyen of Indian industry in the 1890s, to further the cause of the industrialization of India, while India was transforming itself as an independent nation after British rule. Following Lala Shriram's successful venture into textiles, heavy chemical, sugar, alcohol, and power, the group decided to step into the arena of industrial fibers. This is where our story starts. In 1965, when the group set up a rayon tire cord plant with technology from US-based bonnet fiber and engineering from US-based Chemtex. Since 1965, every inch by inch, we have continuously invested, monitored and tested, scrutinized and improved our technology, our production process, our training programs for employees, our sustainability and environmental impact, deliver the highest level of quality and efficiency to earn the respect as a trusted partner of our customers and stakeholders. Half a century later, this commitment, this dedication continues. It is a promise to our customers that relies on a focus on excellence in every step of our process. It starts with sourcing the best raw materials the world has to offer, including softwood pulp from top producers who practice sustainable forestry initiatives. All raw materials are thoroughly inspected. The wood pulp is steamed caustic to mercerize the fibers, shredded to increase the surface area, and aged. After this, chemicals are added to dissolve the fibers and improve the quality of the golden syrup called viscose. This viscose, pure and free from any contamination, is regenerated in deep trough spinning operation into yarn. The regenerated yarn is washed, cleaned, and given a final coating of finish for improved processability. meticulously processed, with desired properties imparted. The yarn is combed or twisted, woven and treated for the global market. Our customers from the plants of the world's leading tire giant continuously buy our products in different forms, such as yarn, grayish fabric, and dipped fabric. The final product is processed based on the exact specifications of each customer. Every process, every product is passed through rigorously monitored quality systems, put through an extensive series of chemical and physical tests before being carefully packed, loaded for our global customers, and shipped to their assigned destinations in any of the 6 continents, ensuring that a zero-defect product is received by our customers. Our commitment to environment is total, and we believe that the environmental norms set by our government must not only be met, but exceeded on a continuous basis. Over the last 6 years, we have reduced consumption of fossil fuel by almost half, replacing it with agro-waste, an environment-friendly renewable fuel. We are always investing heavily in both technology and safe environment practices. This commitment to excellence is strengthened further by a deep partnership with our employees and their families, a legacy of ensuring their health and safety. Our employees are continuously trained in every aspect of the product and process, safety procedures and standards, as well as emergency response procedures. We believe in a total quality management philosophy and have many Kaizen activities happening in the plant. For employees and their families, we take pride in our community resources and recreation centers that encourage their personal growth, well-being, and happiness. It is this heartfelt connection with our employees, this commitment to the environment and community around us, this pride and passion in our craft, this meticulous focus and enduring promise to deliver the best, that every day, inch by inch, for half a century, has made us who we are. Shri Ram Rayons, excellence since 1965. Every day, inch by inch, for more than half a century, we have worked to perfect our craft, the art and science of producing industrial rayon. Established by century DCM Shri Ram Industries Group, newly founded by Lala Shri Ram, a doyen of Indian industry in the 1890s, to further the cause of the industrialization of India, while India was transforming itself as an independent nation after British rule. Following Lala Shri Ram's successful venture into textiles, heavy chemicals, sugar, alcohol, and power, the group decided to step into the arena of industrial fibers. This is where our story starts. In 1965, when the group set up a rayon tire cord plant with technology from US-based bonnet fiber and engineering from US-based Chemtex. Since 1965, every day, inch by inch, we have continuously invested, monitored and tested, scrutinized and improved our technology, our production process, our training programs for employees, our sustainability and environmental impact to deliver the highest level of quality and efficiency, to earn the respect as a trusted partner of our customers and stakeholders. Half a century later, this commitment, this dedication continues. It is a promise to our customers that relies on a focus on excellence in every step of our process. It starts sourcing the best raw materials the world has to offer, including softwood pulp from top producers who practice sustainable forestry initiatives. All raw materials are thoroughly inspected. The wood pulp is steeped in caustic to mercerize the fibers, shredded to increase the surface area, and aged. After this, chemicals are added to dissolve the fibers and improve the quality of the golden syrup called viscose. This viscose, pure and free from any contamination, is regenerated in deep trough spinning operation into yarn. The regenerated yarn is washed, cleaned, and given a final coating of finish for improved processability. Meticulously processed with the desired properties imparted, the yarn is combed or twisted, woven, and treated for the global market. Our customers from the plants of the world's leading tire giants continuously buy our products in different forms, such as yarn, grayish fabric, and dipped fabric. The final product is processed based on the exact specifications of each customer. Every process, every product is passed through rigorously monitored quality systems, put through an extensive series of chemical physical tests before being carefully packed, loaded for our global customers, and shipped to their assigned destinations in any of the 6 continents, ensuring that a zero-defect product is received by our customers. Our commitment to environment is total, and we believe that the environmental norms set by our government must not only be met, but exceeded on a continuous basis. Over the last 6 years, we have reduced consumption of fossil fuel by almost half, replacing it with agro-waste, an environment-friendly renewable fuel. We are always investing heavily in both technology and safe and practices. This commitment to excellence is strengthened further by a deep partnership with our employees and their families, a legacy of ensuring their health and safety. Our employees are continuously trained in every aspect of the product and process, safety procedures and standards, as well as emergency response procedures. We believe in a quality management philosophy and have many Kaizen activities happening in the plant. For employees and their families, we take pride in our community resources and recreation centers that encourage their personal growth, well-being, and happiness. It is this heartfelt connection with our employees, this commitment to the environment and community around us, this pride and passion in our craft, this meticulous focus and enduring promise to deliver the best, that every day, inch by inch, for half a century, has made us who we are. Sri Ram Rayons, excellence since 1965.
Today, Dorala Sugar Works has been born again in its most modern avatar. The plant has served the nation and its citizens for 90 years by providing it the highest quality and most nutritious sugar. With changing times, the carbonation process, which ran for 6 decades, was switched over to the sulfitation process, which ran for the next decade. Now, we have changed the process to the latest DEFCO remelt process, which will provide, once again, sugar which is of the highest quality and healthiest variety, and yet refuses the consumption of chemicals. Our mill will produce sugar which is at par with the best internationally available sugar for the citizens of India. Our success is the result of the cooperation of our farmers, our engineers, our commercial team, and all our suppliers, bankers, and the trade in the market, that is agents, wholesalers, distributors, and retailers. They have always supported us in our progress. With this continued support, we hope that this new technology will form the basis of many more products, and the name of Dorala will continue to shine as it had under the able guidance of late Lala Bansidharji and late Lala Tilakji. आज जोराला सुबह ने अपने सबसे आधुनिक अवतार में पुनर्जन्म लिया है। इस प्लांट ने पिछले 90 वर्षों से उच्चतम गुणवत्ता, स्वास्थ्यप्रद और सबसे पौष्टिक चीनी प्रदान करके देश और उसके नागरिकों की सेवा की है। बदलते समय के साथ 6 दशक तक चलने वाली कार्बोनेशन प्रक्रिया को सल्फेटेशन प्रक्रिया में बदल दिया गया था, जो अगले 3 दशक तक चलेगी। अब ने इस प्रक्रिया को नवीनतम डेस्को रीमेल्ट प्रक्रिया में बदल दिया है, जो एक बार फिर चीनी प्रदान करेगी जो उच्चतम गुणवत्ता और स्वास्थ्यप्रद किस्म की है और फिर भी केमिकल की खपत को कम करती है। हमारी
Welcome back, everyone. We have with us Mr. Atul Kumar Tiwari. He is a secretary from Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. He is a former IOS from the Karnataka cadre and he is leading all the skill development efforts by Government of India. Sir, we are honored and privileged to have you here. We also have Mr. Rajan Mehrotra. He is a former senior Mr. Rajan Mehrotra is a former senior employee specialist for South Asian Region for International Labour Organization, and he is currently a visiting faculty with some of the famous IIMs. And we also have Ms. Veena Swarup ma'am. She is a chairperson, Migration Conclave, and former director HR, Engineers India Limited. We'll now begin with the plenary session with address on the migration landscape. Request Mr. Atul Kumar Tiwari to address everybody. He will talk about the evolution, the relevance and impact, and the government perspective and plan.
आप सबको मेरा सादर नमस्कार। डॉक्टर राजन मेहरोत्रा जी, मैडम वीना स्वरूप जी, Mr. Arvind Francis, and the ladies and gentlemen. The topic given here is very vast and it amounts to writing a dissertation or maybe a thesis on the evolution, relevance, and government perspective and plan. But I would like to confine myself to the area where I have worked earlier and the area where I'm working now. So I think we understand that the definition of the migrant is a person who is moving or has moved across international border or state border from his or her actual place of residence, which can be either voluntary or it can be forced. And generally, there will be factors, there will be push factors. And we find that in India, there is a great deal of internal migration. And we also have very high level of diaspora, which is around, it used to be 15 million earlier. it is around 18 million also. So the idea is to talk about the migration and whether it is something which is inevitable and what we can do about it. We have found that the data that there is the annual net migrant flows, domestic migration I'm talking about, is almost 1% of the working age population. Working age population is somewhere 50 crore. So every year we have around 1 crore people migrating internally. And the data shows that there is a migration from some states in northern India to more industrialized and developed places in southern and western India. And it is also one of the prime drivers of the economic growth in India. And then, as I said, there is a Indian diaspora also, which is also quite wide and expansive in all over the world. And generally the figure quoted is the kind of remittances which we get, which is around $83 billion per year as a remittances. And that itself is an area of inquiry on how it is shifting from the money coming from the Gulf countries and coming from the developed countries. Whatever we try to do, that the way the India is going, though, there will be internal migration, and as India is also, its heft is increasing in the international world, there will also be migration for economic reasons, not forced migration, I would say, to other countries as well. And we all know that in the Middle East countries, a great deal of their workforce is from the Indian origin, as also from the developed OECD countries also, we have a lot of Indians there. So the idea is that what should we do about that? Now that we have this, we know the major areas from where the migrants are going and their destination within the India, and outside also we know there are major destinations. In fact, we analyzed the data of the international migration from the Indian Bureau of Immigration, and that has also showed some remarkable changes in the way the outflow from India is going to which country and the composition thereof. So I will come to the point that should we do about the migration? We have to recognize that the migration will continue to happen when there is a difference between the economic situation in one state over the other. And it's also linked to the TFR and all that, which it means to say that people from some of the states in northern India, say Bihar, Jharkhand, Odisha, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, they will keep on going to developed areas in, say, Maharashtra, Gujarat, southern India, Kerala, etc. In fact, I am from Ranchi, and once I went for holiday to Cochin, and in the Fort Kochi, I was going around, and there was a guy selling some trinkets. So I asked him, looking at his face, you can sense that this guy is not from that area. So I asked him, "Kahan ke ho tum?" Then he said, "I am from Ranchi." "Ranchi mein kahan?" Usne bataya, "Yahan." So this place was just 1 kilometer away from my native place. And there is such a thriving community there of Odias and Biharis and tribals there in those countries, those areas. And that very soon, like Canada, we have the Indian MPs. So very soon we'll have the Biharis or Odia MPs in Kerala and other countries as well. It shows I would say it shows our vibrant nature, and also the receiving of such migrants in those areas. For example, Kerala, if you go, you will find that the people who are good enough working age population, they will move to Gulf, and to do the field work, etc., people from northern India will go there. I'm from Karnataka, Kada, and we have the coffee plantations in southern Karnataka. So you always find that the people from Bijapur and Gulbarga, which are the dry areas, so people will come for seasonal migration and come for the coffee picking area work there. Or if there is a sugar field cultivation and the harvesting is to be done, then again, the people of some areas will go and work there for seasonal migration also. So I consider that this has been a phenomena for over the years. And as our economic activities are being spread all over India, for some time, considerable period of time, I would say that this migration from developed areas to developing areas to developed areas will continue to be there. So we have to create a sense that the people are taken care of, their value is, they are valued, they are not discriminated against. And if you talk about the external migration, so that is something ethical and legal, there is no forced migration. Like what we find from Punjab, people doing everything to go to Canada. And when I was working with the Ministry of Overseas Indian Affairs, I was working from 2010 to 2013. During that time, we used to deal with this kind of problems, and you will find that one Punjabi guy will sell their land and go to Dominican Republic, from there go to Mexico, then go to Canada, then come to US. Some people even traveled from Russia to Italy. Why walking? And many people, so also they say die in trying to go there. So the lure of getting a good employment, good salary, and at better living conditions will continue to inspire millions of people to leave their homelands and move to new areas. So in the balance, the migration will be useful only when it is for the place of origin as well as the place of destination. And finally, it should lead to some benefits accruing to the migrant themselves. So it's a huge area where a lot of things have also happened. Since I am more familiar with international migration, I would say that we used to have one, how do we take care of the Indian maids going to, say, in Saudi Arabia? So we used to have a different MOUs with those countries, UAE, Kuwait, Oman, Bahrain, etc. And by way of a non-legal, non-statutory things, by the mutual agreement, we should agree to take care of our people there. And you can hear a lot of cases happening there. So then we did the Indian Community Welfare Fund, which is there as part of the every Indian mission, which is quite useful. And that money is being used by the Indian missions to give such kind of support and hand-holding to the Indian migrants who are in distress abroad. So by one simple thing we did, there was a huge relief available in terms of money and in terms of directions to the Indian missions so that they can engage with the Indian diaspora there. Do we have something similar in India for the inland internal migration? Do we have something where we can say that the migrants can go and avail information and they will be taken care of, say, a Bihari from Begusarai, if he goes to, say, Algora district of Kerala? What kind of a support system we will have? So this is the area where we need to work. And the first important thing is to get the data right. And of course, the census is there. Then different labor surveys are also there. We get some rough ideas. So I was talking to my colleague in the ministry, and our honorable minister said that if you want to do something for 100 aspirational blocks, so don't go by the aspirational blocks which have been discussed and finalized by the Niti Aayog, but go where the migration takes place most. And how do we get the data? So it scoured the data of the COVID migration. They ultimately went and saw the train data, the people who go for the unreserved bogies, and what are the tickets. So they had done an analysis. It was there on the web. Then also could find out that, yes, these are certain areas in the districts from India where more and more people go to southern India or outside India, or other part of India. So the data continues to be a problem, but there are one or two things which we can do certainly, which is very, very useful. One thing is that the people are going there to sell their labor or sell their skill. So what is that we can do so that they can have an improved system of skill recognition and very valid credentials of skilling so that it is useful, not only for their employment, say from one state to another, but also in other countries as well. I have brought a lot of data on this migration thing, and I don't want to tell you all that because it will take a lot of time, and certainly I can do 45 minutes of lecture, but I intend to speak less and have more discussion, to which Madam Swaroop has also agreed. And we can see some young, all you are lawyers or something? Law students, black coat? So we have some students also, so they can also give us some fresh ideas. So I'll start now. Now I'll start to the core of my talk today. The Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. It was made in 2014, and our job is to give skilling so that they become employable. And we have different schemes. We have the ITIs, which they give long-term skilling, 6 months, 1 year, 2 year. We have a short-term skilling also, which is under Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. We have so many centers all around India. We have a National Skill Development Corporation, which is our implementing agency. We are also the custodian for the Apprentices Act. And apprentices, as you know, is earn while you learn. And they are also given a stipend to the industries. Over the last so many years, we have done more than 2 crore of people who have been trained, and so many number of people have been employed. And this is an ongoing process which is going. We are around 10,000 ITIs all over India. We have Jan Shikshan Sansthan, which are giving skilling at the doorstep. We have apprentices, we have short-term skilling and all that. We also work a lot with the other ministries, etc. So I confine myself to the skilling and the migration and how it will be very useful. Insofar as that we understand that the migration is something going to be inevitable because the economic forces are such, then we have to see that who are the people who are migrating, they get a fair due of their skill and their labor. For that, there is a need for recognizing their skills. Very briefly, when the COVID happened, we had brought the Garib Kalyan Rozgar Abhiyan. We found out which are the areas migrants were returning to. And if they are returning to, so in that area near their doorsteps also we organized skilling for them. And that was quite useful to them. And we had found out almost 113 districts of India, mostly in Assam, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, Rajasthan, and Uttar Pradesh. So we gave them short-term training, we give them RPL and give them certificate, and so that they could return back after the COVID to that areas. We also have for the international migrations, we have Skill India International Centers, which has been announced in the budget this time. And we plan them to be as one-stop center for full cycle of the skill-based migration so that they understand where are the demands. For that also, we are engaging with the foreign employers, giving them language training, cultural orientation, which you call PDOT, pre-departure orientation training. We also give them a skilling certification, visa facilitation. So that, and we also have a link. We have almost, idea is that it should be a fair, we have almost, every center will be hub and spoke. And there will be 20 spokes to that. Spokes will consist of the ITIs, recruiting agents network, our Kaushal Kendras, private training centers, skill hubs, higher education institutions, skill universities, and leading skill institutions. So idea is that we understand what is the requirement of what is certification required, what is the language required, the level of language required, and then we facilitate them in going abroad. Recently, we had an agreement with the Israel, and they require around 10,000 people in the construction sector. And the kind of salary which is being offered to construction people is awesome. And we expect that despite the problem there, which is coming to an end, many people will be able to go there. We also with Australia, we have the Japan, we sent nurses to Finland and Canada, and we also in UK. So a lot of things are happening on that side as well. And how does it happen? It happens by basis of the government-to-government MOUs and business-to-business MOUs. We are not many. We've also done 16 countries, we did a demand analysis, and we found out that there is a requirement of 33.7 million skilled and trained workforce in these countries, in healthcare, manufacturing, science, and information. Then, as you know, we also have this Pravasi Bharatiya Divas, which is being organized by the MEA. And they also have a Global Skills Summit, which is also the platform for them. Recently, we have, as I said, we are also getting the 100 aspirational blocks based on the migration, where we'll give them a one-stop solution for the migration. So how we can address the challenges of scaling, whether in terms of opening new ITIs, new training centers, demand analysis, and so on and so forth, so that we have a sizable number of population which is also getting skilled. Finally, I think the important thing is the Labor Secretary would have spoken to you about the eShram portal and the data which is being done, the tripartite discussions and all that. And of course, social directing is also one of the points which is being discussed here again and again. So I would say that if you want to handle the external migration, let me first handle that. The Skill India International Centers, in terms of having a support of the government, and also the recognition by the destination countries, and by providing services, having a link with the state governments and the demand aggregation sides of recruiting agents and so on and so forth, we'll be able to give a very fair direction to that kind of migration, so that the people who go, they go as per the demand with the job offer in their hand, not like going by tourist visa to UAE and finding a job there after 2-3 months. And once they enter into that, then also they are also noted, and the knowledge of our Indian missions abroad. So whatever happens there, they have something to fall back upon. Like what happened in Ukraine when our Indian doctors were there, no information was available with the mission. Ultimately, they had to search and find the people, the agencies sending the students to those colleges. And from them, we got all the information, etc. So if everything goes in a proper, legit manner, then we have the information. We can also reach out to them. And when they return back also, something can be about the skill can also be utilized for the home countries as well. Insofar as the internal migration is concerned, I think the first thing we have to do is to analyze, understand which are the area and the skills people are going. We have something called Skill India Digital MAM, which is a very modern, up-to-date system platform which has been organized, where you can, this is also linked to the JobX. So if there are any demands, any jobs there, we also link to the eShram. We are linked to the NCS portal. We are linked to the Udyam portal. So the government side, whatever the demands are coming, for the manpower side, the skilling side, that is available. Also linking with the staff, what is the staffing companies and such other areas where they can get a demand from that. So we have a demand which is being reflected there, and also the skilling requirement which is there. And then we skill them together and give them some kind of credentials by which they will become useful. So my suggestion would be that that Ministry or Government of India, whether in Labor Ministry or Labor Ministry through the Labor Department, have a lot of access everywhere. They've been talking about the Migration Resource Center, something which is in the offing. So the idea is that we develop the employment exchanges and such other entities. If they're controlled directly by the central government, good. If not, then at least they can work with the states from where the people are going, coming to some kind of a discussion, some kind of arrangement whereby there is one stops where the migrant workers can go, get the information, and are taken care of. So that is taking care of their part, etc. But insofar as unless and until we have something to certified skills going there, which can happen, as I say that we have this, like the UPI system is there for the financial transaction. Similarly, for the education skilling, we have the student registry. We have the skill, our skilling certificates also being posted on the Academic Bank of Credit and the digital DigiLocker. And if we have a robust system of the skill certification process, which is digitally verifiable, that becomes a kind of a skill passport for the people, for India and for going and abroad. And by that way, it becomes kind of a passport through which they can enter into employment, say a person from Purnia going to say, Ratnagiri district of Maharashtra, if they have this certificate, yes, this person knows this is his identity, this is certification, and this is the kind of the work he can do. It also automatically will lead to some kind of fair wages. It will also lead to some amount of formalization of their working conditions. And as there is a formal system of skill recognitions and discovery linked with the demand of the labor, the employment side, then all this thing can work together and lead to a very fair system of wages and working conditions for our migrants. And it also lead to the and once they have it, they also working for certain time of year or whatever. So that when they return, also that skill is also can be used in their home states or home districts as well. So I'll leave with this idea that we also need to have this Skill India Digital also will give you some skill anticipation, because we know that areas and we can map it to the artificial intelligence and machine learning kind of thing, which we have mapped. We can also know this area, whether it is the Gati Shakti framework, that also gives an idea that where the infrastructure is going to take place or whatever is happening. We have the ODOP, we have every district has its own potential in terms of certain amount of production or economic activity. We'll link that also, and then bring the skills and the employment together. So the best thing we will have by this, having a conjointed effort, will be that there will be recognition of the skill, and there will be fair working conditions for these people. And it is here that we require that, since it is being organized by the AIOE, to them, I will say that we are discussing with the staffing companies to the extent that they require people to be trained and skilled for being employed. And even in the NCR area, we'll find that a lot of people from Odisha, Jharkhand, Bihar are coming and working in the logistic area, which you find in Manesar or in Sonipat or Karnal side. So there is a migration taking place here as well. So if the employers can come together and engage with us, with the NSDC on the Skill India Digital, in terms of posting their job requirements or their skilling requirements, then perhaps we can certainly work with the employers in terms of using our platform and other methods to enable them to recruit this kind of the workers, and with a very solid, no ad hocism here. It will be a full identity disclosure kind of a mechanism. And that way we'll also have our, if the employers also want to have skilling done on their behalf, then also we can engage with them. So my request would be for the IO would be that they should be very clear that what is their employment requirement, what is the number, what are the skills they require, where do they require, and talking to us and what kind of skilling is required. And then certainly we can use our network skilling ecosystem along with the Skill India Digital in trying to, and we can work with other government agencies and state and other ministries as well, to enable them to, so that they can access this kind of the people who can be deployed from anywhere in India to their place where they can be given some work, and there would also be skill-based migration. So in the end, I would say that we have to, first of all, we have to recognize that there are a lot of things which are happening through the informal channels. If there is a labor contractor in Andhra, he wants doing some work in Mumbai, so they will take some labor from Kadapa or Gulbarga or Raichur district and take them across in the labor colonies and start doing it. So there is an informal system of working. Otherwise, my friend from Ranchi would not have gone to Kochi. He would have gone to some basis, some informal source of information, some source of network which was there. So if you have to develop, like our Honorable Prime Minister has said, that as a developed country by 2047, then certainly we need to recognize this migration as a very, very evident fact, that migration is needed for India's economic growth. As India is growing, there will be more and more migration. And as we make a lot of trains run from, say, Bihar or UP to Southern and Gujarat, I mean, the number of trains which go to Surat or, say, Kerala, not only trains, even if you go for the flights also. There's a place called Darbhanga in Bihar, and there are 5 flights going to Bangalore from Darbhanga. And you'll find all these people, young people like them, having their bag, and the IT companies guys. So the skill-based migration is taking place very, very openly. And there's working on the network, working on formalized system. But what happens when the people do not have those kind of skills? So idea is that we recognize these skills, certify those skills, acknowledge that skills, value these skills, and make these skills exchangeable in terms of wages and employment. And that can happen through our Skill India Digital. That can happen through a skill ecosystem. And in the end, one will start having the migration not based on the dire need or necessity. Agar nahi gaye to khana nahi milega. When we say it is a voluntary, based on the skill, digitally certifiable skills, employable skills, then we move to a stage where the whatever skill anticipation study we will not able to provide those skills, then it is useless. So we create a kind of system where the skills are become as a passport for the employment, for the migration, for internal and external. And ladies and gentlemen, in the end, I would again request through the our friend Arvind Francis here, is the Executive Director of AIOE, that you can bring the employers and your association with us. And certainly we have different mechanisms through which we can work and make this whole idea of migration, which is so central to the AIOE, also very useful and beneficial to everybody and the end to our country. Thank you very much. So I request Veena Swarupji, I will end here. And I would very much benefit from having an open discussion with the audience and with you, so that I can go back with some ideas or which we can work upon to make our system work still better for everyone. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much for this. It was a very learning experience hearing to you today. And no doubt, migrant workers, when we talk about them, skilling is a very, very important component for them, whether it's external migration or whether it's internal migration. So it is a very, very important area. And Mr. Atul Tiwari is the secretary skilled. Who would be better knowledgeable to be able to speak to us? So we are really honored that you were here today and you've spoken on this subject. So any questions from anyone? Yeah, please.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible, sir? Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Aditya. I'm from IMI New Delhi College. Okay, I'll just. Okay, am I audible now? Okay, great. So my name is Aditya, sir. I'm from IMI New Delhi. Sir, it was very insightful hearing you and listening to all the insights. One thing which really was encouraging was you were using real life examples. So it's amazing to hear all those real life aspects of what labors from which exact states are going where and all those things which are happening. Sir, considering the points you mentioned about skilling them and what kind of certifications are being provided to these laborers, and that was again encouraging as well. So one question which I have from my personal experience and from long back also is, when laborers or workers or unskilled and even skilled like some of us travel or migrate to other states, many a times we face this social stigma that especially the unskilled workers, like they form a significant population of the state or city they are migrating to, but still most of the times they are looked down upon and sometimes considered not culturally social or socially part of the society or physical location they are living in. So my question is, what are the current initiatives or policies doing to socially integrate this population which is a part of these geographies, or what the policies or strategies are in line for doing the same? Sir, socially integrating them, making them feel like home, included in that geography.
Make them more inclusive.
Yes. And respected as well, that since they are doing most of the jobs, I mean, many jobs over there, they are constructing their homes, they're constructing their offices, they are paving their roads. So why not accept them and treat them as dignity?
I couldn't get your name.
Aditya.
Aditya.
Yes.
So I don't know, if you ask me personally, I feel that today in all our states, we have people coming in from varying states, and being an employer myself and in companies employing labor through contractors, they were from all states, whether it was Orissa or it was Bihar or anywhere. I don't know whether the situation is still there that you're talking about. And especially when educated people like you will go to other states, it should not happen, because it's for the employers then to see that how inclusive they be, because they're the ones who've selected you. So from that point of view, I really don't see why it should ever happen. It may have happened in earlier times, but if they are skilled and they are suitable for a job, they've been hired for a particular job.
Let me answer. See, Aditya, what you're saying has 2-3 layers. Okay. The most fundamental layer is that I'm talking about Indian society in general, is that we put less premium on the people who do work with their hands. And the reason that we find that people are going to ITIs, students, they are looked down upon. And you will have a staggering amount of the people who work in studying, around 18 lakh students, boys and girls, in 15,000 ITIs all over India. And अगर CBSE में एग्जाम में एक भी कुछ गड़बड़ हो जाती है तो पूरे पेपर में आ जाता, उनके बारे में कुछ भी हो जाए कोई पूछने वाला नहीं. So we are all guilty of that we have privileged the academic degree based on the colonial mindset over the people who work with their hands. So the one level we have to work on a society basis, that we give value and importance and respectability to skills. And the best person to do is our Honorable Prime Minister, when he recently said that the hunar, the skills, are considered to be more important than the mere degrees. And he would have said that not just like that. There is also a data on that. We find that more and more students, when they go to +2 or the graduation degrees, all of them who are serious about them, they follow some amount of skilling course outside their curriculum. Because the simple graduates, they are unemployable. So around 40% of graduates only get employed. So for example, I was doing my BA degree. So I'm speaking English now, but let me admit that I came from Hindi medium. And other than English, everything was in Hindi. So then I did a course on the English speaking. And then I could improve and get confidence of speaking English. Right? So many people who are going for the Python and the coding and marketing, etc., etc. So the most important thing required to do is that we have to bring the skill and education together. And here again, with all your permission, I'd like to quote Honorable Prime Minister again, when he said that in our country, we require youth, we require education and skilling. Not only education, not only skilling, but both. So one big problem in Punjab is that why do you want to come in BA? They'll say that शादी करने के समय अगर BA degree नहीं तो मुझे शादी करने में दिक्कत होगी. So we may laugh at that, but this kind of system are there where your value is recognized by the kind of degrees which you hold. It will take another 15, 20 years to go away. So the national education policy is trying to address that. Now we find that in higher education institutions, we have BCom or BBAs or logistics or marketing or something like that. And you will find immense footfalls in those areas. So they are getting a degree as well as getting expertise also there, right? So that is one area. And then in our school education also, if you have read NEP 6 to 8, value of the work, and then 9, 10, some skilling subject, vocational subject, and 11, 12, they specialize further on this. So this is the way we'll integrate skilling and education together, so that tomorrow a person will not just have a empty +2 degree, but also some kind of skills, or at least inclination going for further skilling, etc. And how this will all happen will happen through the National Credit Framework, where the educational training, skilling, and experiential trainings are also recognized. There's a value there. I request all of you to kindly have a look at that. It's a far-reaching, monumental work which we have done in the Education Ministry, along with the skilling, so that there is a vocational, multiple entry, multiple exit kind of system. So tomorrow we'll have a system, ladies and gentlemen, where people will study for a while, work for a while, skill for a while, and then go again. So they will keep on moving in this. So that period is over where Veena ji had to work in EIL for so many years, or ONGC, or I am working in the government for so many years. So you'll keep on changing it. And as you change, you also have a document where these are the skills which you have acquired. This is your credit. And on that basis, you go for further skilling, further education, further employment. So these are the underlying changes which are happening here. On the face of it, on the media side, on the making the people together, realize that we are giving the ITI's convocation ceremony. We are having the India skills. We are trying to honor the people who are having a skill rather than the only education based. And also very important is that how do we bridge the link? So if guy has done an ITI or skilling, whether they should also get a education degree, +2 degree, etc. And what kind of the pathways should be there that are also being worked upon is, and we are already moving in that direction. So that is part number one. Part number two is that when you're going, some person is going, say, from Jharkhand to Kerala. So first thing they should realize is they need to acclimatize. And just like we are doing the PDOT training for the Indians going, say, to UAE, that UAE works on the left side driving, and this is what you say, shukran and all that, and this is what they don't do it, this is what they like to do it. This kind of orientation is also required for the people from corners of Bihar and Jharkhand going to southern states, because they also have a very rich culture. So this cultural acclimatization is required from the people who are going, migrants, and there should be some agency, like I said, Migration Resource Center, or some kind of information pack, or some kind of the Bihar government doing something. So the people are going, they are told about those areas. It's not based on hearsay, but given some basic understanding. थोड़ी सहिष्णुता बढ़ानी पड़ेगी, थोड़े उनके कल्चर के बारे में रोज जानकारी बतानी पड़ेगी, कुछ लैंग्वेज सीखना पड़ेगा. And they also have to change their habits. So people in Kerala, their daily habits will be different from, say, people from Saharsa or some other area. So that needs. So first is that once we understand that the migrant also has to learn, and the recipient, the host country or district or state, whatever, they also recognize that they are bringing a value there. And that value, I would say, dare say, would come from the skilling. So if you know that this guy is skilled, iski ye zarurat hai, aur kaam kar sakta hai, to thoda bahut idhar bhi hoga to bura nahi manega. But if you have no skills, you're just lying and squatting on the footpath and creating mess, then certainly it will create some public opprobrium there. So these 2-3 levels will have to work together. One, long term is happening, and second is on topical basis, we have to keep on doing. Then only these things would happen. But finally, I would say that the whole thing would change once we value and recognize and respect this skill. For example, the Vishwakarma, PM Vishwakarma scheme, which has been launched by Honorable Prime Minister on 17th September. So we are taking the 18 trades, Badai, Kumar, Char Tala banane wala, Mochi, Kapde dhone wala, Har banane wala, this kind of people. And these kind of people, they have no assets other than their implements, whatever they've learned from their forefathers, and their skills. And because the economy is growing, some of them are being left behind. So how does the government support them? First is to give them respect. That's what this scheme does. Is that पहले उनको सम्मान मिलना चाहिए, फिर उनको कौशल मिलना चाहिए. Then we are giving them skilling and giving them the toolkits, etc. Then we give them samriddhi. Then we give them a link with the consistent rate of loan, 5%. First phase 1 lakh, second phase 2 lakh, And then only they will, and marketing assistance, so they can grow into the value chain and change with the way our economic system is also changing, at the same time continue to remain relevant. So these are also very focused programs are also required to give value to the years and generation of expertise which they have gathered.
The question that we were raising, when you look at it, when people come under the unskilled category into another state, there's a resentment by the locals. And this is political also. I'm not getting into, very recently, if you look at it, the Bhumiputra concept and then 70% reservation made by Haryana government, which was struck down recently by the court. The law does not permit it, but the local political pressure and political parties do this. I have myself seen this because, okay, my father is a migrant from UP. In Mumbai, I was born and brought up there. I would say the birth of Shiv Sena itself started by throwing out the South Indians. I'm referring to Bal Thakre's regime. And then Lungi Pungis was the concept. And API was against where they started off. It had also a political angle because V.K. Krishna Menon was contesting the election as an independent. Gradually, it shifted at one stage also, if you look at Raj Thakre doing it with reference to all UP Bihari, preventing them from appearing for the exam, all that. So it's a vote bank politics also by local regional parties. And the answer really lies when you get into the movement in terms of the low-level skills or the unskilled category. Then obviously you're eating into the jobs of the local and there's resentment. At some stage, since you're from Bihar, Chhat Puja has become a big thing in Maharashtra. It's a political angle for votes. It's none other this. So it also, the numbers increases. It also becomes a constituency with reference to the slumlords. It becomes a constituency with reference to the local politician for votes. So these are other angles also which we must recognize.
You will agree. So that those are political aspects.
Those are political angles.
No, but his question was about an organization. So in an organization, they are inclusive.
In organization, but in the
within an organization, they're inclusive. So, I mean, don't have this in your mind. You're a youngster. You can go to any part of India. You will be included in the team because you're being hired. There's no such thing. It's only in the case of these political aspects and which is beyond anyone's control. So with that, I think we'll have to. Yeah. So we actually are running out of time because we have another session. But maybe one last question. Yeah. From you? Okay.
Yes.
So just the last question.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Mrs. Bajaj from Laghu Udyog Bharti. I'm the National Secretary and I'm chairing the Skill and Entrepreneurship Cell. I have two questions, sir, rather they're queries. One is that you said that the employers, if they, put their demand on the portal of NSDC portal, I believe, then it will be easy for us to hire. I would like to know other way around. Do you have a data bank where the industry can be in touch with it? And secondly, sir, are we doing something on entrepreneurship also when we talk about skill? If we are, then I would like to know about the EDPs which we are, sponsoring or we are holding it so that we can be in touch with them also.
Data bank, meaning from the point of view of jobs or people?
No. See, skill, when we talk about skill, we are talking about jobs.
Yeah,
when we talk about entrepreneurship, we talk about people coming out and giving the job creators to start their own enterprise. Though they are linked together, I think it would be a very long thing if I just start discussing it here. I just wanted to know, sir, NSDC, what they're doing about the entrepreneurship. Because it's an entrepreneurship ministry also.
Yeah. No, on the Skill India Digital, I couldn't understand you. I mean, you can engage with us and tell us your demand in these areas, and we should know what are the jobs required and what kind of skill things required.
Sure, sir. We have taken up your RPL recently. Today we have inauguration of one of the centers.
Which one?
The RPL scheme, the recognized prior learning one.
Okay.
That is a good one, of course, when we talk about migration.
Yeah.
And when somebody here was talking about when the labor migrates, they're not available, they're not skilled, they're unskilled labor, they don't know about the job. So RPL is the one which is a good one to be introduced here.
No, RPL I should have mentioned. I mentioned the short-term training. There is something called recognition of prior learning. So for example, a guy who is a Mistri in, say, some district, and he knows certain skills, but then how would a person in some other state would know? So we call it that we have a recognition of prior learning system whereby also upskill them. And nowadays we're also linking them with the employability skills, which is a part of the package. And many times they are also given a higher level of skilling. For example, if the Raj Mistri is there, वो करनी का काम कर रहा तो उसको और modern equipments क्या लगा के, so he can further improve the quality of his work and reduce the drudgery. So that is also part included. So we call it now RPL plus upskilling. So that is what is a part of the full composition of the skilling which we do. And as you said, ma'am, Mrs. Bajaj, that this will be very useful. And we have done quite many and will continue to do so. So that is also available. And this also be posted with the Skill India logo with the NCVT, which is our regulator. And it will also be on Skill India Digital as well as the DigiLocker, so that that person can show that around that, yes, I am Atul Tiwari, I am very good in doing the Raj Mistri work, and my qualification level is this level. So we have a national skill qualification framework also. I will say that I am at level 3 or 4, and I can do this amount of work. So you can have a fair assumption that this guy, if he has this kind of a skilling, these are the kind of work which he will be able to do. So thank you for reminding me, and we are doing, it's a major part of skilling is also this, plus upskilling. As regard entrepreneurship, what we have done is that we have made it as a compulsory part of all our skilling process. And example, even if you are telling a guy, because the options available for a youth being skilled is either you can find a job, or you can be self-employed, or you can be an apprentice. So the idea is to tell them a basic ideas about the entrepreneurship, employability skills, digital skills, financial skills, communication skills, and higher level will also tell them how to make their CVs, etc. So Skill India Digital also has a component where if you put enter, this is make automatic CV for you. So that also becomes a kind of a reference document where you can find job elsewhere as well. Second thing is that we also have a Sanstha, ma'am, which you can like to engage with, is called NISBUD, which is there in Noida. We have Indian Institute of Entrepreneurship, which is in Guwahati. And we have done tremendous amount of beautiful work on the EDP as well as ESDP. I mean, the employability skill and entrepreneurship skill development program, employment development program as well. And I can go on and on that kind of skilling which we have done, either employability skills or entrepreneurship skills, whether they are the jail inmates or the with the Delhi police, the people who are habitual offenders, as well as the women, and linking them. And what the special thing we do is that we also do a mentorization. So we engage with them for almost a year. So that not only if they have give a EDP training, and if a person, he or she wants to run a business, then make the project report also, and also engage with the bankers and give them a loan. And we have numerous examples whereby the people have done quite well for themselves in terms of having their self-employment or their own enterprise.
Thank you, sir.
At the end, I'd like to thank Mr. Tiwari for his most informative address, sharing his thoughts and a lot about the ecosystem for skilling and linking it to migrant workers. Thank you so much. And I'm sure all the participants here have learned a lot about skilling today and are much more clear about the concept and are going to take it forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I would request Veena Swarup to hand over a green certificate to Mr. Atul Kumar Tiwari. It's a green certificate which is, as per FICCI's tradition, is a thicket of 6 trees which will be planted at the Trees for Leopards, Nainital district, Uttarakhand.
Yeah, Arvind, come.
I should have some evidence. you very much. I've given you my card.
Yeah, I'll send you those reports.
Thank you very much.
We'll we will begin with our first panel discussion of the day. The theme Access to Entitlements, Decoding the Social Dialogue Recommendations. We'll be talking about the issues and challenges faced, recommendations on wages, compensation, safety, health, working conditions, children education, and social security, potential roles of stakeholders, ongoing collaboration initiatives and their impact, and international trends. The session would be moderated by Ms. Veena Swarup. And we have the lead speaker as Mr. Gagan Sethi. He is the chair of Jan Vikas and Center for Social Justice. He is a key person who led the FICCI SOCO Compact in the state of Gujarat. He was also instrumental in the coalition of social dialogues that AIOE and along with ILO just concluded. For the panel, we have Mr. Saeed Sultan. He's a Specialist Workers Activities ILO South Asia and Country Office of India. We have Mr. Rahul Banerjee, Senior VP and Head Corporate Affairs, Quest Corp Limited. We're running out of time now.
I know. Yeah, I mean, you're doing your job.
I request everybody to please come inside. We also have Mr. Saji Narayan, ex-president Bharatiya Mazdoor Sangh, Ms. Sonvi Khanna, Associate Director, Social Compact, and Mr. Binoy Peter, Executive Director, Central for Migration and Inclusive Development.
So good afternoon, everyone. We are already behind schedule. This was a 75-minute session, and I see it being reduced to 60. So I'll take the liberty as the chair of this conclave to take another 5 minutes more. So, and I will also request all the speakers, and I have a huge panel with diverse people coming from diverse fields. It should be a very interesting discussion. But I will request all of them to be very crisp in their thoughts so that we get that much of time that we are able to get input from the audience also. Another thing which I want to share with you all in the audience is that this is a conclave where we are not looking at a question and answer session. We want inputs from you all also on what you think after the discussion concludes because once we conclude the discussion in the panel, if there are any thoughts where you want to add something, just be very brief. And even the students for that, you could always come out with a suggestion which could be taken note of. So do be alert during this session and be ready with your suggestions. And if there's a question, you are most welcome to ask that. So this is an interesting session. This is the first technical session of the conclave. And we are all aware that migrant workers have a very major role to play in industry, where they are the ones which provide the labor services in all sectors and for all skills. But equally important role is to be played by industry, who are the main stakeholders and who need to be proactive to see that they interact and engage with the policymakers so that whatever provisions are required for the migrant workers are made timely and executed timely. As I mentioned in the morning also, that we all witnessed what happened during the pandemic. All our labor laws and labor codes do stipulate a number of provisions which are mandatory, but then we also are aware of how they are executed. And sometimes it's really very, very pathetic. So it was in 2020 or 21, as Arvind had mentioned in the morning, they did a study followed by what this coalition project which is on, where a social dialogue is on, a tripartite social dialogue between the unions, the government machinery, labor machinery, and industry, civil society. So we divided it into two parts. Sorry. One is the one on access to entitlements, and the second one is about the demographic structure of the country and leveraging that for future of jobs. And here in both these sessions, the lead speakers will talk about what recommendations and points have emerged out of the social dialogue. So we must listen to them very carefully and attentively, which will be followed by a discussion where we have the panelists, and then we'll open it to the House. So now I'd like to invite Mr. Gagan Sethi as the lead speaker for this session to share with us on this area, most important area of access to entitlements, please. I'll take one.
Thank you, Veena ji, for inviting me and my colleagues in the chair and friends here. My idea is to represent what has happened in the last 2-3 months, which Arvind ji talked of, that we have had 3 listening spaces in Gujarat, Rajasthan, and in Kerala. This is the first time, and I know by the part there in Gujarat, that when 3-4 stakeholders come together and say, let's listen to each other. And I think the idea of the coalition is, are we listening or are we just speaking to each other? And I think that should form the basis for what we need to do ahead. And therefore, I want to sort of build the openings, and then I think each one here has something to offer, and then look forward for your. I think for me, it's about them. It's about them. And why do we develop amnesia when we look at them and then forget them? I think they hit us in the face during the pandemic. And I think that shook us all up because the media carried them and they were in our drawing rooms and we were all caught. And I think the idea of really building a social dialogue, which we'll maybe talk about the social compact, started with some of the industries saying, this is unfair. This cannot happen. Is this happening? Is this really happening? There's such a disconnect between that. And therefore, setting the tone for this, what I call a collaboratory, because everybody is interested to do something about it. So we are not doubting intentions. Whether it's industry, whether it's civil society, whether it's government, we don't doubt intention. But there is a gap between intention and delivery. And I don't think so anyone can sort it out themselves. We need a collaboratory. I think that's my basic thing next. So there were some assumptions we should be very clear about when we build a collaboratory. One, that government, civil society, all are committed. Two, that a nation cannot afford such gross inequality. I think we should be very clear on that. I mean, we are talking of bottom 50% having 13% of the whole wealth of this country. We are talking of 30% owning 90% of the wealth, and 10% of that 30% owning 80% of the wealth. This will be unacceptable and will cause problems. And I would say, please let us see, this needs to be sorted out. The word we use, rat miners, and now they are heroes. Their salary, their daily wages is between 700 and 800 rupees. And they're the ones who sorted it out. Skilling. Do we recognize them? Will they remain when they go back, they'll be given garland, awards, and then they'll go back to 700 rupees. And then you don't know how many contractors will eat away out of that 700. And they may be getting 250 and they'll be in debt. I think we need to look at this very carefully. I think informal labor force is increasing. The Swiggyization and Zomatization is happening. We need to build a better social security system and design better policies there. I think the state has come out with several schemes, and the last two sessions have been, spreading out this much, this much. Is it reaching? And if it's not reaching, how do we make it reach? And I remember one collector at one time, 30 years back today, he's a secretary in government of India from Gujarat, so you can know where he is. He said, Gagan, the problem of Indian bureaucracy is we cannot listen to the poor. We can't find them because they're all data. I think we need to be able to find them. And that's why the collaboratory. And therefore, this is the dialogue space we have created. I'm really grateful for that. But we must continue that dialogue space so that we are able to build policy. And therefore, listening, flexibility, compromise, innovations become key to effective collaboratories. Next. I think let's look from the company's point. Top 1,000 companies need to align with BRSR guidelines, relate to ensuring human labor standards, and we have converted them into 6 outcomes, and again, soon we may take you more there. But how is it audited? Are they just dashboards? Do we hire auditors who do perfunctory job? Or is there a chain which actually sees whether the tick marks are done? And is it a director's responsibility to see that's really happening? I think we have to ask those hard questions. Even in the ESG guidelines, the environment, social G, the missing S. The E is strong, and I see it all over the FICCI office, and thank you, and great. The G is strong because there is a strong monitoring system. The S is missing. And therefore, one of the things we need, and in S comes labor. And therefore, we need to build more guidelines, better indicators for that. And therefore, the listening mechanism that we have set up. Next, please. So therefore, the missing S, the introduction of labor codes, the whole financial ecosystem, which I'll come to, which is going to be a challenge, and SEBI's business responsibility and sustainability reporting. I think these are the 4 areas where we should start looking at. Next, please. So vulnerabilities, and Sonbi once told me about this, that the Canadian Investment Fund, a group of investment managing over $9 trillion of investment, have mandated equity, diversity, and inclusion as part of business practice. Now, if we want to be global, we need to be able to have indicators to prove if we want that money. I think labor practices continue to be greatest risk to international firms. We want to export. We want them foreign investment to come. They are going to start asking questions. How long will we fudge? And therefore, we need champions. We need champions in the industry who are stewards, who set the stone. And I think that's my plea in this whole space. Next, please. And I will therefore especially talk to the independent directors in companies. A director of a company shall act in good faith in order to promote the objects of the company for the benefit of its members as a whole and in the best interest of the company, its employees, shareholders, community, and for the protection of environment. That's the independent director's job. Are they doing their job? Are they being trained for that? I think that's at the top. We need commitment and not leave it to some HR fellow who's then just safeguarding the in-between. And therefore, stewardship, building, conducting, supervising, managing of something, especially the responsible management of something entrusted to one's care. It's a duty of care. Next, please. And therefore, we listen to the 3 states, and I'm not going to go because I think Binoy is going to talk and Anusha in the next center, but there are issues in One Nation on One, Nation One card, which is really a very important thing because you know what? India is 101 out of 116 on the hunger index. We are a hungry nation. Food is a problem. And therefore, this One Nation, One Ration card can give a buffer to that worker. Can we ensure that all of them get the delivery of the ration? This needs what we say, number of interventions and coming together to solve the problem. Money is there. Building and construction workers. There are thousands of crores lying in each state, unspent. Whose money is it? The industry has given that money. But it's cost of the business. No, the duty of care says, if you have given money and is lying there, are you also seeing that all your workers down the supply chain are registered? And there are now very large construction companies who are asking social compact, help us access those entitlements. I think we need co-solutioning. And I think that's, so this whole PHC, RTE, access to migrant workers, their families, I think all has been said in the morning. These are entitlements. Do we have the database? Do they access them? And we need entitlement centers, as Ahuja was talking, but they're not, it's professional job. You need to pay for it. And industry has to pay for it, state has to pay for it, and there are a number of civil societies who can also bring in resources, and the three together have to hub these entitlement centers so that all that is due is available. आप लोग driving license लेते हैं, you go to an agent, you go to an entitlement center. But a worker, you want everything on the portal, everything is portalized. They don't even have smartphones. I think we need to recognize these aspects. Next. Rajasthan came with the Interstate Migrant Act, a very interesting innovation. Odisha government has signed MOUs with Telangana. My migrants will be well taken care of. And if there's any problem, I'll pay for them. Odisha government hires private hospitals in Surat and gives them money, say, any Odisha worker coming, take care of this health, bill me. They're interesting models. We need to co-solution. Rajasthan has therefore given a number of suggestions. Next, please. Similarly, Kerala, and Binoy is there, he'll talk about it, so I'm not going into great details. Next, please. And therefore, I come to AIOE. I think this coordination between duty bearers, which is the state, principal employers, to address this implementation gap and therefore ensure that migrants' housing reallocation is done. We managed to get housing support in Gujarat for migrants in Nakas, which you were mentioning. Now we are saying, what design? The industry association, our job is to, make money, to do business, not to run hostels. Who will run them? You can't ask the state to run them. They don't even know how to run them. And they make a mess of it. We need to have co-solutioning of how to run those hostels. We need to get on the ground, and that's where civil society can play a role. And therefore, I say a lot of research at the listening level, district level, needs to be done so that we get the data, we co-solution, and I finish. Therefore, lastly, the 6 outcomes of the social compact, which now we have tried for about 2-3 years. It is that concept that I came to Arvind Francis say, it's in 3 states. FICCI AOII has to see every state has the social compact mandated. Next, please. The last, I just go to the last one. Maybe just this, go one before. I mean, the very concrete, Vinaji, you said, ensure registration. That means visibility. A robust entitlement facilitation center to be established. Who pays for it? Who will run it? These tripartite mechanisms. Ensure 6 arenas and their sync with ESG standards. An overall grievance redressal system. We need to have that feedback. And lastly, company boards have a regular agenda in their board oversight. Ideally, an independent director is selected with interest and competency in this area. And therefore, the last slide is what I think Sombi will say. These are the 6 areas: wages, health, future of work, access to entitlements, safety, and gender. I have met many in my assessment sites where women on work sites don't have toilets. Let's start with toilets. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Mr. Sethi. And now we proceed with the panelists. He's given us an excellent overview of the coalition project and what's happening in different states, what are the requirements. So I will request each of the panelists to be very, very crisp and between 2 to 3 minutes to give their opening thoughts on this matter. Starting with Mr. Syed Sultan. You can speak from here only. I think we'll be spending a lot of time going up. You feel more comfortable? Okay, no problem, no problem.
It should take 10 seconds. Thank you, Binaji. And thanks for the excellent presentation. Brother Mr. Gagunji. I am thinking that whether anything left for us or not, no? Because we covered almost everything and with different lens, workers, civil society, and government and employers. Thank you very much for this wider perspective and everything. As 3 minutes, I am thinking when I'm listening to him that one of the most catchy word I found that collaboration and listen to workers. And our theme also decoding the social dialogue. I know there are a good research done, and one of the researchers is here, so he will give the insight. I think that 2-3 things we need to actually discuss today for future endeavor and to make it sustainable. What is the main theme of the whole process? How far the entitlement is the rights, or it's a scheme or charity base. That's need to actually define. Unless or until workers cannot claim it when she is far from his house, far from his community, far from his state government. So that is one thing that we need a right-based entitlement and right to access individually and as a group. So that's again come that universalization of the labor laws or codes, whatever we have proposed and adapted. At least some certain issue what our speaker mentioned in his last slide with social safety and social protection, health and safety, others. So if it is not applicable to each and everybody, all the workers of the country, wherever he or she is coming from and wherever she is working, what is the organization or in the platform, railway platform or in the port, I think we cannot make it sustainable. It will always be scheme-based, it will always be piecemeal-based like this. Second, when we say about the social dialogue, the represent in the social dialogue as a legal representatives, as the command to represent my own workers, own members. So their recognition of migrant workers as workers and their right to organize and collective bargaining, which is the fundamental principles of ILO also, which organization I'm representing, and which is one of the collaborative organization of these panels. So if workers cannot represent in the social dialogue mechanism and in the policy formation, then what our keynote speaker mentioned, the listen to workers, it may not be very legitimate or may not be sometimes not the full picture. So that is another thing I think we need to discuss, that how far the migrant workers, either interstate migrant workers, international migrant workers. Our discussion is actually limited within interstate migrant workers. How we can make the legally recognized workers and the entitlement is right-based without any cap, condition, this threshold, everything. Our laws are very good. In South Asia, I found that each and every country, laws are very good. But again, after the main article, there's another subclause. If it is applicable if you have 10 workers and more employed, or if you have these types of wage salary you get. So this, irrespective of the cap, condition, and everything, we need to do it. And my third one, as it is 3 minutes, third one, that how we can respond in the time of crisis. Whether the crisis come or any propaganda happened, which we feel in the corona time. After that corona, there is a rumor in Tamil Nadu about the Bihar workers. So there are many things happen. How society respond, how the institution respond. So that's, I think, otherwise we may have very good things, get very good schemes and everything in the normal period. But when the crisis comes, if it is natural, if it is maybe accident, if it is a collapse, everything, how society respond, how the state destination, how the company respond, that we need. We have a good example during corona time where the Indian central trade unions come up with the idea with the support of ILO, this opening the Workers Information and Support Center. I think one of the champion is here, Mr. Amish Mishra, who work in Delhi. Maybe after my panel main discussion, we can have some experience from him also. That only to give a address to the workers that you can come here and ask your place your grievance or ask your question, information. So that may be help a lot during the crisis time, not only for workers, also their families, to make a phone call and just check whether I can get some information about my workers or not. Thank you very much. We'll talk later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sultan. Can I request Shaji Naran for your 2 minutes thoughts? It's a rapid fire round.
Thank you very much.
Can you take the red one?
Okay. So, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me for this program. And I was, what I find from the presentation that has been with PPT show, it plays a vision. And it is that vision that we have to catch from such type of presentation. So I appreciate that thing. Then I should congratulate AOE for a study conducted in 3 states. It has come up with very good recommendations. And my job is only to add a few things to those recommendations. Yesterday, we heard in newspapers 41 migrant workers, they were served. Luckily, they were all, none of them had any casualty. That shows a gap in certain aspects in dealing with the migrant workers. Even during the COVID period also, we have seen serious gaps in maintaining this thing. So the entire global community is now watching how India is managing the migrant workers in this country. So it's not a small thing. It's very, so you have taken up a very serious subject for discussion. Now, at the policy level, there are 3 initiatives needs to be taken that has to be added to this. One is, there is a geographical imbalance in our growth. The people from Eastern India is now migrating to Western India and for Southern India. This is a policy correction required. Second thing is, agriculture is not at all lucrative. So people are leaving agriculture and going to manufacturing sector. This is the second policy initiative required. Third thing, we are facing a big problem with our manufacturing sector. The market is filled with Chinese products. These things are, so there also correction is needed, because whenever you are reducing the cost of running an industry, the first thing you will prefer is reducing the labor cost. So wage reduction, all the amenities, social security, everything happens. So these 3 policy initiatives are required, which directly has a influence over the condition of migrant labor in India. So without this these policy corrections, long-standing solution is not possible for the migrant workers. Now, one basic issue that we find during the COVID days with regard to the India is walking home, that is the global this thing that we have seen, is how we are caring the workers. What is the industrial culture of caring the workers? I do not use the word protection. Caring the workers, not protecting the worker. That is very important. So here, a human-centric approach is required regarding workers. During COVID time, Bharatiya Mahasasam, we are the largest organization. We have done a good job. We rewarded those employers who have taken care of their workers during the COVID period. That we have done. So that type of a family type of relationship between employer and employee is very much required. I'm only mentioning the points. Second thing is, we have the problem of formalization. Everywhere there is they promote, ILO is promoting for formalizing the informal sector. But here, reverse formalization is taking place. You know, by the term casualization, contract labor is increasing. So reverse formalization, decent jobs are being converted into below quality jobs. So this is a issue related to this thing. Another thing is ILO has proposed a twin paradigm. What is it? Decent work for the workers and for the industry, sustainable enterprise. These are the two concepts. So these two should go together. Decent and sustainable enterprise. These two, for that there is an international labor standards have been fixed. But unfortunately, in India, awareness about international labor standards, ILS, is very, very, very low. Even in the judiciary also, we find very little reference about ILS in our judgments. And in HR also, there's a very important thing because we are a part of global community. Now, a new change that has happened in the labor law system is 4 labor codes have come up. So from the inception, when we were involved in the drafting of these labor codes, we were insisting that the law should be universal. The last worker covered. Fortunately, wage code has come up as a universal law. We tried up to the end for making social security universal, but it's almost partly universal. We wanted ESI to be universal because that is the best health insurance program in the whole world. With minimum premium, you have the maximum benefit. Even your family members are covered. Nowhere in the world you will find such a best example. So we wanted to cover it. Even with all these things, it is running in profit. That is a wonderful thing. So we wanted to extend ESI to the last worker in the informal sector. So that is also there. Then OSH is also now, because of Section 23, if you give a wide interpretation, you will find the OSH has now become a universal thing in the country. All employer have to follow the OSH. A sort of safety culture has to be built up in the, it's not the question of rules. It is a question of culture. Safety has to be a culture that is to be developed. Then with regard to practical and field activities, we have made several recommendations to the government during COVID and after that, regarding the portability of social security. That's a big issue regarding this thing. Then ration card already the government has done. Then one important lacuna in the migrant labor sector is there is a law for them, Interstate Migrant Workers Act. That has been poorly implemented. There the liability of the contractor and liability of the principal employer has been fixed. But it's very poorly implemented that we have seen during the serious gaps during this thing. Then in India, one feature is people migrate with their family, their children, their wife, all these people also coming up. So the society, the industry has to take care of their family also, whether they are going to schools. It's a big issue. Even in Delhi, I see people are not going to schools. Many people are working on that. Then they're living in small huts. This is a law. They should be given decent accommodation. That is what the law says. So these are all we are seeing. So BMS from our side, as already Sultanji has said, we have started a worker information and support center for holding all these things. These are some of the stray ideas within the limited time I'm presenting, because I am seeing Veeraji's face. So I
have the tough task of managing time. We have overspilled on time in the last session, and there's lunch and then 2 more sessions and a valedictory. So to keep the balance of time. So can I have Rahul coming on now? Very crisp.
Hi. So I represent an organization called Quest Corp. I want to say that this is one of the largest outsourcing company in the country with 5,47,000 people on, and second largest employer in the country. So I request everyone, while use the word contractor, be progressive in that, because the whole world in getting into the contractual work. So that's not the issue. We have just done a survey, and the report says it's a blue collar report. The first time people were coming from the informal sector towards the formal sector. Certain very interesting findings we have seen. One of the findings is that its sample size was around 5,000 people, 7 metros. 93% of those workers who are into the informal sector, getting into the formal sector, they said that social security is one of the major components or the decisive factor for them to come into the formal sector. Among this 93%, 63% are the women and the 28% are the men who prefer the social security more than even actually the salary benefits to come into the formal sector. Another interesting finding, among these all social security schemes, they prefer the first one is the ESIC, as he was mentioning about that, the major component. Second one is the PF, 72.4%, life insurance, then the disability insurance, and definitely the paid leave. Why I'm mentioning this thing? Because we are talking about the social security and the entitlements. Due to the technological development and having the smartphones, most of the people, the numbers have increased in India recently so much. We have seen that people are aware about their social security and entitlement, and they are willing to come into the formal workforce because of that, especially after the COVID. I just have 3 points to mention as kind of what we should do. I was going through a report of the ADB related to the social security in different other countries of the Asia. Very interesting finding, apart from this other schemes and all, that's called the local social security fund, which is managed by the local bodies. It would be a contributory where the beneficiaries can also contribute, the employers can also contribute, and local bodies can also contribute. But a very important, the line needs to be mentioned here, that this kind of the local fund should not be a charitable fund. It's been suggested that it can convert it as a market-oriented fund and make it as a bond system like we have. So, we have seen that in most of the schemes, if it's too much on only the schemes, apart from PF and ESIC, where we are one of the largest contributor also, the duration and the sustainability of all those schemes are always questionable. So make it as a market-oriented bond of those funds, and the sustainability can be more and all. Second important, I think everybody has talked about the residence facilities for the migrant workers. I must say that how it's now moving. After the scheme, we know that the manufacturing sectors are getting benefited. Quest as an organizations have also engaged with a couple of manufacturing units in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, where it has been asked to provide the residential facilities to the workers and to manage also. Because we have seen that this question comes often, that if even an employer is ready to give a residential facility to the workers, how they are going to manage it. So the outsourcing can also be done to that. Now, what is the benefit for the employers? We have seen wherever these facilities has been introduced, the attrition rate has come down. Because it's not about their permanent location or permanent stay factor. We have seen that in a migration or in a kind of blue-collar workers and all, there are a lot of seasonal employment where people go back to their origin during the crops and agricultural season and all. If you have a residential facility, the migration, the reverse migration can be controlled more. So it's actually beneficial for the employers and all. And the third point which I want to mention, that is the child protection scheme. We talked about the child health and all, but in India, it is very rare that we would be having a special education system for the migrant laborer children. So that can also be introduced where the employer, government, and if there is any outsourcing agency or the companies involved, they could develop and proper both offline and online education systems. So whenever there will be reverse migration, most of the time it happens, the migration, when it happens as a reverse way and all, they would be leaving the school, there will be a lot of gaps and all. If it be in the hybrid model can be organized, then they can continue within the education system and all. So ma'am, these are the three things I want to mention.
And Binoy, can you come in now?
First of all, I congratulate AIOE because perhaps this is, in the past several years, this is for the first time the employers are taking lead in deliberations on labor migration. So congratulations, and I'm hoping that this will continue as a sustainable coalition for dialogue on migration, and I'm hoping that more and more states will come in and we will eventually universalize this coalition in all the states. Do you know who benefits mostly from labor migration? Exactly. It is the employer who benefits most out of the labor migration. And it is the migrant worker who is least benefited in labor migration. 9 out of every 10 workers in the whole country are in the informal sector. And more we are, informalization is becoming more and more a way of doing things, as Rahul was mentioning. And who are these people, these migrant workers who come to the cities? We have, my background is labor migration. I have a PhD on labor migration. For the past 20 years, I've been doing research on labor migration. Even now, we are conducting 3 studies in Odisha, remote Odisha. So if these people, these workers get an average 10,000 rupees per month in their native place, most of these people wouldn't prefer to come to the city to work as second-class citizens. And now we are talking about sustainable industrial development. Sustainable industrial development is dependent on labor migration. The industry won't be able to survive. I am saying it with confidence. We saw evidence of this during the lockdown. So Punjab reached out to UP and Bihar sending trains to these states. Karnataka and several states reached out to several others. Please send us workers that we are not able to. Almost all the industries in Kerala, except say coir and handloom, which are so traditional, all the industries are depending on migrant workers. And that is going to be the future soon for almost all the industry, except a few. So if there is no migration, industry will have a struggle to survive. AI there is a limit we can use AI for certain sort of jobs. So, but it is more a solution for the industry than a worker, although it's contributing to the rural resilience, there is huge remittance. It is of the best interest of the industry to facilitate safe migration. And it doesn't require new regulations. There are enough and more regulations which we probably, if we comply to, can take care of the requirements. And how do we do it? So we outsource this security, housekeeping, and drive. All this we outsource. One of the reasons we outsource is to get rid of the responsibilities of ensuring social security. Not everybody, I'm saying that there are at least some, industries doing this. Just take the case of construction industry. If the construction industry decides that along our value chain, we will ensure social security to each and every worker. Then half of the migrant workers will enjoy the social security in the country. So that is something which is very easy for AIOE to take care of. That so we don't want any of the industry to invest your CSR for migrant workers. Just respect their right as a worker, as an employee. Nothing beyond that. There is no benevolence required just treat the worker along your value chain. So you may be having on your payrolls, there are some people who have all the privileges. But I am talking about the people who we saw in Gagan's first slide, the people who are already marginalized, Adivasis, Dalits, or religious minorities in their own native places, thousands of kilometers away from where they are working. And at the place where they live, almost all the departments which have all these beautiful schemes function at a time when these people work. So they won't be able to go to the OPDs of the government hospitals. They won't be able to go to the banks. Almost all the services work in conflict with the work timings of the migrant workers. So how do we ensure social security to the migrant workers? So the most important role, I would say, the employer has. In the HR, if the HR ensures that along the value chain, even to the people whom we have outsourced, the social security is ensured that the problem solves there. Even in the case of government contracts, let's take the case of the Uttarakhand tunnel. A lot of them were informal workers. And many times what happens, the employer may be paying to the person, to the bank account of the person who is being employed. But the bank account and the ATM card are managed by the intermediary. The person wouldn't even know how much salary is being credited because he has come on a theka. So 10,000 rupees theka for a month. Whereas the real salary will be, at least double of that. So I think one solution is public-private partnerships, where we ensure working with the others, civil society organizations, to do social audits. This has been an industry practice in many, in the government sector. The major international buyers, they all have their own social audit process in place. So why not we have such social audit in place, working with the civil society organization? So let's be transparent that along our value chain, we will ensure, each business will ensure that workers have rights. And then, there can be a transparency report also that done by a third party, a civil society organization does this, that along the value chain, the last person, even a security guard, gets the social security benefits. Because the industry, ultimately, the employer is, whoever is engaging directly or indirectly is the principal employer, liable for the providing the benefits. So if we can have social audit along our sectors, at least in the construction sector to begin with, it will solve half the problems. And I think the worker facilitation centers, these centers, even if these centers are there, it has to function in a time and location convenient to the workers. If it works from 9:30 to 5:30, it doesn't really help the workers. So how do we ensure services which are sensitive to the challenges of the workers? And we were talking about Interstate Migrant Workers Act 1979. Now, most people migrate through their networks. So those people who migrate through the network, this regulation is not at all applicable. This law has been on paper for since the beginning, but it's not applicable to most of the migrant workers because they find a job at the destination. They are not recruited at the source by a contractor and sent to the. And there are also, and industry also has an opportunity to influence the governments. For example, government of Jharkhand came forward and proposed to government of Kerala that we would like to have an MOU with the Kerala state to ensure that we will provide all the data you require about our workers. But please ensure decent jobs for these workers and provide social security. Government of Kerala politely declined, saying that there is no need for such an MOU, or we are providing all the social security benefit. I work on the ground. I have a team. Almost all the benefits which even Kerala says are on paper. The workers do not benefit. So as Gagan was mentioning, everything looks rosy on paper, but at the grassroots, people don't benefit. The children of migrant workers are not in school. I mean, when you go around, just you can see it under the flyovers in Delhi itself. So employers are best placed to influence policy, best placed to be role models and leaders to demonstrate that along the value chain we ensure decent work, and that is not just benefiting the workers. The employees will be of most benefit. Everybody says that there is a lot of attrition. Why is this attrition happening? The attrition primarily happens because of job satisfaction related issues. So I'm really glad that everyone has come together, the industry, the trade unions, the civil society organization, and the government, and we have the international organizations like the ILO facilitating the social dialogue. So I look forward to more such engagements and transformation at the grassroots realities, which has not been happening since decades. Thank you.
Thank you.
And last thing is, I was just going through the Asim Premji University's report on what is happening in terms of intergenerational mobility in employment. Almost 70% of the casual laborers, their next generation is again becoming casual. Is that what we want? I think that is something which we do not want. Let's work towards resolving these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Binoy. And now, last but not the least, Sonvi.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll keep it rapid fire. Is that okay, or should I go on for some time? Should I keep it brief, or should round? All right. So I represent the Social Compact. This is an industry worker organization partnership that got started 3 years back, right after the first wave of the pandemic. Some visionary, but at that time helpless companies had come to us and said, while we can be sure that nobody from our immediate shop floors is in that exodus that we are seeing on the roads right now, we can't be sure that nobody from our supply chains is not there. And we don't have a way right now of confirming that. We don't, unfortunately, have a system that can throw up any information at this point in time. And that was the genesis of the Social Compact. A very large cadre, 200 million workers in India, are informally engaged within the formal industrial sector. Almost 50 million between manufacturing and construction, about 112 million in services. It is not only migrant workers, but even workers who may be from the area but work in these companies without appointment letters, job contracts, pay slips, or social security, right? So that's how we define informal workers. We therefore started this platform to create the framework that Gagan showed you a couple of minutes back, which was basically meant to capture what was that human vulnerability that brought so many millions of people from across industries, no materiality withstanding, right? People from across industries on the roads 24 hours after the lockdown with something like 300 rupees in their pocket and a decision to make about staying, eating the last meal, or starting to walk back home. Right. And so the human-centric framework that we created with Center for Social Justice and Ajivika as our core partners was really capturing these 6 elements that underpin the vulnerability. And most importantly, as Binoy also mentioned, is something that employers could action upon, could work upon. It's not something that is in the hands of someone else. I will speak in detail about what we found and what we are doing with our 60 odd partners, company partners today, who engage about 3 lakh informal workers. But the more important thing for us was we found 3 pathways of communication, critical ones missing when we entered this entire platform. One was, where is the worker? Where is the worker? Where are insights from the worker or from organizations like Gagan's or Binoy's that have ground experience to inform and advise companies? And if I just want to take the liberty of taking you 20 years back, and 20 years back, the white collar systems in any company in India were not what they are today. We created systems to hear from those white-collared workers and improve the systems around them in a way that we have unleashed the white collar today in India, right? And you're all people in educational institutions aspiring for white-collared careers. You know that, right? It's no longer terrible to work as a white collar. It's no longer a clerk's job, right? And so we're trying to bring that same thinking to the blue-collared workforce, the informal workforce, both in functions and in core functions in industry, to say that 200 million people at the bottom of the pyramid is a very high number to treat as only a risk and only as a herd. You've got to see them as potential. And what better way to do that than to start hearing from them on what underpins their vulnerability and what would they desire? I have to admit, and Gagan says this to me always, the hearing is not 100% right now. We have a framework, we go by that framework, we ask them questions around it. Tomorrow, however, we will also expand that to say what else, right? What else? But for now, it has given us the ability to put 60 companies at a level footing and say, where do we stand? And I'll be happy to share our findings.
Thank you. Can I request you, Mr. Sultan, to give us a little peek into what are the international trends and best practices in this area?
No, thank you. Thank you. In very short, actually, there are many 10, but one thing I would like to say that what I mentioned in my introductory space, that, a right-based approach and workers' right to represent through the organization is important. And if I mention one international example from Philippine domestic workers movement, that one example we can share details that how, in 10 years back, due to, I think more than 10 years back, due to one incident on the, of domestic migrant workers in Dubai, in Philippines make a shift from non-skilled domestic workers. They actually banned first the domestic workers, then they shift the non-skilled to higher skilled domestic workers. And the whole process they manage, they empower the workers first. It's not only skill can actually protect the workers. The skill, of course, is important dimension at a paradigm shift, but unless or until you cannot raise your voice, you cannot demand your entitlement, you cannot represent yourself through your organization, you have, even skill cannot help you. In India or in South Asia, each and every country, as I observe, I may right, wrong, I don't know. Driver are skilled workforce, but more vulnerable skilled workforce in South Asia is driver. They do everything. They are porter, they are sometimes cleaner, they are sometimes driver, they don't have long working hour, nothing. Because especially the household drivers, I'm not saying the public transport, because they are not very much organized and their appointment is like that, they feel like that they have nobody to say on behalf of them. Now it is Uber driver and others. So what I'm saying that Philippines is a model where domestic workers unions are representing internationally now. In their destination country, in country of origin in Philippines itself, to ensure their rights and everything, and other countries also, they are the example. So that's one thing I'm saying, that mainly whatever my observation sitting in India for 5 years in ILO, with all South Asia and international, that we actually, India has a lot of entitlement, lot actually far ahead than the others. Maybe some rosy picture, maybe in the papers, but still they have, comparing the South Asian countries and many other countries. Problem is that When people are in crisis or when the migrant workers are need seats, they are not courageous enough to demand it. And just last 2 weeks back, there is a demolition of slum in Nizamuddin area. And my domestic workers came from there. She is from Bihar. And I found the whole family was so helpless that how a human being can, what he mentioned, our Gaganji, that a nation cannot afford these types of inequality. Nation cannot afford these types of vulnerability and actual helplessness of the citizen. So that empowering through the organization, through the trade union, those who are the legally representative organization of the workers. Maybe others can help. So we need, of course, there are many stakeholders. We need to target, of course, employers is the main player. As he mentioned, those who are outsourcing the workers, government, community, but the main person who will demand their rights, that legally can ensure, and let them to talk themselves, let them to represent themselves, demand this thing. And that I am the citizen of the country, I belongs to this country, I belongs to the economy, I am the actors of the economy, I want to do it. And another, just my last thing, I'll say that ILO is now concluding a round of discussion on total labor protection. So this, another one, what Shaziji mentioned rightly, that in India, not only India, South Asia, I mean, even in other countries also, in Asia at all, we are not very much aware and respectful to our international labor standard. Sometimes we feel that it is against the development. Sometimes we feel against employers. Sometimes we feel it's not adequate, adequately protect the business or adequately protect the worker, everything. But international labor standard is the thing which is the result of the thorough discussion of all the stakeholders. And now this labor protection is one of the theme, one of the issue we can make use of this to protect the informal sector workers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Saji, you mentioned a lot of list of areas of concern, and I agree with you on that. What would be the union perspective, especially with reference to what you were just talking? You would like to give from that point of view? Especially when we are talking about the social dialogue, and what is the union perspective of this?
The problem with India is the unionization is very less. Only less than 5% is unionized actually, and there is a vast informal sector existing in the country. So we have to act at the policy level. So we constantly work with the government because tripartism is a part of our legislative mechanism. So we have to work with tripartism. So we work with the government on policy initiatives. A lot of policy initiatives have taken up right now. Second thing is this Interstate Migrant Workers Act is there. This is one of the most neglected, least implemented law in this country. It gives a protection to all the migrant workers, this thing. So right-based activities now with the trade unions. Traditionally, this conflict is the base of trade union and the union and the employer relationship. That was the base. Now, what BMS wants is slowly shift it from conflict to confluence. We should work with the employer, talk to them, have dialogue with them, and persuade the employers to be a model employer, have a family-like atmosphere. In Hyderabad, during the COVID days, he paid the workers by taking loan from the bank. He took loan from he didn't have money, that employer gave it. We asked him why. Because the workers are my extended family. So that Udyog Parivar concept that we are promoting. But wherever required, we are also going for agitation because that stage has not come to totally disregard agitation, strike and other things. But still, we need to develop a excellent industrial culture. Just now when I was talking to our professor sitting here. Before 1990s, the HR culture in India was the taking care of the workers, always the. But after 1990s, there was a drastic change. Now HR managers' work is mainly to build up profit for this thing. They feel that even if the industries want that workers should be taken care of, but HR manager will report to me that I have saved 1 crore rupees in our bonus discussion. This is what his achievement is. This attitude has to change. You have to build up this thing. And one more thing, I will end with one more point which is required. Now there is a manufacturing crisis in India. The textile industry is getting shifted to Bangladesh. These problems are there. Why it is happening? Mainly because this increasing casualization. When we started our trade union activities in textile industry, most of them were 90% were permanent employees. They have got a permanent attachment with the industry. They are living for their unit. They are dying for the unit. That was there. Now that is gone. People from the street, they are taken to the industry. They are being employed there. They have only casual relationship with the industry. This culture is destroying the industry in our country. In most of the, even according to your CEA study, 60% of the employment is now being converted to contract labor. It's going to destroy our industry. With this words, I conclude.
Thank you. You had mentioned the other day about a study that you all have done. Would you like to throw some light on that very briefly, though?
Actually, the ILO had, prior to COVID, ILO had actually commissioned a policy paper on labor migration. What is a policy roadmap for India on this? So that was done under the guidance of all the specialists of ILO and done by Center for Migration and Inclusive Development with the Ajivika Bureau. And it's a 50 sort of page document which comprehensively talks about the labor migration in the country, what are the challenges, and then it also gives specific recommendations to each stakeholder, government. It is not a research, rather it's a policy.
For this coalition?
Obviously, yeah. The ILO's effort in promoting this dialogue is based on that policy roadmap. This is one of the initiatives. So they're part of the several initiatives. So the evidence, whatever evidence comes from the country, is that the evolving challenges in the rural India there is an emerging crisis. Agriculture is fading as a means of income. Agriculture has been a means of income. Rather, it was subsistence. So people had food. But now what's happening is 80% of the people who are into agriculture is finding, because of the climate change related issues, their yield and their income is diminishing. So more and more people who are self-employed are thrown out of their,
The study was limited to Kerala? Or
no, this is, we've done it in Odisha. And the Jharkhand experience is also not different. So there will be more people who will be migrating to India's urban centers. And migration is going to contribute to the resilience of rural India substantially. There is substantial increase in migration, but that is where the employer's role is important, because the employer has an opportunity to choose the most vulnerable who will, be ready for the least wages. How do we balance and ensure the dignity of the people who come, who, in fact, they do not wish to come, but they do not have any other means, but they come. Absolutely. So they come and they are treated as second-class citizens in the cities. Occupational safety is a major issue. Housing, as we discussed, is another challenge. Social security they're devoid of social security.
So coming to Rahul, in all this, what is the dilemma of a workforce provider? What is it that pinches the shoe the maximum?
If you're talking about the principal employers, I think, as I said, that whether it's providing the social security or the residence facility or any other protection scheme, at the end of the day, it's the beneficial for the employers. Because we have seen that in the manufacturing unit, those who are providing the extra facilities, most of the registered companies or the listed companies, they provide the social benefits definitely. But apart from that, if they have introduced the residential facility or the child education or any other things and all, the attrition rate is much lower than the other places and all. So if you talk about the dilemma, it's about getting into the unknowing sector, or it can be the dilemma of the micro units where the employees number is less than 5. So otherwise, the mid-size or the large-scale industries, I think that currently in India, the dilemmas are not that much relevant.
So now can I request Gagan and Sonvi, who are the ones who are actually into the social dialogue, to in maybe a minute each, tell us what are the challenges you are facing in this social dialogue?
No. Yeah, I think, but let me tell you, I chaired a network called Revitalization of Rain-Fed Agriculture for 5 years. And the correlation is clear. If the area where rural, it's rain-fed, and if you do an atlas of rain-fed, you will see a migration sort of atlas, and you tribal atlas, and you will see a poverty index atlas. It's all correlated. We are talking of distress migration. We are not talking of choice-based migration. So if a worker is willing to come to Gujarat for 10,000 rupees, that means not even getting that much there. And he's happy. I think that's the frame with which we need to look at the whole thing. And I think you need investment in rain-fed agriculture. Those areas, if the wage rates go up, the whole system will rise. They're going to come. If they are getting in their own state, they are getting 15,000, 20,000 rupees. Therefore, you need to think of it much more holistically. And that's what we are not thinking.
I actually agree with you, because this whole migrant workers thing has been put onto such a big canvas that the actual issue is getting lost somewhere.
But on the other side, what he said, I think it's bang on. HR managers.
The poor HR managers.
No, I'm also on it. They become what I call defenders of the faith. When actually their job is, and we used to have welfare officers. That's gone. Now, therefore, who is listening to them? And today, I found industry owner, when I talk to them, ऐसे हो रहा है मेरी industry में, मुझे तो पता नहीं. HR manager, sir,
but the HR manager is also not trained in IR or laws and things like that. That's the tragedy.
There is
many institutions where I am on their academic councils or on their boards, I've got industrial relations introduced in the curriculum because it's not there. It's not trained for industrial relations.
And trained from the way that bringing best practices will actually improve their productivity. This logic, and not the workers' unions are all bad.
Somewhere, they are not accepting the union part of it is a positive, is something positive which is going to contribute towards the growth of the organization.
Really developing, then we need those dialogues.
I agree.
And I think what we have offered to the country is the social compact as a method of dialogue.
Would you come in here?
Yeah, sure.
So what kind of challenges are you thinking are being faced in this entire exercise?
Yeah, so like I was saying, we found a couple of dialogue channels missing and a system missing, right? The HR guy or the IR guy is whatever, helpless or the lack of it, because as businesses grow, the systems that can make the contractual workers' well-being visible. My own workers' well-being I have on my charts. I have a ligatrix maintaining compliance. Contractual workers, I said at arm's length, out of sight, out of mind, not my responsibility. But I just want to share, because this is the employer's organization, I think it's time to let go of that, because whether it's a BRSR that SEBI has issued, whether it is changing ESG investment guidelines internationally and in India, or whether if you are part of any of the European supply chains, you do need a system to be able to see what is the status of well-being of all workers, keeping your chain afloat, not your premise at all. And if there are risks to human rights, to employee well-being, to worker well-being in that, you need to not only report it and track it, but also ensure that you are actively mitigating those risks and creating improvements. There's one more thing that we found as an anomaly as we started to do this work. Despite all the complexity for all our 6 outcomes, safety was doing better. We were very surprised.
People are scared because of compliances.
That's right. It was getting reported to the boardroom. It was an indicator that made its way up. So the social compact is therefore ensuring that we not only give the poor HRIR guys a system to manage. No, it's true. It's messy. It's extremely messy. So we give you a system to track progress across your 700 sites of how the informal workers are doing on those sites, even not, you are not directly capable of handling ESIC mila ya nahi, PF mila ya nahi. You can only maintain oversight, but let's give you a system to maintain oversight and bring those data points to the boardroom in a concise report. So we have a digital dashboard that we offer to the companies and say, start tracking, start reporting. This becomes your disclosure dashboard. This becomes your boardroom dashboard. And please, for God's sake, don't use it for reporting only. Leadership, sit down and say, this quarter, these are the 2 things you're going to prioritize to change. Nothing will change overnight. All 6 outcomes will not change overnight. But just by way of, because I promised I will share 2 findings, we found informality so high that 2% of contractors in our companies were giving appointment letters or job contracts with certain amount of detail that was making the letter useful. Right? 2%. This is 2023. And I'm talking of tier 1 India. I'm not talking of down in the supply chain. But the contracted workforce, 2% receives appointment letters. Only 13% of them had access to a grievance redressal mechanism with the parent company. Only 55% companies had an ICC, the mechanism that you need, the committee that you need to deploy the POSH Act against sexual harassment. Just giving you a sense of where we stand. So we had to create a very practical solution, which we did. So if it's appointment letters, what are the guidelines? How can you create a good appointment letter and ensure that all your contractors are including those 8 things in the appointment letter, whatever the format, right? If it's a grievance redressal mechanism, how can we help you design one that not only allows the workers to access a number and report their complaint, but you have a mechanism to track the case up to its resolution, right? So getting a little practical, going beyond the rhetoric and saying, we will roll up our sleeves and get into it with you, because that's the only way the HRIR is going to be able to tide this change and this increasing informality.
So I'm going to put you in the right perspective where HR is concerned. Before I take 1 or 2 questions, having been an HR manager from the lowest rung and to the highest, where I was the director HR at EIL, and have handled unions all my life, let me tell you one thing, that the HR manager can only implement to the extent what the policies are provided. And it has to be a top-driven initiative. So if any top management is trying to put off the blame onto an HR manager, that's sad, because it has to be top-driven. Any policies for employees, the behavior employees, the culture, everything has to flow from the boardroom. So there are no 2 thoughts about that. That's one thing. Secondly, I'm not a part of your social dialogue, so giving you a little bit of an input from what I'm hearing from y'all is that in public sector we are much better organized. We have a Department of Public Enterprises. All our policies, we have a broad framework, whether it's wages, whether it's ESI, and we have a compliance going every quarter. And there's no way that anyone can skip anything there. So what I suggest to you and to you, part of the social dialogue, do interact with someone in the public sector. Get 1 or 2 people from public sector onto your into your group, because they are the ones who actually see. These are very minute and minor things we're actually talking about, and I'm wondering, because I have myself implemented all this and to the T. So you must get them, and if you want any, help in doing that, I would be happy to introduce you to people, and also to the Department of Public Enterprises, so that you get a feel of what are the various laws and frameworks that we are following. And our industrial relations, we have regular meetings, we have recognized unions, but we still honor the unrecognized unions also to some extent. You can't do it, not in the meeting room, the joint committee meetings. You need to have frequent meetings with your employee representatives and listen to them. Anytime a new initiative is happening, a new kind of a business decision is taken, we call a meeting of the union leaders and we share with them. This is because it's your company as much as it's ours. So that was my part of it, because I wanted to put it in the right perspective. Before we close, I want suggestions, no questions.
Yeah, suggestions.
Suggestions. I'll just go to the younger lot first, please. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's been an incredible pleasure to hear from these voices.
Introduce yourself.
Ma'am, my name is Tina. I work with a NGO that works with field local level partners, identifying some of the most vulnerable groups in migrant workers. We specifically work with the government. We work across 10 to 12 states, identifying with the government forced labor cases, which involves elements of wage.
So what's your suggestion?
My suggestion, ma'am, is just taking off from where you said about the importance of engaging with the government. The voices here have very clearly stated that, the informal workers are very, very vulnerable. And that has been our experience the years. And we're wondering, there have been some solid suggestions from each of the panelists, in terms of awarding employers for good practices. We are wondering that from a scale perspective, if we don't account for the role and performance of the government in ensuring that core entitlements and, like Aarti Ahuja ma'am said in the beginning, that laws are respected. If the government is not improving its performance in states for the care of migrant workers, will we actually have sustainable solutions? So my submission is that whether it is minimum wage payments, whether it is core entitlements, and perhaps this consortium that has been created with CMID and some of the other states with Mr. Sethi, if we can identify core entitlements, minimum wage payments, if we can start with pilots where government and employers are awarded for good performance. And, we are over a period of time, we are documenting good practices across all of your 3 social dialogue partners. The other submission is that
rather than awarding them, there should be a compliance report. I mean, this is something we should be doing.
Whichever works, ma'am. I'm just saying that make the invisible visible.
Right.
The other piece is we have identified construction, but in our experience, we have seen there are at least 11 to 15 industries in every state which are vulnerable to risks. And I feel that going by the discussions here, we need to have a 2-pronged approach in terms of looking at even the workers. There are those who are with MSMEs, and then there are those who are completely individual or going through social networks. And our approach to both of them needs some kind of a dialogue and information from other social partners in the field. So we are very happy.
You have a lot of ideas. You must over lunch connect with them and give your ideas.
We are just saying that there is a lot of scope. There are experts here. We would love to hold hands with you. But vulnerable sectors, risk awareness, even for employers, needs to be built. This could be from a supply chain perspective, but this could also be for internal migration.
Right. And there was someone there who was asking a question. Yes.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rishita Jain. I am a second year HR student and I am in the college IIMI New Delhi. I don't have a suggestion per se, but so we were talking about the exploitation of the contractual labor, and I read about a concept which is probably emerging known as joint employer. Just wanted to shed some light on that since the contractual employees, they are not, so what the parent employer does is they do not take the responsibility of what is happening with the contractual employees. So now probably the government is also intervening and they are coming up with this concept. It is also the liability of the parent employer to look after the well-being of the contractual
Principal employer.
Yeah. So the principal employer, for example, I worked with Myntra, but I was enrolled on a third-party agency. So Myntra was a principal employer and my payroll organization was an agency. So Myntra is considered the principal employer for me. So just wanted to share this knowledge that I had, that probably this concept can work, and maybe we
It has to work, and it is working actually.
yeah, and we can decrease the exploitation of the contractual labor.
Okay, so it's in the current scenario, if we see that in India, the most of the developed companies or the large scale industries, they don't appoint any outsourcing agencies if they are not compliance driven. So that at the end of the day, law doesn't differentiate whether you are migrant workers or in contractual workers or the core employees, and also the MNCs who are working in India. So if we see that in the metros or in the large industrial belts, whether you are working as an core employees or the contractual employees, the data shows that in the large scale industries or even in the medium scale industries, people are compliance driven. They are getting all the social security. So the problem is actually not there. Mostly problem happens when the organizations appoint the contractors who are not registered, who are a very small scale contractor. They themselves are not compliance driven. And that's why the principal employers are also not the compliance driven.
So,
ma'am,
suggestions will all be during lunch.
One minute.
Very delayed.
No, 1 minute. 1 minute.
Yes.
Yeah. First of all, compliment to Mr. Binoy, who has who has hit the nail on the head. Now, boardroom employers are only 10%. The informal employers are 90%. Now, this is a problem of demand and supply. And Mr. Binoy has rightly said that migration has to reduce. And how migration will reduce? Because the problem is that over the generation to generation, the land holding of each family has reduced. And thereby, the earning capacity of each family has reduced. The way out is that they have to be trained for better agriculture practices, multiple crop on the same land, so that their land income can increase.
You're very right. And I agree with you. Maybe we can have a little more discussion over lunch, because there's so many people waiting for lunch.
No, this is the only point I wanted to make.
It's a valid point, and I'm sure they've made a note of it. No, I agree with you 100%, and I'm sure they've made a note. You wanted to close the thing, so please.
No, just actually thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk in a broader scale. Thanks, Brother Arvind, that he always try to engage ILO and trade union. As I'm getting the opportunity to talk with employers as an organization, I think we need to end this notion of principal employer and intermediate employer. A worker should not have two employers. It's not that anything is happening in the world, that is how we need to do it. Each and every country has his own realistic and everything. If an employer thinks that they will ensure all the rights through contractor, why not he himself? Industry relation, what you mentioned, is between the actually employer and the workers who own the industry.
Principal employer is the neck to catch.
Yeah, so principal employer and principal workers. Those who actually both them come together, have the discussion, have the dialogue, and have the. Thank you very much. Thank you. Not for any debate. I'm just sharing.
I want to add one thing. I think we must congratulate AIOE, because it's very rare where an employer organizations is organizing in session when they know that the employers would be on target things, especially for this kind of sensitive issue. So I must congratulate Arvind and the team for their courage and
employers are nothing without the employees. No?
That's
So with that, my apologies to those I could not hear just now. Your hands were up. Maybe in the end, in the last session, if there's some time, because we are really behind schedule. And mine was the largest panel, 6 speakers. Arvind did that, and I couldn't help it. So the next 2 panels are less. So we reduced the time of the next 2 panels from 75 minutes to 65 minutes.
But you covered the main point.
I know, but the next 2 panels now, I'm reduced to 65 minutes so that we close on time.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to see you.
Thank you, all the speakers.
I must thank my panelists. They really did a wonderful job.
It was a good mix of the international organization, employers, trade unions, and civil society. I'm sure we all agree that there is a gap in the initiative and the delivery. We had a very useful deliberation to take forward for consideration. I'm sure AIOE has taken note of employers' important role, and more important, the coming together of all the stakeholders to bring in require transformation in the space. We will now break for lunch. We're running behind of time, so I would request all of you to finish your lunch sharp by 2:25 and collect here so that we can start sharp at 2:30. The lunch will be served in the banquet hall on 3rd floor. Thank you.
So I'll request everyone to go to the 3rd floor to have lunch. We are already running short of time. So quickly grab something and come back, please, by 2:30.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch, and I hope we can all stay awake now. We are ready for the next panel discussion. The theme would be access to entitlements, decoding the social dialogue recommendations. Sorry. Theme would be leveraging the demographic structure of India and future of work, decoding the social dialogue recommendations. We'll talk about demographic structure, jobs and future of work, the perspective of workforce provider, recommendation of social dialogue, making India migration resilient, and geography-specific abilities and vulnerabilities. The session would be moderated by Ms. Veenu Jayachand, partner EY. And we have our lead speaker, Geeta Thatra, Associate Director, Workfare and Free. In the panel, we have Mr. Rajan Mehrotra, former Specialist Employer Activities ILO, Mr. Karthik Narayan, Chief Executive Officer, Team Lease, and Ms. Anusha Ravishankar, Researcher, Center for Social Justice.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. A graveyard session post lunch. We'll try and keep it as relevant and interesting as possible, but then will require and request your support in being as involved as you can be. I think just as was mentioned, it's a very, very important and relevant session because, there's so much which is talked about the demographics of the country, the leveraging of demographic, the that we are sitting on, the kind of working age population that we have. So we are talking about, the working age population being as high as closing to 68, 69% in comparison to the total working, in comparison to the total population of the country. So if you look at it, I mean, there is a huge discussion which keeps happening around the demographic structure per se of where we are and what the country is currently witnessing. Of course, the other aspect to it is that there is a huge shift in terms of, the way the jobs are transitioning, be it Industry 4.0, be it, the advancement, emerging tech, which is happening. So right from not just IT, ITES, it is also the manufacturing, core sectors, service, a lot of this, the transition where it's happening in terms of the future of work, future of jobs is the other realism around it. And of course, I think this morning, the discussions which have been happening and even going forward, the way we've been seeing and been hearing the panelists and the experts and of course the the government representatives has been that migration is something which is a real factor. It's while we can debate that it should go down or it should it's inevitable or whatever, but idea being that it is something which amongst the paradigm of a demographic structure that we are sitting on and the future of work, jobs, etc. that we are sitting on, the migrant workers need to navigate this space, and this navigation of space both from getting ready for it, coping with it, how best to leverage all of it in terms of when you do end up moving, migrating to other, specifically talking about domestic migration. So I think a lot of this needs to be emphasized and focused upon. And with that, I think the panel has already been introduced, but we've tried to put together a panel which I think reflects a lot of what is very, very pertinent. So we've got a view from Mr. Narayan on how the future of jobs, the gig workers, the demand side situation is panning out, the employers is panning out. Mr. Mehrotra, how to make basically migration more resilient, India more resilient as far as migration is concerned, the informal, formal economy. And I think those are very pertinent points that we need to look at. Of course, Geeta will take us through some of the findings that have been brought in through the social dialogue mechanism. And I think that's something which a lot of us would be wanting to very keenly listen into. And of course, Anushka, in terms of how to get work upon the vulnerability that geographic divides bring in. So I think we've tried to put in different perspectives and not taking too much of time, because as it is, we are running pretty short of time. So I'll go as per the flow which has been suggested, and I'll request Geeta to take us through, the findings and what her view around this entire topic is. And we'll try and keep each of the panelists to share their views on the different facets, and then we'll try and do a Q&A. And that's how we'll plan out the session. If that's all right, we can go ahead then. Thank you. Geeta, over to you.
Can I have that slide, please? Okay, I can start and you can put it up when it comes. Good afternoon, and I hope everyone's up and listening. Thank you for inviting me and Ajivika Bureau and Work Fair and Free to be holding this conversation on behalf of the entire social dialogue civil society representation. I'd also like to thank and congratulate AIOE and FICCI to be hosting this very important conversation at the three states that this dialogue has happened, and now at the national level in Delhi. So what I think is very important about this panel is that it's a very forward-looking panel. It's a panel that wants to think about the future of work, taking forward from where we stand today. And I also want to sort of try and make the conversation a little more broader. Than from, of course, the demographic dividend is much talked about, and having a low young population and how it is important, and the changing technological landscape with need for increased skilling is the perspective in which this whole conversation happens usually. But I'm going to try and broaden this discussion, taking from where the previous panelists have all the insights that the previous panelists have provided to us, and how do we collectively envision this future of work for the informal workforce in the country. So first of all, when we look back, we think of COVID-19 as one of the important markers which sort of brought home the magnitude of migrant workers and informal workforce. But if we look at some of the big numbers, and I think they are also important apart from our ground experience that we come with, is to sort of look at how there was significant losses in labor and business income, closure of MSMEs, disruption of supply chains, and extremely disproportionate impact on women and migrant workers during and after the pandemic. And we are still reeling with some of those challenges. And those challenges were not something that came to us in 2019 or 20. These are long-standing structural problems that exist. And unless we don't sort of think about them structurally and as a context to the present, it's kind of difficult to think about what the future of work will look like. So first, what did this pandemic highlight? Extremely high degree of informality. the kind of and for this, I think I also have to go back to some employment figures which sort of present to us the grave problem that we have in front of us. At a time when the GDP growth is generally seen as an indicator of economic progress, but we are having a growth without creation of additional jobs. We are in a situation where employment rates are falling and unemployment is increasing. And this is particularly stark among young people and moreover among women. So the labor force participation rate of young people, of women, is declining. And so this is a challenge that we have in front of us. And if we are to think of it in terms of technological advancement and skilling, I think we need to really rethink about this problem, because just these two aspects will not be able to help us address the massive challenge that we have in front of us in terms of unemployment. The second thing that I want to talk about is employment generation. So basically what I've tried to do is also try to summarize the 7 key things that have emerged out of the social dialogue in the 3 states that we've had. And in terms of future of work, these are also some of the aspects that have not been discussed explicitly as future of work, but implicitly have been brought out to think about where are the challenges and how do we go forward from here. So definitely employment creation and quality of work that we need to think about. The previous panel again was extremely insightful in terms of what are the current challenges that we have and the kind of difficulties that the migrant workforce or the informal workforce is dealing with in the country, right? So creation with quality and dignified forms of work is another thing that we need to think about. If I were to think about skilling and some of the challenges that we've been sort of experiencing on ground and the kind of insights that we bring from there, is that there's an extreme mismatch between the skills or skilling institutes that where workers are skilled and the kind of work that they end up doing. So that gap between what they are skilled and the kind of work that they end up doing. Second kind of challenge is that these skilling institutes have become a pool for supply of labor, supply of cheap labor without permanency ensured or without a relationship of formal employment ensured after skilling. So skill development and employment is connected, and that needs to move towards a way that there's ensuring some degree of formality in the employment contract, right? Then third, some of the thing is within the existing organizations, is there a space for learning and training for existing employees to move up the hierarchy within an organization? Fourth, is there enough access to skilling opportunities for women? Further, if they are skilled, are they recognized as skilled workers? We keep seeing this in construction sector, that women are increasingly migrating as it's a distress migration, moving with families, and they are hired mostly as jodi. So if they are sort of with a male counterpart, then they get hired as workers, and very often even in spite of being skilled in menial manual labor. So what happens to women who are skilled, or are they even having the opportunities for getting skilled? How do we understand the notion of skill from a very gendered perspective, that men are skilled in certain occupations and women are skilled in certain other occupations? So you continue to deepen the gender divide in terms of the nature of skills that are being provided to men and women. We also then think about how are these skilling initiatives reducing the gender pay gap? That's another important question to think about. So skilling per se, yes, setting up training institutes is not going to be a solution to the problem. But looking at skilling in this broader frame, looking at addressing these various issues within skilling is again very important. And these are conversations that have happened at in the 3 social dialogue in the 3 states. Addressing informality is another challenge, and I think this is something that going forward, it will be extremely central to thinking about future of work. It's something that the previous panel has gone in depth, and I think if we don't chart out a plan from here to moving forward, it will be a challenge. Sorry, I'm painting a grim picture, but I think it is. So but I think the positive thing is that we're able to come together at this platform and are able to have this conversation, and we can think of ways to move forward is, I think, a positive step. Then coming to specifically about migrant workers in terms of imagining future of work is also to think about the trends and patterns of migration that have been going on, like say in the last 2 decades, and what are the that are going to that we're going to see going forward. Organizations like Ajivika Bureau, CSJ, and CMID are all looking at these kinds of things up from a very grassroots experience and perspective. So we are able to and we've managed to create some ideas and solutions that sort of can work at both source and migration, source and destination regions. And I think the question for us to scale up some of those interventions and then be able to collaborate with industry partners as well as government to be able to create those solutions across in different sort of migration source and destination regions. And I think it's important to link the two of them, and some of the examples that Binoy sort of spoke about in terms of creating networks between the two states, the receiving state and the sending state. Those are very important things that we need to think about. Creation of these functional worker facilitation centers. Again, it can be a very concrete action point going forward, and coming together of various stakeholders in this process. Yeah, for the future of work agenda, I also wanted to sort of highlight the importance of research, where I think there are several areas that sort of have opened up in terms of understanding that we need to build. One, for example, the growing digitalization and automation that's happening across sectors, but we still haven't understood its impact on work across groups. We don't know what it's going to be at various levels within a particular industry. For example, we're doing one study on the construction, automation in construction sector and its impact on women workers. Is it going to lead to displacement? Is it going to lead to employment of women at managerial technical positions, but displacement at lower menial levels? So what is this kind of technological change going to do to labor? And in terms of employment generation, are we going to displace more people by technology than the number of people we are able to skill and provide employment to? So those are questions that need to be explored further. Another thing that we think is important to think about is climate change and the kind of migration it is leading to and the stress that it is causing. So that's another area of research that has been thought of. We've been talking about invisibility of intrastate migrants. So within the state, what is the nature of migration? What is the level of precarity? So those are areas of research and questions that we're doing something on the lines of creating an e-log. As an organization, we have some priority in occupational safety and health for ourselves, where we've initiated a accident log where we report accident, because we sort of realize that accidents are underreported. Unless and until it's not fatal, newspapers don't cover those incidents. But it's a daily scenario that workers are facing, or a rescue operation suddenly gets too much highlighted. But it's a daily scenario of workers, right? So the idea is to sort of report and think about these accidents that are happening in worksite and generate an evidence base to be able to sort of talk to government, talk to employers as to in terms of what kind of policy or actionables can be made by looking at evidence. So that's something that, again, we can all partner in to scale up that kind of an intervention. Another very important area is platforms and gig workers. There's a lot of research that's already happening, but again, what is actionable and how do we sort of think about gig workers as workers and not as partners are areas of work for us going forward. And then I'd like to highlight the last bit, which is that a future of work agenda has to have at its core an equity approach. Unless and until diversity and inclusion is something that employers recognize that it's important within their organizations. But an approach that is equitable is looking at reducing the widening inequalities that we are looking at in the present time, is something that we need to take into consideration before we think about or when we think about future of work. So at the heart of it, we need to have an approach that is equitable and reducing the gaps for various marginalized groups. With this, I think the panelists also can sort of make in specific action points that we can take forward. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Geeta. In fact, very, very emphatically, you put up all the challenges as well as, some of the pertinent areas to think about. I think there's a lot of elements which are happening, initiatives being taken up in each of those 7 areas that you listed out. But I think the questions which you've posed is something which I think all of us need to ponder over and dive deeper, to actually get answers to it. Some of it, of course, I'm sure the other panelists will have some view on. And I'd like to request Mr. Mehrotra to, give his view around, the making India resilient to migration, and what are the challenges that you see and how do we overcome those? Because I think that's very, very critical.
Thank you, Chairperson. See, when you look in terms of the corporate sector, and I spent 21 years prior to the economy in India opening up in 91, and exactly 21 years after 99. And I must tell you that the business model has changed. The pre-1991 business model was that enterprise needed employees. The post-1991 model is enterprise need people, not necessarily employees. And I'm drawing this distinction because there were presentations that were made by Gagan Sethi when he came about, and you're talking in terms of the social impact. I have worked in my career where I had migrant labor and they were either permanent, temporary, casual badlis. And we developed the skills, people moved up the ladder. Post 1991, the economy changed and the business model changed. And the enterprise believed that we'll do core activities and balance we'll subcontract. And the supply chain and the distribution chain has totally changed, which has led to a different type of employment. In fact, he's from TeamLease, and I'll make a statement. If you look, all the temping companies are born post-1991. That's right. There were contractors that supplied manpower. Let's be very clear. The temping companies have come. All that the temping companies have done. I mean, I have known Manish Sabharwal quite well. Your own company that was set up when he came back from Wharton School. What has been done is they have looked at compliance and are giving people, but they are employees of their enterprise and not my enterprise. So what I do is I want executives. I don't want any workmen. I need people, and my people model is through companies. Now coming to migrant labor, because I have worked with migrant labor, one major advantage of no enterprise wants to choose migrant or non-migrant. Enterprise want people. The major advantage of migrant labor is absenteeism percentage is very low. There's no casual absenteeism. Absence is for a longer period of time. When he takes leave, he doesn't go for 1 month, he comes after 2 months. Whether he brings a normal certificate or a false. Now, this problem of enterprises has gone away because what has happened? The worker category employment model in the organized sector has changed, that I give it to an agency that supplies me manpower. All I want is I want no employment contract with him. Take care and ensure that he complies with ESI, PF, gratuity. which they do. Now coming to it, when you look in terms of the informal sector, there's a large migration that takes place in the informal sector. And let's also look at it in the formal sector. It has taken place. It is because of government policy. In the hilly regions, benefits were given in this country when Mr. Chidambaram was the finance minister. For 10 years, your excise duty was free. I recollect setting up and getting my products made in Baddi. I used to work for Novartis. So you do a company project where you close down an enterprise, shift to another state, do voluntary retirement scheme, and your payback period is less than 3 years. There's no business model that gives you a payback period of less than 3 years. So what has happened now, when a government, this has also been done in Uttarachal when you look at it, when you set up and give financial benefits, there's a migrant labor that moves in there and work, because how else will the enterprise? So government policy itself leads to migration of a different nature. Given the premise in terms of informal sector, let's be clear that I did in the morning mention the political angle of the Bhumiputras. The Bhumiputra concept is put primarily against the formal sector, not the informal sector. You can do nothing about it, because the informal sector that migrates and comes through a relation, non-contact networking, which was something that was mentioned by the Labour Secretary itself in the morning. And that's how you get domestic worker, you get various types of workers that come. So what is really happening that you're getting a model in terms of this? Now let's try and look at it, clubbed with it are our labor laws. Now, in the migration, you had basically two labor laws that were predominant. One was the Interstate Migrant Workers Act, and the other one was the Building and Other Construction Workers Act. Let me tell you how the Interstate Migrant Workers Act operated. One is there was absence of data. The contractor locally writes the local address as his address, that's all. And there's no question of migration, and the migrant, he had to pay him. If you look at the act, he had to pay half-month salary to bring him, going and coming back rail fare. That's the way he used to operate, and that's the way he still operates. Now, that's not what the temping companies do. I'm drawing the distance. That type of migration will still continue. What he does, कि गांव में इतना पैसा दे देता है, आप ले लीजिए और मैं आपके तनख्वाह में काट दूंगा. That's the way the thing operates. This is what still operates. Let me tell you, I've seen this in Ranjangaon area. I do consulting assignment, and that's how. What has now happened is that you get a migration lot that comes in big numbers, which are used in terms of construction. They're used in terms of the informal sector. And the dirty, dangerous jobs in the informal sector are invariably done by migrants and not by locals. If you get down to the concept of management, if you look at W. Taylor, who was the father of management, the first worker in industrial engineering that he timed was a Dutch immigrant worker in UK and not a local. Please be clear, migrants always work harder than the locals. So anybody is happy to take a migrant. I'm referring to first gen. Now, what is happening when you look at wanting to make it resilient? One aspect is that what is industry going to do with reference to the people that it is engaging, which is not their employees, but their people working for them, and can they ensure compliances? Now, there was a presentation in the morning when Gagan Sethi was speaking, and he was also referring to access to entitlement in his loop of 6 points that were there. There are students here sitting, and there are some faculty members from a management institute. I teach at the IIMs, and one thing that I do by habit, I ask the driver, "तुमको कितने तनख्वाह मिलती है? कहाँ से आए हो? दिन छुट्टी मिलती है?" I ask the canteen workmen and others. It's interesting. I don't want to name the institute, but I have to give students projects. So what I told them in one of the local institute, one of the IIMs in South, what I did, because students come on an all India basis, so it had to be done in a particular language. It could not be done in English. So I told them, ask them, they know what are the benefits. All these are covered under the Contract Labor Act. you will be surprised 80% of the chaps did not know what benefits they can get. So I was telling all those students that please learn, at least as HR head, go and educate the contract workmen that they get this benefit. I'm referring this to the formal sector. Now, why I'm intentionally bringing this out is formal sector employment model is not good. Public sector is the biggest employer of contract labor. And this has gone up after the Steel Authority of India judgment, which did not make it compulsory and mandatory for employment, which is none other than 2001 judgment. And that's how the business model has changed everywhere. It is not only in public. Even government, let me tell you the amount of contract labor that they use. Please go and see the amount of contract labor all of them use. I don't want to get into some of the IIMs use faculty as contract labor. On contract, they are not under UGC scales. I mean, I've written a feature article on it. So let's be clear that casualization of work is a business model. Migration or non-migration is really not the issue. Migrants always work better, so one is preferring to take them. And migration will take place because why do I migrate? I migrate so that I can earn more. Please be clear why migration takes place. I mean, I recollect when I did my engineering degree, maximum of them went to America, settled down. See, if you recollect, Lord Swaraj Paul came to India and he purchased equity of none other than Escorts. Escorts for 2 years skipped the dividend. And then the government brought a legislation that NRI can't hold more than 10% equity. NRI at that time meant not required Indian. Now you want everybody's money. So now, you have Pravas Bharati, which was being mentioned by the secretary in the morning. NRI mean now required Indian. Apna paisa le aao yaar. It is true, opening of the economy has led to a different concept. You're looking at reverse international migration. So paisa bhi le aao, naukri bhi karo. You're permitting all of them. See, 100% foreign equity companies is permitted today, which was not permitted. I have worked for an MNC and I have known how I've gone through equity dilution and Sandoz to survive the business. So the economic model changes, the business model changes, and hence the people model will change. And the people model will have both employees, non-employees. I personally see the formal sector has taken an approach. I want executives, I don't want workmen. And this you can see with none other than HDFC Bank, Axis Bank, ICICI Bank, Kotak Mahindra Bank. Everybody is a tie wala, suit wala executive. The cashier in State Bank of India is bargainable. This is what I'm referring to nationalized banks. Look at all the private banks. Kuch nahi, that marketing executive, sales executive is a salesman, nothing else. But I am nothing. And you get fancy designations. So, if you get fancy designations, you're also happy because your matrimonial prospects will go up. So this is reality of what the business model is in this country. At the same time, when we want resilience, government has permitted setting up of enterprises in certain areas, migration bound to take place in hilly regions that will take place. Let me also tell you, there'll be political pressures, which I said, Bhumi Putras ko naukri do, sons of the soil. There are state governments that come forward that since I've given you land, I have set up a plant, lost land cases, you have to give employment locally. Let's be clear. So this is one other angle with it. Now, these are going to remain. My own suggestion is that I would suggest that when we look in terms of, there was a talk about the wage code, which was mentioned by the ex-BMS president. Let me tell you, even if you look at the Minimum Wages Act, they're removing the scheduled employment and making it applicable to everybody, which is good. But if you look at the way the Minimum Wages Act, whether I have put in 10 years experience or I have 1 year experience as an unskilled, the salary is the same. There's no concept in the Minimum Wage Act any benefit for years of experience or for age. You can do it by age. I only did some assignment where I saw Jharkhand government had come out 5 years back where they did some amendment to give people that were on a particular date had more than 5 years experience. But somewhere, don't we as permanent employees look that we must get annual increment? If you look at the minimum wage, it is revised not every year. Please be clear. The consumer price index changes. But the state governments don't do this. They do it at the time of elections. When Arvind Kejriwal came here as the chief minister, he changed the minimum wage. This is reality of it. Now, there is what is going to be under the Minimum Wage Act. If you want to make a suggestion, I look at it that the great structure, the Minimum Wage Act must lay down a certain increment rate or a revision every year. Unless you do that, you're not going to get that benefit for that category of people, because one is, honestly, they should be paid the wage that was mentioned, which I clearly see should be, which has been done also. And the Contract Labor Act, it has been made mandatory that the money has to be done by a bank transfer and not by cash payment. That has been amended in the law also. So this, I thought I'll just throw some light based on my experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mehrotra. And I think very, very interesting and insightful aspects brought up. And in fact, some of these things, we've all been discussing, debating about it in various forums in terms of, the Minimum Wage Acts and how can we, reposition it, what can be done better, and so on and so forth. One of the very basic things which I think you pointed out, it's absolutely the core, which should be implemented almost like immediately. I think while we've also from Geeta, the challenges, the the areas that need to be focused upon. We've heard from Mr. Mehrotra in terms of how it's very key to actually identify the field and the real challenges out there, and then address those with even those basic, simple improvements in acts and in terms of the way the organizations are working, because there is a business model to it for the organizations. I think it's very important at this point in time for us to hear from Karthik what exactly is the demand side of it. What are the organizations saying? What is it that the organizations are coming forward with in terms of their demand, their requirements? How is it mapped to what we are seeing with the workers available out there on the field? Over to you, Karthik.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think Mehrotra, you came out with some really good points. Just to share with you, and I think earlier I heard Binoy as well, I think raising some really pertinent points. Let me give an industry viewpoint. We employ about 300,000 odd people. I think one of my industry colleagues earlier spoke, which was Rahul Banerjee. And we represent about 900 odd organizations across the country. What is it that we are seeing? I think few things are quite evident. It is now inevitable that in one way or the other, India will, hopefully, we are at the cusp of an era, dawn of a centenary by 2047. By all likelihood, if we grow at 6%, we'll be a $35 trillion economy, right? And there are multiple reports out there, depending on which one you believe. The last one came out in July from Goldman Sachs. It says that if everything goes well, we'll become like $52 trillion economy, which is by 2075. Now, what is the problem we are facing? I think interspersed with our growth and aspiration, etc., and all that is our most vital asset, our people. I think there is no debate about that, and I think that's the singular problem that we need to look at solving. Right? What are the two things that report called out, saying is going to be the single biggest issue? And I'll spend a minute on that. What is it that we are seeing in terms of future of work, of transition, which is happening? And the third most important thing is what is that therefore we are doing about it? Working with the employees. I think Binoy earlier made a very important point that I like, saying employers are best placed to influence the situation. I think that's the line he used, and I agree with it completely. And therefore, I think working along with the larger ecosystem and the stakeholder is what is required for us to kind of move forward. So this dialogue in that sense is really good. I think the two real important points which were put forward, as for India in itself, was one is we are over the next 20-30 years going to have the lowest dependency ratio, which is the percentage of people who are not employed divided by the number of people who are employed, right? So which is phenomenal for us, and therefore, much more engaged society per se. I think the second thing is productivity, which you called out, saying productivity, which can be measured in one sense for this group from labor force participation, which is a challenge. And I think quite a few other panelists also spoke about it during the early part of the day. Women force participation, declining women force participation is a major issue. So I think productivity is a single other issue. Now, what is the real problem when we keep speaking about GDP and being, coming from 10th to 5th and 6th and so on and so forth? The real problem that we are seeing is really per capita income, right? And I think nobody really speaks about it in nominal terms or PPT terms. It is 138 or 122, depending on, dollar. I think amongst many things, that's a bigger problem. And I think, again, I'm coming back to one of the earlier panelists said, do people really want to move for 10,000 rupees? Or what exactly is the issue, right? And I think that was one of the points which was put forward. In fact, there are two ways to look at the problem. If India really has to become the second largest economy or third largest economy, everybody has to reside in Bangalore minus the traffic, right? And what I mean by that is from the $2,700 or so on and so forth, which is the per capita income, it really needs to be $11,000 or $1,000, which, by the way, is the per capita income in Bangalore, right? What are 2 or 3 things that we are seeing distinctly, which is changing for us? And therefore, this is what our customers are back and telling it. One is that we are now, over the last 2-3 years, distinctly moving from a more services economy to a manufacturing economy, right? And you have heard about PLI, Make in India, and so on and so forth. We are seeing that shift taking place in the sheer demand which is coming from employers asking us for people, which is very difficult, let me tell you, satisfy. I think one of the other questions which we constantly ask ourselves, and I was discussing with Vinuji as well, saying, does India have an unemployment problem, or India has a lack of skilled people problem? And I can't tell you, on any given month, we have close to about we are able to fulfill only 30% of open positions with us, because we are simply not able to get the right set of skilled people. Industry is not able to get the right set of skilled people. So that is one problem. The second problem which was raised, the 10,000 rupees thing, saying, why would somebody want to leave and come through? The second question we all ask ourselves is it a wages issue or is it a productivity issue? Can wages go up on its own without productivity? Of course, what is required to be done for that is a different story. But I think that's the other issue. I think one of the initial panelists around 12 o'clock put out saying, we have rampant attrition, right? I think the banking finance example you gave has 40% attrition. So it's phenomenal. Is it a 40% attrition, or is it just the way the entire people supply chain as we speak, and that's the term I use, from education till you get employed, is structured as we speak. And therefore, what is it that, as an industry we are doing? What are we thinking about? I think amongst many things, I have a counter view to this entire thing. I'm not quite sure over the long term, we can take, jobs to people. We need to take jobs to people. We can't have people do jobs, right? And why am I saying that? Because I think, strangely, and I didn't discover this, I've been in the, this part of this industry only for the last 15 months. Prior to that, and I keep saying, I would not have known that all the 5 southern states, the total fertility rate is dipping dramatically, which means that there are huge manufacturing opportunities. In fact, you should be surprised to know that 70% of women employed in manufacturing is actually in the 5 southern states. So it's not that there are no jobs, but the jobs are getting created in locations where the population is dipping of education and so on and so forth for historical reasons. So we simply don't have enough people there. Where is the population? The population is up in Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Jharkhand, etc. and all that. And today, part of our job is to make sure saying we get all of them. And I think we discussed in detail in previous panels about providing them housing, etc. and all that. I think those are some of the challenges. But the real challenges really is migration in that sense is inevitable, because I think the places where employment is available is different from where the population is available. I mean, it's just it's a problem which India is facing. So I think amongst many things, we'll have to think through saying, what do we do to give jobs to people? So that's one. I think second thing is, and we're working very hard to educate larger corporates, is to facilitate formalization, right? While we are a for-profit company, sir, but really, I mean, we are listed. It's really a 2% gross margin company, because we also, India is a CFO's nightmare. It's a cost plus, country amongst many things. So I think what we do is, go and talk to some of the largest employers and kind of encourage them to see if, let's say, for example, some of the largest FMCG companies are now keen to kind of formalize their entire workforce, which is typically in the distributor, era. They don't want to pay statutory, no bonus, no nothing, etc., and all that, right? I think that conversion is now taking place, right? So some amount of formalization is now taking place. It's a long way off. It's going to take some time. But I think as formalization takes place, individuals in whichever geography they are in get access to good jobs, get access to upskilling, get access to, whatever benefits that they can get, right? The third thing that we are doing actively as a company is support skill development. And there are multiple types of skill. But I think the first aspect that we are doing, India is 53% services economy, and that's going to increase. Agriculture is about 18%. The rest, 27, 28 is manufacturing, and that is, scattered. For the services job, I think even if you're a graduate, I think the aspects that we are figuring out that you most need is soft skills, right? At the entry level, we are trying to do, tests of some sort to kind of be able to isolate saying what challenges you have, and then try and see if we can look at upskilling, right? So upskilling is a major part of it, and it's across all. It's not just at the entry, it's also at the midstream when you're employed. Because I think one of the panelists spoke earlier in the day saying, I think most people in an earlier area would have done just one job throughout the entire career, but I think people are now going to be able to do multiple jobs. So I think skilling is not going to stop only at that point in time. Skilling is going to continue for a longer period of time. I think the fourth thing, which is extremely important, and I think the gentleman for ILO who was speaking, I think our percentage of apprenticeship is abysmally low. Unfortunately, it is seen as a way of saving cost rather than as a bridge between education and jobs. I think our apprentice percentage needs to significantly go up, and I think it's a very important aspect. We employ about 50,000, but the ILO, percentage recommendation is close to 15%. I think in countries less than 2%, right? So less 2%. So I think it's completely not acceptable. Again, I think as apprenticeship will go up, it will help us to employ people more locally in places where they are, because then you're not looking for the smartest person. Everybody cannot be a graduate. I think we'll have to come to this acceptance. Everybody's not going to be a postgraduate. If you've done your 10th standard and you want employment, can you be put an apprentice and probably given work integrated learning programs and so forth? I think, that's one more way we can look at it. And finally, I think dialogues like this, we need to create an ecosystem which looks at addressing the entire people's chain, right? And that needs to therefore look at processes right from education onwards onto job employment. So I think those are some of the points. Good. Yeah. Thank you.
Absolutely. Nice. Thank you very much, Karthik. I think very, very relevant points, all of them. I don't know whether to, feel happy that jobs is not a problem, there are enough jobs, or to feel sad that skilling is not sufficient. So I think we need to work, obviously, create a balance between the two, and definitely a lot of the energy which you brought in terms of, that there exists a certain, environment, ecosystem for jobs is very heartening. But I think a lot of fundamental elements need to be brought in,
I think the other part also, is coming through, and to the point, Malhotra ji also mentioned. I think there is increasingly understanding saying some of the policies, if you're going to treat people in the way you are treating, you're not going to fix attrition.
Absolutely.
Right. So I think attrition, hiring, productivity are aspects which are obsessed about.
Absolutely.
In fact, on the point that you were mentioning on RBI, sorry if I'm belaboring the point, I think the RBI governor picked up, last week saying we cannot sustain with this kind of attrition, right?
Yeah. Especially the banking sector.
Yes, the banking sector.
Absolutely. Thank you, Karthik, and I'll request you, Anusha, to tell us a little more about how do you think vulnerabilities pan out geographically? Do we need to have a solution which is made out, from a holistic national context, or do we need to look at these nuances? And if yes, how do we need to plan for those?
Thank you so much. It's been a very vibrant panel. So I'll begin with this experience that we had yesterday. The time leading up to the conclave, we had a couple of rounds of conversations in which we were trying to, see how best we can weave each other's understanding of these issues and come together as a giving a robust picture of how we move forward with it. And interestingly, when we were discussing about future of work and what learnings we could possibly share in the context of future of work, we were blanking out, because in all the 3 consultations, the recommendations that were thrown up were largely focusing on wages, safety, and health. With respect to future of work, even from the multi-stakeholder dialogue, the focus was comparatively much lesser. But this also highlighted an approach that we had taken, that we were looking at future of work as a standalone, as a outcome in silos, whereas it is not. It is more of a cross-cutting outcome. And if we are looking at future of work as a cross-cutting outcome, in the sense, how does safety, health, and wages play out into strengthening future of work? If we are able to understand those interlinkages, maybe that will also help us understand what possible vulnerabilities get thrown up and how best industries, state, and like civil societies and government can come together to address that. Let me begin with a small example. Regarding non-permanentization and how casual labor being the root of, if it's a business model, how it leads to so many sustainability issues and also worker issues is something that the different panels have been reiterating in different ways from today's morning. Taking that forward a little bit, if we look at categorization of employment, just with respect to skill set levels, be it skilled, unskilled, semi-skilled, there is no strong law which fixes the criteria or on the basis of which these categorizations can happen. If a categorization, if a worker, a contractual worker who has been working in, say, air compressor units for past 10 years, but the worker is shifting and going into a different principal employer company, and if the worker is categorized as unskilled and they are made to begin their 16th year of employment with a fresher's wages, can that be anywhere constitutionally challenged? Or what is the backing, or what is the base document where we are falling back to challenge that? And what is the basis on which these categorizations happen? So essentially, if we look at future of work, it is trying to match demand and supply, correct? And when the skill set requirement of the industry is matched by the market, it leads to better productivity. It leads to better business for us. But because there are so many difficulties and so many informal precarities being created in the categorization space, it leads to a lot of challenges, not just at the workers' end, but also at the businesses' end. So although it is a long-term advocacy issue for us to take it up, how we are looking at skill development, how this is something that in the morning, Mr. Tiwari, Secretary of Skill Development, also very rightly mentioned that it's critical to map the skills of our informal workers, a digital database of sorts. And this cannot happen without the presence of industries. This cannot happen without multiple stakeholders coming to map what the skill set levels are of different informal workers, what is the need of the industry, and how best they can be achieved. So this is how, in a way, wages, conditions of work are very, very closely intertwined with future of work and sustainability. Something relating to this is also what has been talking about talked about in our session, as to how across the principal companies that we've been seeing, there are 2% of companies which give out appointment orders. Now, from a worker's perspective, if conditions of work are to be challenged or are to be, say, even taken to an industrial tribunal or any sort of grievance redressal mechanism, the first challenge is to even establish the employer-employee relationship. because the nature of informality is so high that even to challenge a violative condition of work, the document to fall back, something as simple as appointment letter, is something missing. Now, even in cases where appointment letters do exist, if we look at the skill set level of the worker, the appointment letter doesn't throw up that. The appointment letter doesn't say if the worker is a badli worker, if they are an apprentice, if they are contractual. If contractual, what is the duration? So these levels of precarity creates challenge not just for the workers, but also for the business in terms of negotiations as well, in terms of intermediaries being able to take away, say, larger chunk of the better deal. So these are some of the precarious issues which are related to lack of proper criteria when it comes to categorization, which can, there are multiple ways in which we need to start looking to address that. Now, coming to how future of work and safety is related, it's not been even a month since this incident happened, but Center for Social Justice has law centers across the country, and from one of our law fields in Amreli, which is in coastal Gujarat, we got a distress call saying that one of our community members who was part of, say, our camps and everything, they passed away due to a snake bite while they were working in the field. Now, as an informal worker who is engaged in agricultural labor, they also have e-shram registration. It's not that they don't have any other social security cover. So as per the e-shram social welfare scheme, anybody who is an unorganized worker, when they die due to an unforeseen circumstance, in this case, it's that of work. It's work site. We can consider this as a work site, not a work site in terms of Factories Act, but this accident happened while the unorganized worker was engaged in work, while they were in an agricultural field. So technically, as per the e-shram social welfare, they are entitled to up to 2 lakh of cover, which is the Jeevan Jyoti Suraksha Yojana. But the application was rejected on the ground that agricultural worker is not considered as an unorganized worker. Now, the person who died is not a person who holds land holdings. They are an agricultural laborer who is working in the field of someone else. So there are also artificial distinctions that arise, and because of this lack of clarity on categorization of skilled, semi-skilled, unskilled, what constitutes as unorganized and organized, this level of arbitrariness also gives and opens up space for many vulnerabilities getting really affected. And for us to be able to identify these vulnerabilities, it is very important to be in touch with grassroots realities. And for that, a very effective public-private partnership, government partnership also forms a crucial element of it. Now, that was the second aspect of future of work and safety that I wanted to touch upon. And the third aspect is, when we talk about or when we understand future of work, one space where we are looking at is how skilling of informal laborers and the needs of the industries can be matched, which is very crucial for our economic development. On the other hand, for us to be able to identify these unique vulnerabilities and for us to be able to address these needs as a society, not just from a rights-based perspective, but also from a business case, it is important that we build our own capacities as well. And this is something that we are attempting to do through Social Compact. It's very much in the pipeline. We are still in conversation with National Skill Development Council as to how we can sort of put together a course that strengthens the capacities of the industrial ecosystem, especially in the context of S of ESGs in terms of identifying vulnerabilities and put mechanisms in place that industries can very tangibly, implement and find out. So that's broadly what I wanted to share. And this is this is coming from our collective experience of being engaged with industries and other multiple stakeholders. So maybe a starting point could be to look at future of work as not an aspirational outcome, but more as a cross-cutting theme. Because if we don't strengthen our present, there is no future. So maybe we begin there. Thank you.
Thanks, Anusha. Absolutely. And I think future of work, there was a very recent study that we had conducted, and, it came about that it's not just about an aspirational element, which Anusha mentioned. Almost about 32% of the jobs will undergo a remarkable change in the competencies. And if you're talking about 32% of jobs undergoing change in terms of the required competencies, it is actually a matter of sustenance, your continuity of livelihood. It is not aspirational at all. It is, I think, very important to be able to navigate that space of where the future of work is leading on to, rather than feeling fancy about future of work being probably something which is happening to other organizations or larger organizations or whatever. So I think of course one of those elements which I still feel we could probably address, we do have about another 3-4 minutes before I leave it out to the group, to the audience for any questions and that you may have. I think one very critical thing which we have addressed is the informal sector. But I think there is also a lot which is spoken about the small and medium businesses. While it is, anywhere between formal and informal, but small and medium businesses are touted to be, the largest employment creators, or at least in the near future, that is where most of the jobs are going to happen, especially if we are talking about urban, rural, semi-urban, etc. kind of places. So I would like to, understand around the panel if there is any thought around, how can we, bring about formality in terms of SMBs, wherever it is possible. It is likely to bring about whatever level of formality can be brought in, because obviously informal, we do understand it's a challenge and it's going to take its time. But as far as the small and medium enterprises is concerned, is there something that we can do some quick work, some quick transition around to bring in some level of impact here? Mehrotra sir.
See, small and medium enterprises invariably are owner-driven enterprises.
Yes.
They are never employee-driven enterprises. That is executive-run. So unless you educate the owner and he's prepared to look at it, it is not going to change. Most small and medium enterprises want to get away from all laws. And this I'm referring to the type of presentation that Lagu Udyog Bharti would make. I mean, I've been in quite a few of them, wanting that, the Factories Act should be out, all this act. No labor legislation should apply if you have less than 100 people. So this is one type of thinking. Now, that's not going to take place with the new labor code that has come up. What they are really looking out for, they're looking out for people with multi-skills. They don't have specialized skills. So when I look at small and medium enterprises, they're really looking out for people who can do all types of jobs rather than a specific job. So whenever you look in terms of employment, unless the person is that multi-skilled to that sector, the employment sustainability will not.
Correct.
This is the way I look at small and medium enterprise.
Sure.
Okay, union will have their own point of view with reference to small and medium enterprises, because some or the other they are averse to unions. And the unionization also works only where they are in industrial states. So if the union is able to unionize in an industrial state, then that works. And to that extent, they're able to bargain and get a better deal. Okay. Otherwise, it does not. So these are two parts that I would look when I see the way small and medium enterprises work.
Absolutely.
I think if I can add to that, I think there are two aspects of it when we speak to small and medium enterprise. One is, and of course, I discovered to my horror, there are 77,000 central government compliances and about 25,000 state government compliances, depending on which state you're looking at. I think we have tried the deterrence model. There are certain compliances you don't meet, you can go to jail, right? Literally in running a business. And of course, there are extreme fines. I think there's definitely an opportunity. I'm not saying go the other extreme. I think definitely an opportunity to simplify some of these compliances which are required, which will kind of increase the compliance. I think that's one aspect of it. Let me tell you the other aspect of it from a migrant population perspective, people who come work, and I agree with the multi-skilled point that you put forward. I think today, as an employee, today government has data about pretty much everybody who's on Aadhaar. We know the PAN, we know all aspects of it. But still, because of the multi-department way government functions, the PF does not get populated with the Aadhaar at that same point in time. So that's one part of the problem. He's not there. Second thing, with all the compliances, you should know the reason why EPF is able to pay out 8.8% is the fact that 80,000, 90,000 crores are not claimed by anybody at all.
That's true.
It's sacrilege, right? In today's day and age.
The interest on that.
Exactly. So I'm saying that
there used to be a lapses and forfeiture account.
Yes.
I have run a trust, so I know how it operates.
So just look at both the problem. One is from an SMB perspective, I think there is an appropriate level of compliance which are required. And second thing is also, I think, to increase the formalization, improve the security benefits and so on and so forth. I think the entire aspect, now the time has come because we have Aadhaar and we have linkages, etc. and all that, to digitize the entire thing. Yeah.
Absolutely. Any last words, anybody? Otherwise, I'll leave it to the audience. Any questions?
I'll just make one mention. She was referring to, skills, the semi-skilled and highly skilled. While I'm not referring to the way government does it, but in enterprise, I have done it. In fact, you go through a trade test, and I'll simply give you examples of it. Everybody picks up welding, but that's tack welding. But if I want to give you a highly skilled welder's job, then I need to see your skill in downhand, vertical, and overhead. Why I'm referring overhead? Because if I have to weld a pipe, then I can't do it downhand because the facility is so large that I can't tilt it. So you have to tilt yourself. Now, what you're interested then is you give a test plate and see that it go through X-ray welding. Now, if slag inclusion, I can't be doing X-ray of all the welds. So what I do is I give a test piece, downhand, vertical, and overhead, X-ray weld and check. And if I find that there is no slag inclusion, I give him the highly skilled. Otherwise, I don't give him. So every trade will have its own methodology of doing it. It will be trade specific. You can't have a blanket. Now, it is not possible when you look in terms of an enrollment to be done. It has to be done at the center. You can teach that skill. I'm not getting into carpentry. I'm not getting into fitting. I'm not getting into various. I mean, I recollect at one stage administering this test in my career and building up some of the tests for various trades in Mukund to look in terms of all jobs. So it's a question of enterprises do it.
Correct.
Otherwise, how do I promote you over the other?
Yes. Yes, please.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah. My name is McLeod Emmanuel. I'm a consultant to business and human rights sessions in some supply chains. Interestingly, with a couple of UK brands and European brands, the discussion around labor trafficking has emerged among migrant workers. And find that a lot of cases recently with some international NGOs that are doing work with governments, rescues, seem to pick up a lot of cases around migrant workers in labor trafficking, in bonded labor. And I was just curious to understand from the whole research standpoint, 7 or 8 items with it, do you think that is becoming a major theme in discussions with businesses? It's very interesting just to highlight that from some of the data that I've seen with governments, state governments, a lot of small and micro enterprises have been called out. And as a theme to embed, I'm wondering if FICCI can take that up as
Sure.
a discussion area.
Sure. Thank you. Geeta, maybe you can take that up. And I'm sure even the next panel, which is specifically focused on the international migration, can also probably address this.
Yeah, thanks, Emmanuel, for that question. And I think it's important. It's an important area of investigation. And I think a lot of work has been going on also in terms of looking at both trafficking as an issue internally as well as internationally. We're doing one study where we're looking at we're not calling it trafficking, we're calling it unsafe migration, because we don't know yet before having done the research whether to call it trafficking or not. Because trafficking is a very specific definition, and I think it's important to sort of get that clear, because otherwise we tend to conflate a lot of forms of migration as trafficking. So that sort of clarity is also sort of important. But we are looking at, say, for instance, unsafe migration from tea plantations in West Bengal to other parts. And that's also sort of the impetus there is declining work in plantations and survival becoming extremely difficult for young people there. And we're looking at unsafe migration of men, women, children, all kinds of age groups, but particularly women to domestic work. So those are, of course, that's an important agenda of, but we also have to sort of be careful in terms of thinking where is this research question coming from and who is driving this research agenda, because trafficking has been like almost a debate for close to a century now, and it's sort of emerged in rescue rehabilitation kind of frameworks. But that's not the only way in which we can think about trafficking, right? So I think it's sort of a complicated debate, extremely important to be explored in terms of research. Yes.
Yeah, I have a suggestion to offer. I am Chiradeep Bandyopadhyay. Much of the discourse today has centered around the primary and the secondary economy, that is agriculture and the manufacturing sector. But the discourse nowadays has shifted to the IT-enabled, the new emerging sectors which are there. And what I have personally felt, it can be a matter of debate, is that in the IT and IT-enabled sector or in the BFSI sector, things are as a factory as it was some time back. The things have become much more complex now. It is no more an aspirational job. It is a factory level job, actually, factory in the IT sector. Now, we have not touched much upon the conditions and the discourse about what the IT-enabled or the BFSI sector, and I'm sure in the coming days, the analytics and other knowledge-based sectors, jobs would be like. So this is an important area which I think has to be looked into. This is point number one. And this goes out for the entire conclave today. Point number two is, we have not yet paid attention to, and this may be because of constraints of time or other reasons, to emerging employment forms, especially gig economies, or highly skill-driven jobs. And here, skill-driven means I would say highly technology skill-driven jobs, wherein existing models of employment will not fit into. These organizations or such people may not essentially fall under the ambit of labor laws, and they may have to be looked differently. Mobility and other issues are there. And therefore, this is another area which I think therefore needs to be looked into when we look at the migration or future of work issues. This, I think, needs to be paid attention. A third area where I think we may need to look into is diversity, inclusion, and belongingness. Equity, inclusion, and belongingness, especially with emerging or newly discovered sections of society, LGBTI plus and other emerging areas of society. So maybe these are some aspects which need to be focused upon more. What we have focused upon is what has traditionally been there, but these are issues which much of which we even in the classroom face. It has come down to such a level. I would suggest that the conclave takes note of these issues.
Absolutely. I think the points are very valid. And I think we did try and bring up a few of those sectors and those areas. In fact, gig was also touched upon, and so was BFSI, etc. But I think the point really relevant point is that, we need to have a sustained dialogue about these, because gig is definitely becoming larger. And I think a lot of those elements need to be looked at. The diversity aspect, absolutely. I think those are things which dialogues have to be sustained. Only then some possible outcomes can be achieved.
And these are dialogues which are not necessarily important from society or economy point of view, but also from the legal point of view, because legal frameworks, existing legal frameworks may not be relevant to these types of jobs.
Correct. Absolutely. I think one last question. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you for the discussion. Migration Now. And
Varun from India Migration Now. Thank you for the discussion. I have two sort of macro trends I want to throw at you, and would love to see how you respond to it. One is a internal migration trend, which is, if we compare India, where we are in our stage of growth as an economy, you compare historically a US or China, the level of interstate migration, especially rural to urban, is actually quite low. That's one of the counterintuitive points we've realized looking at the numbers. And the answer to why it's low, we saw it in COVID. I think the other points we discussed today is at destination, which are often our cities, are quite unlivable. And this has been seen in surveys where people are willing to take that Manrega job and not go, earn less, and not go because they said that non-monetary costs of living in a city are immense. The quality of life, the lack of dignity. I mean, these are things that do matter to these households who are sending their members, and especially matters to women. Women migration, long-term women migration in India is very low, which ties up to this issue of labor force participation. So I think I would love to sort of see the larger one is, of course, the workplace, but also the city, the place where they have to be broadly. I mean, this is all contributing to perhaps why only 30% of positions are being filled. Of course, there's a skill mismatch. I agree with that. The second trend, which is a more firm level trend. There, if you look at the global trend, if you look at it as a startup, I run a startup. If I pitch to an investor a human resource heavy model, they will not listen to me. They said, automate, use tech, whatever. Don't use people, right? The business model messaging being given to new firms. New firms create growth, and those firms, the messaging is low HR. And this is what we're seeing around the world. The size of firms is getting smaller. The number is very clear. We have 50, we're billion-dollar companies with 50 people in it. I get it that it's IT, but I think we're seeing this in many different sectors. So these are two trends we are seeing. I would love to sort of context at you all in a very interesting discussion, and would love to see any responses to that. I just want to throw these two trends. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks. I'll come to that. Anybody's you want to take this? Yeah.
No, I think, surprisingly, we are also kind of seeing this data, especially over the last 2 years. Okay. So I don't have full data on to say if it is historically lower, and that could be the denominators could be different for Western economies and India because of education and historical reasons, so on and so forth from rural to urban. But I think a couple of things that we have seen, especially post-COVID, and we have done our own survey trying to figure out saying why even blue collar workers are not looking to move at all. And curiously, we found two things. One is obviously, minimum jobs, Manrega, whatever it is, they are getting it. Second thing is the government's insistence for the next 5 years to provide free food grains up to 5 kilo. That's kind of significantly impacted. Yeah, it's becoming a big thing because now you have food and you have some sort of money to be in the same area. And for all the right reasons you mentioned, lack of dignity, etc., and all that, why would you want to move there when some of these things are sufficiently been taken care of? And by the way, that's also the reason why increasingly some of the more manufacturing companies that we're speaking to are now trying to go towards areas where there are labor available, rather than building it near the sea coast or somewhere to take care of logistics. And that's why I think the entire logistics push and road construction, etc., is going to be so crucial for us to be able to go to the next level. So absolutely important. We are seeing that data flow through. In fact, I should tell you the other thing is we are now seeing a rapid rise in e-commerce companies wanting to go to tier 3 cities, right? Tier 3 cities, 5 lakh population, nobody was bothered about 3 years back. Now the consumption rates are rising there because of awareness. And because of that, now picker, packer, warehouse people, etc., and all are getting the kind of people we employ, all are getting recruited in tier 3 cities. We have seen, just to give you an example, this Q2 to last Q2, which is July, August, September, a 20% increase in workforce demand coming from tier 2, tier 3 cities. Yeah. So
and I think a lot more of intrastate migration, probably, much larger than what we've seen. And I think to your second point, definitely, I mean, see, the way leaner organizations, leaner HR, leaner people functions, I mean, this is something which is here to stay. Don't think but yes, thankfully, I mean, there are certain sectors which are still going to absorb so much of resources, and the core sectors and the primary side of economy, etc. So I think that is something which is definitely there, but then we need to also plan for the workers to navigate this space. Are you upskilling them? Are you preparing them for something which is inevitable? Sorry, one last question. Sorry. I think we are running out of time.
Yeah, thank you. But, this whole issue of MSME and large industry, which is not only part of the supply chain. And for example, I work with FISME, Federation of Small and Medium. I mean, their whole angle is that they are being pushed because of China, that they're being pushed to lower costs. And there's no innovation there, so they lower costs by pushing labor. This is one argument that is constantly coming. But I give you a specific example, and therefore, in terms of the counter view, security agencies are one of the biggest employers in the thing. I work with one in Baroda, state-of-the-art upskilling, training facilities, things like that. Now, it costs, and then they want to apply to labor standards, etc. And then the principal employer says, when you bid, अब यार सिक्योरिटी क्या वर्दी बना के खड़े करना ना 9,000 वाला दे दो. And here this organization desperate trying to upskill firefighting and amazing state of the art. And he says, I do all that, and then I'm put on the same this thing that they are 9,000 rupiah when I'm asking at least de do. Now this is also the dynamics and the conflict which comes from what Anusha says, recognizing, skilling, and certifying them, and that you can't hire anybody who's not certified. I think somewhere there lies the roadmap of the future.
Sure.
Couldn't agree more, sir. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you so much, everyone, for patient listening. And one last minute by Geeta, and then we are moving on.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to you, Varun, especially the first bit where you talked about people not moving to big cities. That's actually a trend that we need to take cognizance of, both in terms of invisibility of intrastate migration, as well as the growth of census towns. That's a pattern of urbanization that we are witnessing today, and that's extremely important to understand and think about and connect it with the conversation on future of work, because the way we are also imagining cities are very exclusionary. Our imagination of being able to provide people with housing at work, outside work, the notions of affordable housing that we have are extremely skewed and extremely problematic. So those are also conversations that one will have to bring into this. And I think in all of that, whether we have the ecology in mind, whether we have sustainability in mind, are all questions that are open and quite challenging questions.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, the audience. And thank you so much, FICCI and AIO, for putting this together and this very important panel. And most of all, thank you so much, my panelists, all the panelists and their wonderful views and insights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We had a very good deliberation, right from the future of work to change in economy, to change in business model, to change in the people model. to how engagements have changed to how health, safety, and wages help the future of work, how society and government can take this forward. I must really thank all the panelists and special thanks to the moderator to bring the best from each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll immediately start from the next panel discussion. The theme is external migration, the nuances and way forward. We'll be talking about the complexities of external migration to and from India, issues and challenges, skill migration, role of government institutions facilitating external migration, suggestions for effective and efficient labor governance. The session would be moderated by Mr. Amit Vatsayan, partner EY. We have the lead speaker as Mr. Dino Correll, migration specialist ILO. And in the panel, we have Mr. S.S. Sasikumar, former senior fellow VV Giri Labour Institute. Mr. Sandeep Kapoor, MD and MS International and VP Association of Overseas Recruiting Agents. And Mr. Varun Agarwal, founder and CEO of India Migration Now. I hand it over to you, Mr. Amit.
Thank you so much, and very good afternoon to those who are remaining. Hi. Akanksha, just want to check that is there anybody joining online as well? No, in terms of the panelists.
Good. How are you?
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. So I am very well aware of the time squeeze which we are facing. So, we'll try to be as brief as possible. But just to set a background, I think, this conversation is very timely because while I think our previous panel spoke about what's happening within India, the focus of this panel is really to look at the migration out of India and into the various destination countries, to look at the issues which are there, but also to look at what are the core areas which the ecosystem players need to focus on. So whether it's the government, the recruiting agency, the skilling ecosystem, or even in the destination market. So just as a bit of background, and of course, I'm joined by esteemed panelists. Of course, we'll have a lead speaker in Dino, as well as Varun from Migration Now. And I believe Mr. Sasikumar is also joining us online. So let me try to kind of give a bit of a background, and then of course I'll request Dino to talk, to really frame this conversation. I think if you really look at international migration patterns, about 2/3 of the international migrants today live in 20 odd countries, and the countries which are receiving the maximum migration include USA, Germany, Saudi, Russia, UK, UAE, France, Canada, Australia, Spain, just to name the top 10. And India sends the highest number of migrants if you're looking at it from a country perspective. There is also a gender dimension to this, that we are looking at females slightly outnumber the men as far as the migration to OECD or European countries, North America is concerned, as well as Oceania, whereas men outnumber them when it comes to Western Asia and Africa. Also, there is a gender dimension in the services sector. So we have more women going into the service sector around health and also around domestic work, whereas men, tend to be more when we're talking about manufacturing and construction. If we see within India, with reference to what's happening globally, is that traditionally there were, Kerala, for example, used to top the state from which migration used to happen. But that trend has been shifting, and today we have got UP, Bihar, West Bengal, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, AP, Punjab, Telangana, and Odisha, for example, as states where we are seeing a significant amount of migration happening. In terms of, I think, the type of jobs for which migration is happening, if you look at broadly GCC countries and to some extent Southeast Asian countries, the migration is more on low skilled jobs, really commonly termed as blue collar. And if we look at the US, UK, Canada, it's more on professional or technical job. Also, there are the new emergent destinations. So, for example, France, Germany, and Belgium, Australia, New Zealand, etc. But also in Southeast Asia and in East Asia, Singapore and Japan, where more technology-oriented jobs are also emerging, around which migration is happening. So, if let's say we are looking at these dimensions, I think the discussion which I would like to propose really is that I think migration, and if you look at Government of India's policy, that India is looking at becoming the human resource hub for the world in many ways. But the question really is, for example, currently Indian qualifications and harmonization of those qualifications with reference to destination market at this juncture, seems to be a bit of a challenge. If you look at again destination market, the pre-departure training in terms of really helping skill up or bring people to par with the destination market again continues to be a bit of a gap area. And also, if you look at destination market, so for the destination market, really being aware of, about the skill capability and skill pipeline coming from India. Currently, there is a information asymmetry and vice versa. And also, for the people who have already been placed, who are already in those markets, really looking at their skilling, upskilling and reskilling again continues to be, something which one has to talk about. There is the dimension, and I think the previous panel also spoke about, is with reference to how do we look at supply aggregation. In terms of currently there are recruiting agencies which are working, how well connected or integrated are they with the skilling ecosystem currently prevalent in India, as well as how this entire information is being brought together in a manner which still has the consent of the candidate and has the safety and protection in mind when we are talking about that candidate transitioning to the destination countries. So I'm sure we are going to have a very lively conversation with our esteemed panelists. But to start with, I would request Rino to please kindly lead with your point of view.
Thank you very much, Amit, and thank you, colleagues. Thank you to AIOE for convening this meeting and for inviting the ILO to join, both to support, but also to join this particular panel. Maybe at the outset, just to say that I think it's a very interesting conversation also from the perspective of linking the conversation around internal and international migration. And I think also how we have seen the conversation and the discussion to play out, that there is indeed quite a lot of interlinkages. Also, sometimes I think we are not considering that enough or sufficiently. More broadly, and I was asked to sort of like set the stage a bit, so I will maybe take a small step back. Of course, I think we all agree that labor migration can provide benefits and opportunities to migrant workers and their families, and contribute to sustainable development of countries of origin, destination. But of course, only if it is properly governed. And I think this is also pretty clear coming from the conversation we are having here today. If it is properly governed, then it can balance labor supply, help develop and transfer skills at various levels, contribute to social protection systems, foster innovation, spur investment through remittances, among others, and become, and this is maybe something more looking forward to a certain extent, a climate resilience and adaptation strategy. At the same time, without proper governance frameworks, it remains associated with a number of risks and challenges. And again, I think we've heard quite a number of them already. Informality, one important area, safety and health hazards, decent work deficits, abusive practices, or even forced labor. Migrants face inequality of treatment in the labor market, including with respect to wages, conditions of work, social security, trade union rights, and others. And if you look at irregular labor migration movements in particular, they further increase the vulnerability of migrant workers to exploitation and human rights violations. They can also undercut wages and established working conditions, of course. At the moment, the expectation is that there are some 164 million migrant workers globally, and half of them are estimated to be women. They comprise almost 5% of the global labor force and thereby represent an integral part of the world economy and make a substantive contribution to the growth and development of societies. The Asia-Pacific region ranks first as regards to the origin of international migrants, being the region of 1/3 of international migrants globally. And as it was just mentioned by Amit, India itself has been the country of origin for the largest number of international migrants, but at the same time also the top recipient of international remittances. And of course, this also shows the economic potential that is associated with these movements. As it was also just said, traditional migration corridors from the region have been primarily into elementary occupations and medium-skilled work. But as we can see at the moment, aging populations and corresponding labor market deficits in some parts of the world seem to be opening up new opportunities and are increasingly being seen as avenues for skilled migrant labor, including from South Asia. And in this global competition for talent, highly skilled workers are, of course, sought after. And they're also associated in general terms with fewer challenges related to accessing decent work or rights protection. And yeah, I think a number of relevant points have just been made in that context. And of course, there's the overall link also to the previous conversation around skills and skills development, matching skills and supply, but also being aware of what is the demand so that the supply can sort of be adjusted and matched. The recent development of bilateral labor migration agreements or migration and mobility partnership agreements, I think, is also an indicator of these recent developments. If we try to maximize the benefits of labor migration and minimize the risks and social costs involved, we, of course, require sound and effective labor migration governance frameworks. ILO standards on labor migration provide tools for countries of origin and destination to govern labor migration and ensure adequate protection for this vulnerable group of workers. Policy responses should be guided by international labor standards and fundamental principles and rights at work. And they should also be based on reliable data and evidence to address the unique challenges of the different regions and actors and individuals involved. I think just now a reference has been made to information asymmetry. I think it was linked to skills in particular, but I think this is also the case for many other areas that we look at. In the previous session, I think someone referred to the lack of information about available benefits. I think that is something that we see both at the national, but also at the international level. Are people even aware of the rights, benefits, and opportunities they have? These frameworks should also respond to the changing needs of businesses and workers, address skills, education, and training gaps, of course, and respond to changing needs and requirements of the labor market, take into consideration the future of work, and pay particular attention to the particular requirements and needs of women migrant workers. Areas in this context, and of course, again, looking at international migration in particular, that would merit particular attention refer to respecting human rights, including labor rights of all migrant workers, addressing issues of exploitation and discrimination throughout the migration cycle, and maybe just to note that, of course, this starts even before the decision is taken. Sometimes the sort of interventions start when the decision to migrate has already been taken, but then it's very difficult to address some of those issues or concerns. So awareness and support systems should be available even in the process of deciding to go abroad. Gender-based challenges, of course, have to be looked at, promoting skills development and recognition. And this is also something that is true for the entire labor migration cycle, both before departure, at the destination, and then finally upon return. If people work in a certain sector or an occupation for a certain period of time, they gain skills, but they do not have the relevant certificates to prove it. It will again be a challenge for them to be reintegrated into society and the labor market upon their return. And of course, this is a broader point. Reintegration of returning migrants is also a critical aspect. Promoting access to social protection for migrant workers and their families, also from the perspective of portability, how to ensure that they're in a position to bring back entitlements they might have earned during their employment abroad. And then advancing labor migration data and statistics, I've referred to it before. Without a clear understanding of the actual challenge, the actual movements and the figures involved, it's of course difficult to tailor the policy response in an efficient manner. And bilateral labor agreements are also, at least according to the ILO, an avenue to address some of these issues raised. But again, if we link it back to the conversations we had earlier, I think putting more emphasis on the situation of internal migrant workers is similarly important, as they do share many of the vulnerabilities of international migrants, but they often tend to be less attended to. So I think that is a challenge we face, and I think that's also why I said earlier, I think it's good and important that we have the conversation today addressing both developments or both dynamics. To promote decent work in the context of labor mobility, adequate consultation should take place with workers and employers organizations. And I again believe that today we've heard quite a number of concrete examples of that. And the event today is also an opportunity to advance that. The ILO stands ready to continue to engage with AIOE, all other relevant stakeholders present here today, to advance this conversation and see how we can improve those frameworks, the situation of migrant workers, both internal and international, and more broadly promote and advance safe and fair labor migration. Let me leave it at that for now, but I look forward to, of course, engage in the conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, for that comprehensive overview on, on what I call a rather complex environment one is operating in. And I think some of the point which you made with reference to, for example, currently this entire skill spectrum, upskilling, moving out, and also integration coming back, similarly on benefits, and I think also along with that protection. Currently, we are seeing a very it's a big jigsaw really in that sense. If one is trying to address that, and I think the another important point is the diversity of the stakeholders who are involved in this process, both the private sector actors, the governments at both ends, and of course the people. So that brings me to really to Mr. Shashikumar, and of course, you are very well known for with reference to views on labor, and of course, a leading authority on this. So, we'd love to hear from you about your view, and in particular, I think so your suggestions for how do you see effective and efficient governance coming into play in this space. Over to you.
Thank you so much. I hope I am audible. Okay, good evening, everyone. Let me at the outset compliment the AIOE, FICCI, ILO, and Ernst & Young for organizing this conference on a very significant theme, which is dominating contemporary public policy discourses on development in all countries, irrespective of the levels of their development and income. And let me also thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I'm sorry I'm not physically present. I was in Delhi a couple of days before, but due to some social commitment, I had to come back Kerala. But on a lighter side, yes, a migration conclave without Kerala's presence, it's a very difficult thing to imagine. So you can think that there is some field level presence from Kerala. So that's at the lighter side. On a serious note, there are 5 key points that I would like to highlight. The first point is with respect to the question that was discussed in the previous session, the whole question of technology and skills and migration. Now, how do we postulate it? The first question is, how do we postulate it? What does the theoretical and other relevant framework suggest about it? The suggestion is, when there is a technological advancement, there is immediately some kind of, especially it happens in a higher income region. I'm talking region. It can happen within a country like India or elsewhere. When it happens, there are certain kinds of innovations that happen. Certain kinds of high skills are required. We know what happened to Indian IT professionals in demand in different parts of the world at different points of time. And there is a sudden filling up of skill shortages in these countries from drawing migrant workers from other regions. And the next step, what happens is, these people, when they're high skill migrants move, there is a corresponding demand for services that they require, different kinds of ancillary services at the low level of skills. So there will be a parallel or some kind of a follow-up low skill demand that arises. So some kind of a skill polarization happens, and this gets intensified in those countries where there is a demographic transition happening. So this is exactly what is happening for the last 2 to 3 decades. And where is India positioning in it? We are now arguing that we want to emerge, the chair had very correctly said, as the skill capital or the human resource hub of the world. And today morning, we heard an excellent presentation by Secretary Skill Development. He was also in the Ministry of Overseas Indian Affairs. He himself is a scholar. He has written extensively. I recommend some of his papers to be read by everyone on social security agreements and others. Very clear presentation on what the kind of activities we are doing. If you make an assessment of what are we doing in terms of moving to that skill hub, right now, most of the interventions are towards meeting that medium to high skill, most of the agreements, and also to countries which are slowly opening up their borders. The best example, he himself referred to Finland. Finland is a classic case. It's a country which had huge immigration restrictions. Now they are opening up because of the demographic transitions, because of technological advancements, and we are getting into that space. But if you parallelly do an assessment about what are the kinds of migration flows that is expected in the next, let's say, 10 years, it is sure that most of the migration flows from India, for sure, is going to be of the low-skilled nature. So if you really want to emerge as the skill capital of the world or the human resource hub, the emphasis must be on improving the skill content of the low-skilled migrants. Skill content of the low-skilled migrants should become the top policy priority. That's the first point that I wanted to say. The second point, I want to combine two things. One is the immigration policies and the economic policies in the destination countries. Ultimately, international migration is still demand-centric. You can be prepared, but you have to be received first. There has to be a demand. And that demand to a large extent depends on, one, the economic structure, the policies that's happening in those destination countries, and also the immigration policies. We are seeing a lot of changes in political economy across the world. We are seeing elections are throwing up different kinds of presidents in different countries who have very varied views regarding migration. So we may be most appropriately prepared, but not necessarily everybody may welcome migrant workers. We need to be monitoring this fact very, very carefully. Right now, most of our approach is, okay, some demand comes, we respond. No, we should monitor the immigration policies. We should monitor the economic policies. For instance, you take Gulf. You look at the GCC economies for the last two years. You will see a lot of economic diversification post-pandemic. What is this economic diversification all about? Though their economic activities remain intimately linked to hydrocarbon value chain, recent policies signal a clear shift to low carbon and financial sector. So these are the kinds of demand that's emanating in Gulf, which I still believe is going to host the maximum number of Indian international migrants in the next 10 years. No doubt about it, apart from high-skilled migrants to the United States. You may have new destinations, but those new destinations will account for a fairly lower number of migrants. They're not going to say suddenly, because they look at the social integration question much closely. So we need to monitor these immigration policies, economic diversification policies, and be prepared. Right now, this is more of a, ad hoc based agreements. It cannot be like that. It has to be a policy which is coherent in responding to it. The third point that I want to talk about is about return migrants, which was mentioned in the keynote address. The question is, this is one area where we need to do a lot. Right now, our return migration policies are very infant. What has happened is, say, we have differentiated return migration policies. One is, of course, return migration policies when it comes to distressed migration. Nobody wants a migrant worker to come distressed, but insecurities around the world, including wars, force a lot of migrant workers to come back. So they are evacuated by the central government. They reach the state governments. And what is it the state governments has to politically do? Have some rehabilitation. That happens. So it's happening. I did a paper way back in 1990. It's not changed. Every distressed migration follows the same sequence. After they reach, they are told to register their details, which is very strange. State or no agency has a proper record or about the characteristics of the migration. We may have numbers, but not the characteristics of the migration. That's very central for return migration policies. So by the time all these data are collected, characteristics are collected, the crisis may get over and these people will return. This is exactly going to happen in the context of Israel also. No doubt about it. A lot of people have come back, they will go back. 101%. In the meantime, there are lots of rehabilitation efforts. That's one side. The second is investment, which is very linked to people, AIOE and FICCI. What is happening is, that has not happened actually. Reinvestment by return migrants in India has not been to the level of what was expected, because we are the highest remittance receiving economy. That's not been translated to investment. Probably because these migrants are not per se entrepreneurs. Could be the argument. Second, we should try different kinds of business models. Maybe some cooperatives, say maybe some startups trying to facilitate their investment. Possible. These are things that could be thought of. And the third point is, one we have completely neglected and we should be really focusing is reintegration to the labor market. Because these people, we are now focusing on the skills of the outgoing migrant. Once the migrant goes there, she or he, say, acquires a lot of skills before they come back. Return is inevitable in most cases of migration, except very high skill migration. When they come back, say, if you have some accreditation of the skills that they have acquired in the destination, probably this accreditation can happen in the destination countries. That would facilitate their re-entry to the labor market at a faster pace. In fact, some of the irregular migration, because they overstay sometimes after the period of contract. They overstay thinking that, I don't have much opportunities when I come back. Whereas if you have some kind of skill recognition at the destination country through some B2B agreements or something like that, that can facilitate their return. The next point is the B2B initiative per se. I was recently reviewing a paper for the Niti Aayog to be published as a discussion paper on future of international migration. I saw a lot of B2B initiatives, a lot of MOUs have been signed. Arvind, I'm very serious about it. I'm more interested in knowing what are the outcomes of these MOUs. This is a general thing about international migration. We have signed a lot of MOUs, bilateral agreements. But then, as a policy analyst, we should be knowing what has been the outcome of those MOUs. You can really document this. And once you have B2B agreements, which have very positive outcomes, then that can be showcased to get more similar contracts with other destinations. That is what is expected. Signing an MOU per se is not the solution. Evaluating the outcome of an MOU, showing the success of that is the key. The next point is the recruitment cost. That is one thing that we need to really look at. I was involved in a NOMAD survey. NOMAD, including with ILO, World Bank, had done a survey in 2015, and I had done the India, Qatar, and India, Saudi Arabia recruitment cost survey. Cost is three components. One is the administrative cost. We can't do much about it. There's a procedure, passport, visa, etc. Second is travel. Of course, policy is possible, but even the courts, judiciary has said that we can't intervene beyond a point. Third cost is agency cost. We have around 60 to 65% of the cost, that the migrants incur, especially low-skilled migrants. That means it's very regressive. They are the ones with low wages. They incur high costs to migrate. That is something that we need to reduce. Here, as was said in the beginning by the chair, recruitment costs can be reduced only with strong interventions or strong involvement of recruiting agencies. Private recruiting agencies plays a dominant role in India's migration streams. The experience of overseas employment councils set up by the different state governments has not been that encouraging. 95+% of the total migrants to the Middle East are recruited directly or indirectly through the private recruiting agencies. We have to bring them. They have a lot of information. I know I've talked to some of the outstanding recruiting agencies. They have fantastic information. They know about skills. They know about the laws, everything. They have to be intimate, more closely associated with the migration policy architecture. And my last point, if you look at the migration governance structure in India, international migration governance structure, some people would even say that we don't have an international migration policy because it's in bits and pieces. It's partly right also. You have an Immigration Act 1983, which has not responded dynamically to the changes. It is awaiting, every time a bill is formulated, new measures are introduced, but it's not come through. It's something that we need to think about. It's disjoint. Now you have skill development. Then you have social security agreements done by the Ministry of Labor through the PF. We have signed agreements with some 16 countries. Again, outcomes are not very much there in the public domain. So it's in bits and pieces. We need some kind of a coordinated migration policy architecture. The key verticals of that, the first would be information. We can use sources like eMigrate, recruiting agencies, sources in the destinations, etc., to collate this information. It's possible. Technology allows us to do that. We should have systematic information. Then you have an evidence-based policy. Otherwise, many a times it's more on perception-based policies. The second is, of course, skill. I've talked about it. The third is about recruitment. This is the third core pillar. The fourth core pillar to me is the question of disadvantaged sections, about women. When we talk about women, though it's said that more than 50% of the workers are women migrant workers. That's not the case from India. Let's be very clear about it. Most of the policies on women migration in India in recent years have been more of restrictiveness. I mean, it is the question of protectedness. One can see it. But you need to look at gender questions related to migration afresh. We need to look at migration of women beyond the immediate economic angle and examine the potential of such migration to promote social empowerment of women and change the power relations. That's the key question, instead of trying to restrict it. And last is social protection. We have signed a lot of social security agreements. But who are these beneficiaries of these social security agreements? Again, to the best of my understanding, most of the social security agreements benefit very high income professionals, very high income professionals. Whereas who are vulnerable? Vulnerable are those at the lower end of the skill spectrum. So we need to have a coordinated policy structure in order to maximize. And the last point is remittance. I mean, I know that remittance, we are the largest recipient, all of us recognize. But still, if you go to Middle East, I've done surveys around, if you go to Middle East, a large number of workers still pay 10%, 12%. It's very, very, I mean, it's not correct at all. At a time when you have so much of technology, why should a poor migrant worker earning $100 or $200, they're trying to send $100 or $200 a month, pay 10% or 12% of remittance cost? Remittance cost. If you look at remittance only as a foreign exchange, this is the problem. You have to look at remittance from a migrant perspective. Then, if you have such a policy structure, you will have maximizing migration outcomes at the individual level and also maximizing the migration development synergy, both at the individual level as well as at the macro level. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sasikumar. And it was really a masterclass in the conversation which you did. And I'm not going to try to summarize that. I think some of the core things which you already talked about, especially I think bringing together the focus on this entire spectrum of the communities which are migrating and looking at the 360 view in terms of when they are migrating out or when they're coming back in, but also the way money flow is happening. So whether it's the reinvestments, whether it's the remittance, I think you also made a very interesting point about the social security agreements. I think a lot has been talked about, but it is clearly an area, and I think when Dino also spoke about this, the point about how do we really look at protection or some semblance of it, especially when we are talking about the low skill jobs, I think is very crucial. So I'll now turn to Varun to seek his view, especially Varun and I previously had a good catch up, and one of the things which Varun was very passionate about was really trying to look at this ecosystem, but also look at some of the nuances in the ecosystem, because sometimes I think in conversation on macro issues, some of the specifics and nuances, especially when we're talking about diversity, disadvantaged community, that gets lost. So Varun, over to you.
Thank you, Amit, and thank you to FICCI and IOE, ILO for having Ernst & Young for having me here. I'm from India Migration Now. India Migration Now, for those who don't know, we're a migration-focused advocacy and research group. We're based out of Bombay, and we have a team all over. We've been existing for like 6 years now. And our focus encompasses both internal and international migration. Our team is full of migration scholars, and we've done actually a lot of work during COVID with AIOE and ILO, and I'm both on internal migration and on international migration, really looking at the COVID time strategy for how to move forward. So I'm very glad to see some of the discussion points come alive. What I want to do in my remarks is, Dr. Sasikumar has given an excellent overview of the key burning points, and Dino really gave us a framework to think about from an ILO point of view of what's going on in this ecosystem. See, the unique thing for us in how we positioned ourselves is that on one hand, we are very very academic. We're very versed with the migration literature and try and make it relevant for India. But on the other hand, we really get our hands dirty working with HRAs, for instance. So we're strategy partners with the biggest recruiting agency association in India, FIMCA. Right, we work with them. We're a part of a lot of conversations with non-Gulf countries trying to enter the Indian market, to provide strategic support, while also being very, giving a lot of fidelity to the research. So we try to traverse both sides. So let me bring that point of view to this conversation. What is happening today, and what I think is going to happen based on what I'm seeing, the conversations we're a part of, as far as out-migration, international out-migration for work and more, and families and whatnot, because those things will become relevant as become apparent in my remarks. What's going on? And I think the key is we need a framework. There's a lot. It's complex. There's a lot of stakeholders. There's a lot of stuff happening. Many countries. It's multidimensional. We need a framework to make sense of it. The framework for me is that international migration from India tells us something about the labor market integration, the global labor market integration for Indian workers, right? India, we are not that open to workers from other parts, except perhaps Nepal or Bhutan coming into our country. But in terms of sending, we're becoming more and more open, right? And the Immigration Act 83 was an acknowledgement of that. But what is the 83 Act saying? ECR countries, right? The Gulf and Southeast Asia. So that's where our integration has been maximum. And that's where perhaps of the 18-20 million figure that's thrown around, about 10 million people from our country are working there. So that's where the integration has happened at a scale which has to be acknowledged, unprecedented in human history, where you have destination economies with 60-70% of foreign workforce. It's unheard of. Right. And I don't think it's going to happen again. The kind of political economy and the kind of unique circumstances which led to the Gulf absorbing so many, not just Indians, but South Asians, Southeast Asians, is not getting replicated in Europe. So I think anybody thinking on that front that tomorrow, next 18 million will go to Europe, I don't think the appetite in the European labor market is quite there, or the Far Eastern or the North American labor market. And this and that shows the kind of demand they have. But nonetheless, there is a demand, and they are very keen. And they're very keen despite the sort of the political dialogues that happen in destination countries, which is very quite often cautious about how many migrants should enter, legal migration and whatnot. But the reality is that employers in destination countries are very keen to get talent from India and similar countries. These are facts. So the question is, how can India now, in its journey of integrating its labor market, which started with Gulf and has been tremendously successful with a lot of obviously negative externalities like trafficking and smuggling and the poor treatment of our workers. Of course, those are all valid negative externalities, and a lot of addressing has to be done. And the Immigration Act came into from that point of view. But now, how does this journey continue with regards to non-Gulf countries, right? Like European countries, North American countries. And so there I want to then bring this, I want to caveat this saying that there's the tendency to talk about our migrant workers as commodities. Are we exporting them? I think we need to be careful. They're not goods, they're people. And I think the moment you fall in that trap, it won't work. Forget the dehumanization fact, it won't work. These are people. So I think that's one caveat. But nonetheless, just to make this easy to analyze, I'm going to use a market framing, right? Labor markets suffer from market failures. Specifically, from an employer side, is a principal agent problem. You're trying to hire someone, you don't quite understand. You're in Germany, you're running a hospital chain, you're trying to hire Indian healthcare workers. You're not quite sure about their skills. That's a whole learning process for them. Right. And that you need brokers, which is where RAs, skilling institutions and governments come into play. These are trust brokers who bridge this sort of asymmetry that exists between the worker and their household and the employer. Right. So, and there's a failure, there's a breakage there. And and this is obviously more acute internationally. It's even more acute when you talk about non-Gulf countries, because that experience is new beyond sort of high-skilled IT workers and all that. So that's one. On the worker side, there is a lot of chances of risk of negative externality like exploitation or getting to a job which is ill-suited. Again, the role of governments, both destination and source, going back to what Dino was saying, the governance piece, but also the role of HRAs, which are human resource agencies, RAs, big role to play. Because see, Gulf, we've had now a couple of generations, almost decades of experience of sending people there. The networks now, informal networks created between destination and source. things can kind of work on autopilot, right? And these HRAs who operate in this space have a lot of tremendous experience operating the space. I'm talking about the legit operators. Obviously, a lot of bad operators, and those need to be acknowledged. And that's where, again, the Immigration Act comes into play. However, this experience, when we talk about bridging this market failure in this journey of integrating our labor market with Europe and other parts of the world, we need another learning process. There's a whole new generation learning process, both from the destination side, but also from the Indian side. We need human resource agencies that are learning. When I interact with FIMCA, which is one of the largest association of recruiters, and other recruiters I've interacted with, what they tell us is that there may be a handful of them who have the capacity to do a basic business development trip and do a learning journey and understand how to understand the demand that's in Europe and then match the supply. That kind of iterative journey for them as a businesses, only a few of them can do it. For the rest of them, it's too expensive. They're used to Gulf. They're not used to Europe. So these are sort of practical, Europe, North America, Far East. So these are sort of practical things that I've been seeing in the various dialogues I've been a part of. And I think this will take time. The question is, how can we accelerate this? And the question is, how can we also scale up the positive externalities of this? Remittance has been discussed a lot, but I want to also address the skilling piece, because we are sitting here and skilling is a very important discussion. But in terms of now, how do we scale this up? I think there's an urgent need to learn from countries like Philippines, who have really leveraged their state capacity, their governance capacity to sort of build trust between foreign employers, foreign governments, and their workers, right? They have, for instance, created an ethical list of operators in their in their sort of ecosystem. So that's very useful, right? If you're a foreign employer, a German, that hospital chain coming to Philippines, okay, you just look up the top 50 ethical recruiters who match the standards that you're looking for, and then you just approach them, right? In India, we have legal operators who have a Gulf experience. We don't necessarily have that guidance to foreign employers and foreign governments with regards to who to work with in the Indian ecosystem. And this is practical. This is things from the horse's mouth I've heard from employers, right? And counterparts, foreign government counterparts, where literally from Finland, from Germany, from Netherlands, Belgium, people have approached specific recruiting agencies in India and had a bad experience because they chose a bad partner. Sometimes even it became a legal issue. And they burned their fingers, and then they were very alarmed, and then they approached the embassies and said, look, we need to do it government to government. But then the government needs to be equipped to have that conversation and have a pathway to connect with the right operators. In Philippines, this is very smoothened through the processes that they've created. In India, there are attempts to do so. It has to be acknowledged, but I think that journey is very important to build that trust between, again, foreign employers, foreign governments, and Indian government and Indian recruiters, and therefore them being as a proxy for workers. So this is a really important, and like I said, Philippines is a tremendous country for us to learn from in terms of how to leverage state capacity to that end. The next thing I would talk about is in terms of now skilling. Now, skilling, there are two elements to this. It's been the harmonization of skills. So one of the biggest things in India we have to do, and again, the lessons we can learn from countries like Philippines, countries in Thailand, and things like we're doing a lot of work in healthcare, for instance, is how the harmonization of skills. How can there are two kinds of skills in my experience, right? One is your codified knowledge, things you can learn in a course, in a vocational training, in a skilling institute is certified. You can maybe create a certified, which has global standards. Nursing is a great sector where this is the case. And you have a harmonization with hospitals across Europe and North America can accept. Beautiful, codified. But a lot of skilling that happens in India is at work. And these are sort of tacit knowledge, right? These are about soft skills, as was said earlier. These are tacit things. These things are not easy to codify. Somewhere the learning, which is the maximum skilling that's happening in India, it's happening on the job, right? How can we sort of create a system, a certification where when they work, when we have nurses or construction workers who are working, in the various sectors, and then they're like, okay, we're ready to go abroad, or they work in the Gulf in some sector, and they're like, we are ready to work in Germany. Can we support them in acknowledging and giving value to those skills? And then this is where destination economies also have to come to play. It's like, okay, and they're open to this. They're like, we would love to hire people who have 2-3 years experience, have their degrees, but we need to find a way to harmonize and communicate, interpret that better. So these are sort of practical challenges that are coming through. And again, with the Gulf, it's been bridged because of many failures, right? It's not like everything was success. There were many failures, many bad recruitment outcomes, and then people learned and have sort of smoothened this. This is a journey we are on. And like I said, I think the government and also the HRAs, the human resource, we will need new generation of human resource firms coming into the market, no doubt. It can't just be the Gulf operators who will all need to be specific to particular sectors, particular geographies, and this is going to be a really, really important journey. One thing I want to also address is this whole low skill point, right? Like Dr. Sisma rightly said, there's a huge demand for low skill workers, and that's kind of what's not aspirational in the West. And this is where they're coming to demographically advantageous places like India, South Asia, and Africa. In India, unlike one of the things I've observed is that in India, vocational training and sort of let's call it blue collar training is not a aspirational thing for a lot of people. If you look at Germany, vocational training is something people do. It's like a prestigious thing at times. People join vocational training, they have returns on those skills. In India, the returns on that blue collar skill has been so low in Gulf and India, within India, then when they see a plumber earning 80,000 pounds in London, that's a beyond imagination. It's like vocational training is not a thing to aspire to. But somehow we need to change that. We need vocational training to be seen as something that can really open up great opportunities around the world and India. And I think that shift needs to happen. And this is again something HRAs are telling us, because they are trying to find the right talent. If today in India we can't find enough talent for industry in Bangalore, and what the requirements are, the same challenges magnified so much by 100 are also applicable to Western economies, right? So I think we need to find a way to make vocational training appealing. We need to support them. We need to make them aware through our governance systems and say, look, if you train, your returns on your skill are so immense. Here's a pathway for you to become a plumber and do 2 years experience, and here's a pathway for you to work in Germany. So that journey needs to now be created. I think now just looking to the next 2-3 years, what I imagine is going to happen is, and what is already happening is, people who have experience in the Gulf, who have worked in the Gulf, are now not just looking at return migration, but are also looking at, okay, maybe I can work in Germany. I can do 2 years, be a nurse, work a year in India, 2 years in Gulf, in Dubai, and then maybe do another 3-4 years and really get my returns on my skills in Frankfurt, right? That's the kind of pathways we are seeing emerge, where people who have international experience are really well placed to take advantage of the next step up in terms of labor markets and wages. Last point I'll make is, India's labor market, as to refer to the previous discussion, is highly informal. It's in the labor market economics term, it's a very flexible labor market, right? We're very flexible. People can be informal, formal, casual, all kinds of things are acceptable here. The Gulf was a black box. So they were open to this. We were able to sort of formulate and mold into in a messy way, but in a somewhat effective way, our integration. The European economies are not flexible. They're inflexible. They're very structured. They have very strict rules and regulations. Of course, they provide a lot of protection, which is great for our people when they go there. But we're talking about going from a very informal, if you're a blue collar worker, from a very informal sort of setting to a very formalized setting. That's a journey. That's a huge leap of imagination. And that's not easily bridged. And again, we need to sort of, again, acknowledge that. These are sort of, because social welfare here, we struggle to, because state capacity is limited. We struggle with that. There, that's not a problem, right? There, that's not a problem. They've mastered it. The state capacity is fantastic, and they will want to find a way to integrate them into their system in Europe and less so in America and whatnot. So I think this is another piece. The Gulf experience, in a way, we've been spoiled. In a way, we've been spoiled because it was a black box. They wanted workers. We sent them, and they were treated in a certain way, good and bad. We got the returns from it. But in places like in the Far East, in Southeast Asia, it's going to be a different story. So it's a mixed tale. I think there's a lot of promise. It won't be the same scale as Gulf. The challenges, I hope I've tried to give you a taste of those challenges, which I've seen through my work. But I think overall there's a clear demand for it. There's a clear ecosystem push. The winds are in the sail of people trying to work in this space, and whether you're a policymaker, researcher, the government's very keen to promote this. Bilateral agreements are in place, and I think some of the challenges I'm saying are preventing them from being effective. Whether the one we signed with Germany, we see a lot of proactive action, but with Portugal, with Finland, we need a lot more of these challenges I'm addressing to be addressed for these bilateral agreements to come alive. Right. last thing on brain gain, I just want to address this because it's a pet peeve of mine as a migration researcher, right? Brain drain, brain gain. Let me just say one thing. In the short run and in the long run, the literature on migration is quite definitive. It's all brain gain. In the short run, you might see nurses might run in short supply, but let me tell you, in Philippines today, in Philippines, the largest exporter of nurses, they send the most nursing talent. India is number 2 with South dominating it. In Philippines, there's an extra supply of nurses. There's so many people who want to be nurses today. Within Philippines, to get that first 2 experience, they're literally paying hospitals to give them jobs. These are testimonies I'm getting from my counterparts in Philippines. And I think that's something we need to keep in mind. I don't think migration should be, there's a narrative that, we'll lose this medical talent, we'll lose high skilled talent. It might be valid in the short run, but the literature is definitive. The testimonies are definitive. In the long run, for many, many reasons, we can discuss it offline. It leads to brain gain. More people want to then, the returns on skills become apparent and people want to be part of it. Expertise spreads, knowledge spreads. Gulf is a testament to this. And I do think that will remain valid in the Indian case. Again, just to refer to the literature. I hope this was useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Varun. And I think, especially thank you for bringing in both the research point of view as well as I think the insights you brought in with reference to how RAs themselves are, thinking about, because I think from Dino, we got an international perspective. And of course, from Sasikumar, we got a framework from a research perspective. But I think that voice was also very important. I think the point which you made about one is the work seems quite cut out when you're talking about, for example, if somebody is coming to India and is saying, how do I look at agencies which are ethical or which are high quality? And I think that was a very important point you made, that if there would have been an index or if it was publicly available, and of course also publicly, because the other side for RAs, the difficulty is also that they are also worried where they are sending the data, for example. So I think that one is good. Maybe I'll actually ask Dino about this. Is really the other point which has been made on skill harmonization. I think while it has been talked about, India has got their own NSQF, for example, which today Secretary Skills was also talking about. But I think how easy or difficult do you think, that this whole getting skill harmonization done is going to work? And I don't just mean it from the point of view of when person is moving from origin to destination, but also when they are accumulating accreditation while at the destination market. Very clearly, because mobility is a continuous process. So how feasible do you think that one is if one has to see it from an international governance perspective?
Many thanks, and thanks again, colleagues, for the very valid contributions. I think the question of skills is critical, but let me also acknowledge that so many relevant points have been made, and of course I would like to touch upon so many of them, but I'll be brief and to your question, to not prolong the conversation too much. But I think the question on skills is really critical. I think in all our conversations, all the discussions that are taking place, in particular, if we talk about not the traditional corridors into traditional jobs, sectors, and occupations, but if you look at what is referred to as the emerging destinations, about skills, right? And I think very often the conversation comes back to, how do we have that understanding? How do the employers in country of destination understand the skill? How do the aspiring or prospective migrants understand what are the skills that they would require? And how can also the systems be prepared in a way to take that into consideration? I think reference to that has been made in all the interventions, not just for the labor market requirement of today, right? But in 2 years, in 5 years, in 10 years, in 15 years. And that's the perspective you need in order to adjust the education and training systems to take that into consideration. But of course, the idea also should not be to train people just for international labor markets. There should be the national system sort of like should be in a position, or should be sort of like strengthened from the national perspective, also taking that into consideration. I think there's a danger in some way that then the foreign sort of requirements would prevail, which of course might also lead to certain investments that might not be sustainable in the long run. But to the particular question you asked, I think it's really about the mutual recognition at the end of the day of skills, qualifications, and certifications. I think that's the long-term goal, that a certificate here in India can also be recognized somewhere else. It's not a challenge particular to India or to the region. It's a global challenge. And we see it everywhere in the world we go, right? That people with excellent skills and certifications are in professions that are way below their actual level of certification because their skills are not recognized. So I think that's really something that we need to focus on going forward, which will also help us to address a lot of the protection concerns, a lot of the other challenges we're discussing here today, because we see that people with better skills might end up in better occupations or better situations. They might have higher bargaining power, which would lead to higher wages and so on. Just as some specific examples, we've been supporting as the ILO countries, including in Sri Lanka, on looking at national skills passports, where they're working with employers to sort of like certify certain skill sets. And the employer organizations can actually serve sort of like as a well, let's say a quality certificate that they are saying a certain set of skills is in line with certain requirements. And that way sort of like to give it that trust that might be lacking somewhere. And I think the issue of trust is being discussed again and again and again. How can employers know that the requirements they have are actually being fulfilled by the candidates they are looking for? And another small point, and then I end, is the question of how to deal with that at the regional or sub-regional level. There are regional qualifications frameworks in Europe, in the ASEAN region. We've been working with countries in the South Asia region, including India, of course, on the development of a South Asia qualifications referencing framework, which would allow countries to reference their own qualification frameworks, their national qualifications framework, to a regional framework, which would then also be able to translate it or sort of like to compare it to other regional frameworks. That's something that can help us to bridge that gap to a certain extent. The challenge is if we do it at the bilateral level, one country to another, it's a lot of work and it's always a bit of a challenge because it's very difficult to compare two countries. As long as you can reference your own framework to a sort of like translation framework, that is something that could help us to make that process better. So in short, I think in the long term, working on systems that would allow for mutual recognition of skills and qualification is probably the most efficient way for us to solve that very critical question in terms of skills and how they can be recognized pre-departure, at destination, and upon return. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gino. I am also conscious of, yeah, sure.
Skill and mutual recognition. We're all India for the quality of training that you're having. If we compromise on the quality of training in one country, and there is no standardization of training and skilling, then obviously it's impossible. So the credibility of that is very important. So for us in our country itself, I think somewhere there's so much of skilling is happening, but somewhere we need to really standardize the trainer, the training, the curriculum is standardized, but the rest is not. When we are only not satisfied, how can we think of mutual trust?
So absolutely, and I think on this, in fact, today the Secretary was talking about the Skill India Digital Initiative, and where you're right. I think there are three layers really, which India is also aiming for, which is focused on trust. So how do you really evince trust? How do you discover each other? And how do you then, of course, do transactions on top of it? So really the three layering, and if you see India's entire digital public good architecture is kind of being built across these three. So I do agree. I think both the quality of the skilling, but also the point which you made about how does one look at the trust coming in from the other side that the certification is means that the skill levels exist. Sure. So I'm opening this up for of course for any questions coming in from the floor. Or maybe the panelists were too good. So
No, but just on this credibility of the skills program. I mean, I'm a very practical guy. I think if people are joining skilling institutions, training colleges, vocational schools with the idea that I want to work abroad, especially work abroad in a strict, like I said, inflexible labor market like Germany or France or Canada or Japan, that's the best accountability that setup can ever get. Because if they're going to graduate and deploy those people in those countries with those employers with international standards, if they want to really achieve that, they will have to be high quality, or at least match the quality which is best in the world.
You're talking about white collar people.
No. I'm talking about nursing. I'm talking about construction. I'm talking about vocational training. I'm not talking about white collar. I can assure you. I'm saying if that integration that I was saying, the labor market integration beyond, right now we're Gulf integrated. I'm saying the more we integrate with some of the other labor markets, it will force us to some degree to lift up, because how else will we deploy them? How else will we convince them that authentically? So that's where I'm coming from. Yeah.
Sure. So I would request, maybe with Mr. Sasikumar, given that you are online, so maybe the first priority goes to you. Closing statements from each of the panelists. So, Mr. Sasikumar, to start with you.
Thank you so much. There's nothing much. I know it's the last session, so I don't want to deal too much with issues, but there are two things. One is this mutual recognition of skill is something that we need to consider seriously. But at the same time, as was highlighted, the question is the existing skill interventions, with due respects. The existing, I have evaluated when I was part of a government institution for 34 years. I've had chances to evaluate several skill development interventions in India. At the formal level, like ITIs and new programs. The problem is like the quality of trainers. The quality of trainers is a serious issue. And unless and until, and the period, like many of the short-term training programs, I don't think that they are imparting skills which are dynamic in nature. Because you have a skills, you go to a job, then job creates skills for you. I mean, that's a framework we need to consider. But for the job to create skills for you, your initial endowment of the skills, that's why I said, say, even if you're going to Gulf, now, I've done surveys in Gulf. Say, when I look at it, over a period of time, things have changed drastically. Say, in financial sector, so you need some kind of formal qualifications. But in certain other construction sectors, even today, say you are depending on inherited skills and non-formal skills. But slowly that's eroding away. Even the standards that are being adopted by destination countries are becoming skill-centric. That is what is important to recognize. Like they're also expecting people to come and contribute to a value addition. That's the first point. The second is this whole narrative about, say growth creates migration. It's the general narrative. I mean, I think like I heard this today also, but I feel that it's the other way around that we should be thinking from a migration policy architecture. Migration creates growth. That is very central. Because unless and until that is deepened, the contributions of migrants, both in the destination countries, destination regions, as well as in the host, does not get sometimes recognized. There is a growth element to migration that we need to highlight. So we hear a lot of forecasts about where India will be after 30 years or 40 years, lots of assumptions, ceteris paribus to the common, all kinds of assumptions. But the central assumption should be migrants can contribute to the growth process. That is central. Because if you assume that, oh, you are a very low-skilled migrant, you're not contributing, I mean, growth, migration sometimes is considered as a residue of growth. It's the other way around. You should consider migration as a catalyst of growth rather than as a residue of growth. If you pitch that framework, when we talk about migration policy framework, particularly for a sending country like India, that would be the time when the contributions of migrants are internationally recognized. That, to a large extent, even today, the evidence on, suppose if somebody asks, what kind of contributions have migrants made in terms of, let's say, prospects of development in another country, the evidences are weak. We need to create a discourse around it. Migration creates growth. That is my point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shashkumar. Dino, closing comments.
I'll try to be brief. I think, again, sort of like from the ILO's perspective, to highlight the criticality of the protection of migrant workers. I think that's something that is critical, and it cuts across the different avenues and pathways we've discussed today. It's relevant for workers going into skills with sort of like occupations with lower skills, but also high-skilled occupation sectors and jobs. And I think it is something, as I mentioned in my introductory remarks, that it should be considered along the migration cycle. It should be there before the decision is taken. I think the reference by Shashi Kumar on the recruitment cost is extremely critical. That's where the vulnerability starts. Once you pay a lot of money to pay whoever it is, intermediaries, informal agents, for the services they render, you might start out in debt, and you will have to repay that amount of money, and you might never really economically benefit from your migration experience because you are in that vulnerable situation from your get-go. And of course, it would also mean that you have absolutely no say and no power at destination because you are sort of trapped in that situation. And that extends to the period you are abroad. The entire spectrum of decent work elements. Are you protected at work? Do you get a decent wage? Can you claim your wage, your salaries, but also all the other rights and protections that you have? Can you pay into and contribute to social protection systems? And are there any entitlements you can take back home? And then, of course, the same is true once you're coming back to the country. And it was rightly mentioned that this is an area that is sometimes also overlooked. There's a number of challenges once people return to their countries of origin. And if we talk in particular about the gender dynamic, of course, a lot of women are coming back, and we all know that there's stereotypes associated with migration. So this might lead to a lot of challenges back home at the community level. But also beyond that, how can, and I think it was very well articulated during the panel, how can the experience gained be put to good use once people return to their country of origin? Because otherwise, of course, the question is, what is the benefit beyond the immediate transfers that are being made while abroad? So I think if we look at it from that migration cycle perspective and looking at how to ensure that migrant workers are protected along the way, that could make a big contribution to migrant workers themselves, but of course also the wider community and everybody else who's involved in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Dino. Varun.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I just have, I mean, I'm so glad that we're having a migration conclave here, and we have this in the sort of the agenda of Delhi, because I think it's very clear from today's conversation how important migration is to the India story, and it will be going forward. And I think all of us, I mean, this is almost a call to arms, right? Like if you're a researcher, if you're a policymaker, if you're sitting on a boardroom, if you're involved in the skilling ecosystem, you're working with state policymakers, there's a lot to do. We have a lot of work ahead of us. And today, I think a lot of the things we discussed, issues, opportunities, all exist. And I think all of us just, there's a lot. I mean, you're working on human rights and civil society, to what Dino is saying. There's a lot of protection work, both for people still in the Gulf and those who will go next. If you're working with gender and labor, lots of work needed. We need more, more women household members migrating, participating in the global labor markets, not just the Indian labor market. I think all of us have our work cut out, but I think there's a lot we can all do and contribute, and it all does contribute. Trust me, it's a small ecosystem, and on people saying we are working in migration, but actually a lot of people work in migration without even realizing it. So I think that's my closing remark. There's a lot of work ahead of us, and I look forward to interacting with all of you in that journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Varun. And I think on behalf of the panelists and for this panel, I'd like to thank FICCI, ILO, and AIOE for giving us this opportunity to air our thoughts. Thank you so much. And, over to the last session of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. It was a very good deliberation on the external migration. All the speakers gave their perspectives, and I'm very thankful to all of them. We need to have a policy framework in place, and migration should not be a residue but a catalyst of growth. Lots of work ahead of us, but in gender and labor and human rights, but we are all hopeful of a better future for migration. We move on to our last session of the day, the valedictory session. I would request Ms. Veena Swaroop to give the closing remarks. Also requesting Mr. Satoshi Sasaki to please come up on stage, and Mr. Arvind Francis.
So we've had a very long day today, full of deliberations. We began in the morning with an inaugural, followed by a plenary, 3 technical sessions, and now we're at the valedictory. We had been planning this for some time now, but I have to admit it was Arvind's dream. I have to do something on migration. He kept saying, I have to do something on migration. And I kept telling him, what do you want to do on migration? Let's do something in IR as we will do. But he was so insistent. No, madam, I have to do something on migration. But I must compliment efforts put in by all of you. It has really gone off well today. I'm very satisfied today as a conclave chair. There were very rich deliberations, and for which I have to thank all the speakers and all our partners, especially EY, who came forward to help us in moderating sessions and whatever other help we asked for. So please do convey to all the others back home that my special thanks to EY for giving all the support. A very big thanks to ILO for all the support that we always get, and the wonderful speakers giving us international perspectives. And of course, Mr. Satoshi is always behind us as a pillar. So we have that satisfaction that we can go ahead and we have a lot of support from you. Thank you so much. And of course, the participants, the numbers always dwindle down at this time of the day, especially as winters are setting in. But nevertheless, it was a house full the whole day today. And thank you all for being here. And let's hope that we have many more further such gatherings. And there have been a small team from EY who's been taking down some notes and takeaways, which I hope in the coming week we'll be able to put together and take out in an outcome paper, which we can then share with the relevant agencies. So with that, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for staying on until the last moment. And this will be the very useful the conference that we have today. Let me start with acknowledging the very informative presentations and the discussions we have heard during the day, in particular regarding the contribution of the labor migration to the sustainable industrial development and how to further advance it in the joint up and the coordinated manner. One key finding from the study on the new ramification of the internal migration in India that what I mentioned in the morning was that for the social dialogue is a key for ensuring that for the stakeholders are able to understand each other's perspective and reach collective decisions. A notable initiative during the COVID-19 pandemic was under the FICCI, where industry representatives introduced a task force with the equal representation from the workers and the management, and work together and solve the challenges related to awareness, the healthcare, workers' welfare, and the wage issues. Social dialogue was the spontaneous for the response to the crisis. And according to the study, the several initiatives were undertaken to understand the best practices implemented by large corporations, and also the MSMEs as well. During the crisis, employers and the unions came together to form COVID-19 task forces with equal representation from the management and the labor force. Crisis also spurred bilateral discussion between the workers' representative management and overcome challenges. At the same time, industry representatives highlighted the roles of the trade unions for effective social dialogue with workers on the wages and the rejoining the workplaces. And experts also pointed out that not enough for the social dialogue have been taking place, and trade unions have a massive role to play in further promoting this. As you know, the social dialogue is the lifeblood of the ILO. And we are happy that when the AIOE proposed the follow-up initiatives based on the finding of the study. And today, we have heard about progress made under the initiatives, and we look forward to the continued collaboration in this regard. And I'm equally pleased to hear about the various ways in which the social dialogue can help in addressing some of the challenges associated with the labor migration, while at the same time leveraging its opportunities and benefit, with particular focusing on the migrant workers. So let me thank you again for organizing this for the timely the conclave, and we're looking for the further collaboration between us, between the AIOE, ILO, FICCI together, but also all the industries involved in the migrant workers issues. Thank you very much.
So we have finally come to a close of this one-day Migration Conclave, and I must thank each one of you. First of all, it was a proud privilege to have Deputy Director ILO, Mr. Satoshi Sasaki, who has a very busy schedule, but he spared himself for the inaugural as well as for the valedictory session. So a special thanks to you. He has been very supportive in all that we do, and there are a lot of engagements which are there between AIE and ILO, and like you saw that we came out with a study on the migration, and then we did this project in the 3 states where we have our partners and all participated here from different parts of the country. So it was really great, and we were delighted to have so many eminent speakers, and they traveled from all length and breadth of the country and took out from their busy schedule and made it sure that they are here for this conclave. So special thanks to all of them. And I would especially like to thank Veena ma'am, because she has been the anchor, the pillar, and she has been driving us and making this happen. So whatever we saw, it was her steering. We were at the back, she was in the front, leading us from the front. So, and she has been always there for us, and whenever we need, she is like a mentor to us. And really, we thank her for her support and for leading this conclave. And I also would like to sincerely thank all the eminent speakers from different part of the countries, I already said. And special thanks to the two secretaries who were there in the inaugural session. We had the Secretary Labor and Employment. She also she's very busy, but still she ensured that she is here. And special thanks to her. Also, thank to Secretary Skill and Entrepreneurship, Mr. Atulji. He was also there, and he committed that he'll come for our conclave. So really thankful to both of them. And I think their deliberations were useful, very insightful, and we all gained a lot of there were learnings from there, and they also gave us some work to do. So I think AIOE will be working on that, and will be going back to them finally. And I would also like to thank all the delegates, special invitees, students, and faculties from various management schools. Without you, all this summit would not have been successful. Mr. Dino, of course, was there. Mr. Sultan was there from ILO. The EY team, who has been also working with us for last so many days. So special thanks to the partner. And last but not the least, my team. They work tirelessly day and night. Especially, I would like to acknowledge Akansha. She has been working very hard to make this conference successful. And yeah, she worked late at night, long hours, and she didn't see what is the time and all. And we all interacted. And also Garima and Patricia and Rishi and all my entire team who came in and they supported us. Without your support, this could never have been successful. So the entire team, thank you so much. And with these words, I thank you all once again and hope that your supports will continue in the coming years too. And let us join hands to make the life of migrants better in India. Thank you.
Thank you.
IT is being served outside.
It is upstairs.
IT is upstairs banquet.
Third floor where we had the lunch. No? चाय तो पीना चाहिए. लिफ्ट से चले जाओ.
Thank you. I hope you enjoyed it.